Hello, guys. Welcome to Tiebreakers Day. What a wonderful time to be alive. We get to watch, the best teams go up against each other and also the worst teams. And we're starting with the bottom here as these teams are potentially facing a relegation. Hokori and Noping will be fighting for their lives here. And what a moment to be alive as Hokori has confirmed that they will be playing with Mr. Jeans again, which is good. I think that's good.
Hot news. Hot news.
Yeah. See, I thought you were going to say that SG was playing today, the way you were talking about it. But yeah, I'm excited. Can't wait. Corey Noping. I feel like Mr. Jean's back. That's the mojo that they needed.
I agree. I felt, again, no offense to Sooths, but I think starting to run a stand-in who you've never played with, who doesn't even speak your language, in the last 2 days of the DPC might not be the best of ideas if you want to stay in upper division.
Oh, this is so hype.
Let's
the
go.
Jeans, Mr. Jeans coming in to not go back to Division 2.
From the top rope.
So now that Jeans is back, what team are you guys favoring? Before we get into the draft, just a quick word, Lyrical.
Yeah, I believe in Hokori. I'm curious, do you know what the reason was that he wasn't playing the other day? Was it like some ping issues or like, because it obviously wasn't just them getting rid of him, right?
I don't know, and to be honest, I'm afraid to ask Mr. Jeans.
Okay, all right,
Good.
sounds good.
Good call. For the record. Good call.
All right. Well, regardless, I think that a lot of the things that I felt like I enjoyed about this team was that it felt like they knew each other well and played really well around each other. So I hope that they can continue that, and that if there was any issue and that's why he didn't end up playing, that it doesn't sort of extend to the game.
Trent?
Just bring him back. You know, it's still gonna be a good match either way, Smooths or Mr. Jeans. I don't know. I feel like it's good. Obviously, we wanted Mr. Jeans, so I'm very pleased right now. I'm just so glad to watch a relegation match because like I kind of wish that we had matches where it was like whoever's gonna get relegated has to face the winners of Division 2. So this is the closest I get. You know what I mean?
Right.
I wish we had that sort of a relegation matchup, but if we can't have that, a direct like tiebreaker, everything's on the line, your whole next season, the potential of your entire team even just sticking together. Like, you can go from doing well in the next season together as a unit and growing as a team, or total disbandment just based off of this one series. That must be incredibly stressful, but also very exciting to watch.
So you enjoy the suffering part of Dota, yeah?
Doesn't everyone? I mean, if everyone's still playing Dota, then I presume that's all we enjoy about it.
No, I agree. I think Dota's all about making the enemy suffer. It's not really about you enjoying yourself or anything. So I completely agree with that. That's how I know you're a true Dota player.
What are you talking about?
Lyric's over here like it's
Dark
Animal
Souls
Crossing or something. He's like, yeah, I'm just so happy playing Dota. I'm growing my turnips over here.
Yeah. I pick my Darkseer, I put him in the lane, and I just try my best.
I mute all communication, and everyone's so nice. They say that I'm doing so well, they just ping my items like they're such good choices.
Right. Well, so to get back to the draft real quickly, or not to the draft, but to the like mentality side of things for these two teams, I think the other real danger is that you need to have like everybody sort of together and on the same page, right? Because there could be some of those other thoughts creeping in of like, oh, maybe if I want to secure my future in the best possible way, I need to stand out. And that might mean like, not dying or not showing up to these fights that I don't think are good, or like playing a little bit more for myself to show off my potential. And that's something that, not that I necessarily anticipate that that's going to happen, but it's something that you need to make sure that everybody is just like believing that, yes, we can still do this. We can still make it Div 1 together as a team. Let's do it. I love this Hokori pick. Mars has been their most picked hero pretty consistently, and I'm really surprised they got it at the end of this first phase. That's kind of crazy to me.
Yeah. We actually saw something similar in the Beastcoast Thunderpredator game. They also fourth Mars, or fourth picked Mars, both games.
I'm also wondering about this Monkey King here too, because it's obviously we've seen a lot of position 4 Monkey, and it's looked very good. I also think that versus Puck, it could kind of make sense to have it as a 4 with the Mars, just because like throughout the mid game you'd have Boundless into like just setups for everyone else on your team. And the lane would be okay, especially if it's going to be a tree 5. You could get away with it, I would say, just by, it's a decent matchup for Monkey King as a support. So I'm not really expecting it, to be honest, but I think it would be nice if Hokori at least give it a chance. If anything, it should at least cause Noping to waste a couple bans on things like the snap or the willow or something.
Right. I think it looks like Omisho has played it relatively recently as well. So it could be something that they definitely have that flex potential for. There's a ton of control already on no ping. I kind of want to see an invoker ban here from Corey, or picking up the invoker. As crazy as that is, like I think that you could run a puck off lane in this instance, and then just like maybe you could save it for the last phase. But that to me looks like it could be super strong. I'm just a big fan of invoker, guys.
You really are. You keep bringing up invoker today.
What do you guys think of the simple Monkey Mars combo, though? Like the arena with the Wukong's command? Do you think that's powerful even if it's a Monkey 4? Or is that not something to be worried about?
It's still okay, even if it's Monkey 4. Definitely much, much stronger if it's a core, without a doubt. It just tends to be easier to get good positioning, and clearly the soldiers do better, so... But, I mean, it's the Venn diagram of death. Lots of area control. Tree can't help too much in those situations because like you overgrowth, but they tend to be like kind of planted heroes anyway, so giving them roots doesn't really impact them that hard.
That's true.
In the middle of a fight, of course. A Viper ban. Wow. Mad respect to the no-ping recent Viper picks in the Bitzler Cup.
Yeah.
Well, was it played at? Was it mid Viper for analog?
It looks
Or
like
was it offline?
yeah.
Okay. It's interesting because Mr. Jeans is also a Viper player himself, so...
Oh, shit. It actually was offlane. Never mind.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
offlane, right? Yeah,
That's
monsters
hype.
are pretty big.
They had
I
spam
saw
on
his
it.
items, and I thought it was going to be mid, but yeah, he just like rushed BKB. Damn. Gamer.
Seeing a lot of also Bane picks recently. That could just be because when they were playing against Optic King of Kings, there was like a lot of squirrely heroes getting picked up, but wouldn't mind a Bane here still. That hero is incredibly strong, and I think it's actually a decent answer to the Monkey King too, where you're no longer going to be like having this hero as kind of a lane bully against some of those other weaker laners like a Disruptor or something like that. I feel like you've got some potential there to sort of counter that out of the 5 position, and then if you pick some other like ranged or bullying hero for Mars, you can really mess up that lane.
And they tend to give the tree to Theolacor as well, so there's nothing against them picking like a 5-ish hero in these situations.
Snapfire could be either, to be honest, but I'm assuming now it's KJ, Trenton, Snapfire 4, right?
I would hope so. More than likely, at least. Like the Snap just tends to scale quite a bit better, obviously.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Is the Snapfire 4 like a block pick to a degree as well for the Mars? That's why they don't need to ban it? Does it work well with the
100%.
draft as well? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's more so for your own draft, but there's no doubt that you're just happy because they also banned out the Nyx too. So, you know, if they'd given away Snap after that, you're missing out on one of the more common counters to actually shutting down that hero and even this combo specifically.
Team pick.
But they will get said Bane because, you know, that's free. Bane's still in the pool at this point. Okay, awesome. Oh my god.
Oh.
Completely
Oh
unprompted
my God.
miracle.
So what is this then? Mid Mars with Monkey King 4?
Or this is the team that did used to run Darkseer mid.
I would not.
10
Well,
seconds remaining.
against Puck, how is that? I feel like that's kind of bad against Puck because Puck should just be able to clear the wave, and then you have to like farm under your tower with Ion Shell. I mean, it's probably fine. It's just trading farm, but it like one of the benefits of having Darkseer in the mid is that you can spam out the wave, then run up and like stack the hard camp, or just clear through the small camp super quickly.
Is the Mars better, or is the Mars a good matchup against the Puck? Because I feel like that's also just easy avoid spear, ignore the Mars completely, right?
Yeah, but I think that you can't really bully the Mars out. You run out of damage, right?
Okay.
Like, so you're not gonna. I mean, I could be wrong about that. I haven't seen the matchup that often, but that's at least in my head how it feels like it would work.
I love the confidence Lyrical has with anything Darkseer related, and then immediately drops with any other hero gets mentioned.
I mean, I have one hero. That's what the fuck
This is it. This is all he's got, man. Whoa. What do you feel when you see that hero versus your hero? Is that a bad news bears kind of hero?
He's fine, surely.
You
Another
don't like
hero to
getting,
vacuum.
you don't mind getting ruptured?
No, I mean, the damage doesn't really start stacking up too much, and you usually have like a mech or something else, and like as long as you can cast your spells, you're fine. I think it's okay.
I will say though, the best news there is that you're not picking like a heavy agi stat gaining hero,
Right.
right? Terrorblade, Naga, Phantom Lancer, Luna. Those are the ones who Darkseer just salivates at when he gets to play versus them because of the illusion that you create with the wall. So Bloodseeker, a little bit big AoE control to fight versus your Wukong's command, your arena, that big silence coming down. Pretty scary stuff.
So
To be honest-
oh, sorry. I'm just going to
Dude.
give you more Darkseer facts.
Please go ahead.
The other thing to keep in mind is a lot of people pick Bloodseeker because they feel like it's a counter to the Darkseer in lane because you can just stay surviving off of like last-hitting creeps. The downside to it is that it's very much like an all-in thing. If you miss on that last hit, or more importantly, if like there's a boundless strike vacuum combo with double ion shell on the Bloodseeker, he's not that tanky. You can kill him in lane if he messes up or if you cause him to mess up. So I actually am a little bit worried that Bloodseeker could run into issue if Vitaly, knows the matchup really well.
I was gonna say that as a Bloodseeker fan myself, Bloodseeker is my Darkseer for you, right? I don't actually particularly think the matchup is very good against Darkseer either. In the mid game, I feel like you rarely hit him with Blood Ride. He can kind of hold his ground if you rupture him, as you said, right? Like he actually can just stay still and hold his ground really well. So I don't really like picking the hero as a carry. If it's an offlaner, I think right, because you go for the Axe build and stuff. But as a carry, I don't think he's particularly great against Darkseer.
Yeah, what the hell is this? You got Bloodseeker, you got Darkseer. My most played hero
What's
is
your
Crystal
hero,
Maiden.
I don't think we're getting it, man.
Okay, my other one
This
would have
is
been
bad
Wind
news.
Ranger, but I haven't played her in a long time. But she's still my second most played, despite not playing her for like 7 months or something.
Damn.
Or even, and it was like 2 years before that or something. I was really off the Wind Ranger sauce. So
Did Slacks
yeah.
give you a talk and you were like, he's right, I gotta stop?
No, I just didn't play as much core anymore. All right, so pick Windrunner and we're all good. Because when I played her a lot, it was still Windrunner. So we'll go with that.
Let's go. All right.
Yeah.
Wind Ranger carry sounds good. No, actually, you
Yeah,
flex
she
the
goes
Monkey
mid.
King, right?
Yuma won.
Yeah.
Windrunner's all right here. We got this. We'll get the 3 for 3.
What's a serious prediction for last pick, Trent? What's a genuine carry prediction?
Templar?
Okay.
It's like you see the puck, so it's pretty good. I mean, Bloodseeker's
pretty bad against
for
Bloodseeker.
everyone. Yeah. All right,
Okay.
so mid Mars or mid Monkey probably.
Yeah, mid Mars surely, and then they do Monkey 4 with Darkseer. That sounds
Yeah.
pretty good. I like the idea that you had Avo switching Bloodseeker to an off lane and now picking a different carry.
10 seconds remaining.
What would you like then in that situation? What carries would you think are good?
Maybe so it's weird, right? Faceless Void is a really good match against Darkseer, and I feel like it's like okay, but it's kind of weird with Bloodseeker. So the other one is Ursa, which I
okay.
think is always a really annoying hero in the laning stage at the very least. And with the I don't know, it's tough. They're in a weird position now.
This
They're
is a
probably
hard
just gonna run
pick.
Bloodseeker and safe lane and then pick a different offlaner.
Yeah, but the offlaners all get trapped in like Wukong's and Mars. Like, and you don't want anything like a Tide with a big long cooldown because you're fighting Wraith King. So then you start going to like short cooldowns. See, that's the problem. So
Yeah.
they fall back on Tide a lot, and they pick a lot of Tide, which is why it's the first thing I'm going to mention. But now you're picking Ravage into like Wukong's Arena and a Wraith King ulti. That does not feel good to me. Because you need to get the jump, or Ravage is just sad. But if you want to go for one of these like slower or lower cooldown heroes like Axe or Slardar or something, they're also forcing a big commitments inside of all this. So that we have the bog effect, where once you're in, you're absolutely locked and trapped right here from no ping. So they need to be very careful about what fights they want to take.
I
So
think
I guess. Sorry.
go for it real quick. I think the answer was actually Lifestealer. I think that's what they needed last. It would have been really good against the big tanky cores, give you some blood, some rage, answer stuff. But I don't know. I think that they had this idea of RDO Bloodseeker carry, and we'll see if it works out for them. But I'm believing the other way. The Darkseer can't stop, won't stop.
I was gonna say to Trent's idea, what you were suggesting seemed like maybe a Sand King would have fit that kind of thing, where you can actually get out of the arena, has a
Yeah, that
low
would've been
cooldown, right?
Yeah, that would be very good.
Also, seeing this, I know where Lyrical's leaning. He said it, and also I didn't even have to ask. But Trent, where are you leaning towards?
Yeah, I'll take. I think Hokori looking pretty good here. Very curious to see where the Monkey and the Mars go. Curious to see who's mid, but right now I'm for Hokori.
Mars is gonna be played mid. So with that
Go
information, we're gonna go over my panel's full Hokori. Let's see what the cast have to say. Take it away, Ava Plus and Dota 2 Bowie.
That's you.
Thank you so much, Avo. Thank you, Trent. Bowie, I am glad to see the cat cam back. I think that's half the reason why we hire you.
Thank
The
you
other
very
half
much.
is how great a caster you are.
Oh, you're so nice, dude. I am very excited about this game. Darkseer, I know Lyric was a big
Let's
fan
get
of
to it.
it. I love the Orchid build that is so popular right now. So I'm
Wait,
excited.
sorry. Explain it to me.
wait.
I actually haven't seen this. What are you talking about?
Oh, you have not seen it? I mean,
No.
it is like Orchid is just really good.
Right, I agree.
Enigmas were rushing Orchid quite a bit because everything you need sometimes as an offlaner that doesn't really have to interact in the lane is mana regen, right? Enigma just uses the creeps, and Darkseer uses Iron Shell. So if you can just rush Orchid, especially because Darkseer doesn't need boots early on because he has Surge, you just get a lot of kill potential on a hero that doesn't have a lot of kill potential outside of the wall. I would be very impressed. He does have one Sage's Mask, so it kind of indicates to me he could go the Vanguard Orchid Eggs build that is very meta at the moment. And it works really well with this El Micho Monkey King, which, by the way, was one of the big reasons I think Thunder Predator beat Beast Coast. The dude Monkey King, even after all of the nerfs to position 4, is insane. So I do agree. I think Okori's draft has probably a little bit of an edge in terms of, how meta it is and how confident the players are in the heroes they're playing.
I was watching the replays over and over again, the Thunder Predator Beast Coast, to cry. And as I was watching those replays, I actually noticing that you're right about the Monkey King, but also Matthew's just insane on the hero. Like, he got these crazy full range boundless strike stuns that pretty much turned the game multiple times, and that was especially in the first game of the series, right? And I just feel like the skill cap on this hero, if you're good at him, is just ridiculous. And El Micho was particularly known, especially when the first season came around. You were casting that, right? Or you were paneling that. How, like, he was one of the most skilled fours that you actually saw. He was one of the up-and-comers, and was like, oh my god, El Micho's so good. His Mirana was so hype. His Tusk was so hype. And I feel like Monkey King suits those kind of players very well.
Yeah, I totally agree. One thing that, did allow, I think, Matthew to really snowball and kind of carry one of those games with the Monkey King is the fact that he also went for that Orchid build. Monkey King, kind of similar to Darkseer, doesn't need boots. You just hop into the trees. If Darkseer goes Orchid, he will need to find another item to build. So very curious to see what he'll try to get. But, yeah.
Could be Atos, right? Like the old build.
True. I mean, I did see the... Jesus Christ, I'm an old man. I very often forget things. Let me look up the name of that item. It is
what does it do?
Oh my god. Yeah, oh lord.
Solar Crest? What does it do?
No. The Mage Layer. Mage Layer is very good with your ult, right? You have a lot of heroes that are going to be outputting damage constantly. So it was very popular with Monkey Kings in the past. It kind of faded out of popularity a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised if they feel like they need some defensive item.
Yeah, actually, it doesn't seem too bad, right? Particularly against the puck, I can see it pretty useful. Snapfire even, right? You have a lot of magic damage to cancel here. So, I like that idea, yeah. But we'll see. I'm interested in the Darkseer build that you mentioned, but I also wouldn't mind to just see Orchid and Monkey King, right? And go for more traditional Darkseer items here.
Yeah, I think Monkey King makes better use just because he's always out of vision. Very easy to find heroes out of position.
And the fact that it's instant, right? I feel like with Monkey King just means a lot because you don't see him and all of a sudden you're silenced and you don't even know where it came from, so you can't really prepare for it. It was a crucial thing, again, like you mentioned in Beast Culture's TP, particularly because of that, just how well he played with vision there.
Really agree. We do see, a lot of hate towards trees here. KJ, he's actually, it's actually RDO. He's trying tons of trees in front of KJ, which is a little bit insulting, honestly, but he does counter the Monkey King. So I don't think KJ is going to be that pissed.
Do my brothers mean nothing to you? I will say though that on the point that we're making a bit on the panel, when I saw the last big Wraith thing, I was actually a bit sad with the Bloodseeker pick because they did ban the biggest Bloodseeker counters, the biggest one being Dusa, honestly. But I do feel like Wraithing is honestly not bad most of the time. And the Bloodseeker, when he starts to fall off hard, Wraithing just takes over the game completely against him. And there's literally you can do, because if Wraithing is not stupid, he doesn't get kited, right? You have to use Rupture either on his first life, or he kills you most of the time. And it's a rough matchup, so I'm really interested to see how RDO does, because he's been the standout player, at least for me, in Open.
Yeah, I think they did respawn the Bloodseeker of the Wraith King, so it's gonna be a tough matchup for RDO. And it's a hero that matches the power spikes of Bloodseeker really nicely, because you want to play fast tempo, and the Wraith King, he doesn't really need that BKB so early, and pretty much plays at the same speed as the Bloodseeker, which is super annoying.
I actually love that point, because you have actually Wait, sorry, there's a little initiation here in the bottom lane. Vitaly could be in trouble. RTO, he's taking Iron Shell damage, doesn't really care though. One last vacuum into Boundless Strike, well done. But RTO is not gonna die here. He's actually gonna get the kill, heal back up. Elmisho could be in trouble himself, trying to get a kill here on King Jungles, not gonna achieve it. And RTO really playing that fine line well, and the Bloodseeker getting 2 kills already off the bat. On the point that you were making, I actually completely forgot. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it was about how fast Bloodseeker plays, but
right.
the play
I was
that
gonna
Elmisho
mention-
did there, I was very. I don't think Matthew would have made that play. That's all I'll say. He just jumped into a tree where it was very clear
Yes.
which one he was because they cut a lot of those. So,
Yes. Matthew does
Can
play.
he
Matthew
redeem
does play a
himself?
little bit out of vision. Yeah. Nice evasion though by Elmisho. The point that you're making though, the BKB is actually I think a really big point here though. I really like that you mentioned that because, you know, you have 2 heroes that theoretically counter these BKB carries, right? Like the Twin Protector and the Bloodseeker. And if with Wraith King, that is not as impactful as you said because he's not a traditional super early BKB carrier. So that pick is doubly as good because of that.
Yeah, for sure.
Vitaly's gonna die a second time. Theo Licor
Good
just
rotation.
mashed them, and they're concentrating on this bottom lane. They want to give RDO a good start, and that's exactly what they're accomplishing here. Good rotation there.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Usually this matchup could go very heavily towards Hokori if they were the ones to get level 3 beforehand. You know, as Lyrical was talking about, this matchup becomes pretty annoying once you get a level 2 Iron Shell. But they played the lane really well on the side of No Ping. They shut down all of those trees, and Elmisho was not able to secure a lot of CS, unfortunately, with Balance Strike. Arctic, though, will not find out a lot.
No. I guess I want to ask you, when this happens, right, and they just completely crush a lane like bottom, right? I've seen a lot of teams, there's like 2 options, right? They're either one solution, which is attempt to salvage that lane by rotating everything in, and the other one is try to force another lane instead. The second option is a little bit more predictable. What do you think? Do you like what they did here? Do you like the Hokori's putting more pressure on mid, try to win that lane for Jeans?
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. You know, Vitaly as a Darkseer doesn't matter this 1v1. Obviously, because RDO is so sustainable, he's gonna get a lot of those creeps denied, but Vitaly will still sap some experience. He can also jungle.
In jungles. Yeah, they're going to get him with the arena. They used the Arcane Room right before, so Mr. Jean's really taking value out of this. However, King Jungles has his armor, to survive this nicely. Mr. Jeans wants to continue this. There is an Infused Raindrops here on King Jungles. That plus the armor is saving him from some damage, but Misha will end up finishing him off. And Theo Licor is now here with your Venom applied. No stacks to Jingu, no need. Theo Licor will die once again to Mr. Jean's spear.
All right, very nice rotation with the Arcane Rune, so that's gonna be a really fast arena of blood cooldown back up. But the gold advantage is still going super heavily on the side of No Ping, specifically the side lanes, Monster and Bloodseeker, doing so well. Obviously, Trent mentioned the fact that Tidehunter doesn't like playing against those I want to stand in the same place kind of heroes. But the lane stage is amazing for the Tidehunter. You just destroy the skeletons. Yuma won't be able to really push the lane that well. And if you can get a really fast power spike on this hero, maybe it doesn't matter because you just overpower whatever it is that Hokori wants to do.
You think that's mainly why they picked him? Do they just want to win the lanes hard and then just snowball from there?
I think so. Oh, Vitaly, level 6 Bloodseeker.
Oh, and they have the arena blood though. Mr. Jeans, he comes in with an Iron Shell, hoping to kill Theo Licor. They do stop the damage from the arena thanks to that cookie. As they try to kill Vitaly, heals off him. RTO, however, he lost its speed because he just killed a low HP hero. Don't worry, Analog is here to make sure there's more low HP heroes going around. And it seems like Elmisha will be the second victim. Jeans in a pickle. RTO chasing after him. Iron Shell a bit scary though. And he knows he has 19 Magic Wand charges, so he's going to let him go.
Wow. Really good rotation there from Analog. A little bit overeager from Hokori, unfortunately. Even though they wanted to kill, like, this Darkseer's level 4, the Iron Shell damage, even if he has 2 going, is not as substantial.
Yep. Iron Shell really got heavily nerfed over time. I feel like until you get level 4 Iron Shell, it's not really that great anymore.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. By the way, Vitaly actually is going for that Orchid build I talked about, and no Vanguard, which is usually, what allows Darkseer to jungle a little bit better, to be more tanky. So he kind of feels like if he goes Vanguard, his power spike is going to be a little too late, which I don't blame him. But it also, allows the Bloodseeker to get those kills that usually maybe he wouldn't be able to get.
Right. Is this because they want to play around the Mars power spike here and the Orchid is there to benefit that? Is that the idea? As he gets,
For
by the way,
sure.
ruptured. There's the surge. We talked about it not being too relevant, but of course, if you're 2 levels above the Darkseer, he's gonna die when you rupture him. Had no TP on him, and they're gonna punish him. In fact, when he comes back, he's gonna be forced to do a walk of shame back to the lane.
That was a big mistake. I think that is one of those deaths where you really need to use Surge to come back to the lane. So you don't, because not only he died, but he used Mr. Jean's TP because of that mistake. And now Guts can't rotate, and Darkseer is still having a terrible game nonetheless. This is not great for Hokori.
And do a King Jungles here, though. As we jump onto him, King Jungles could be in trouble. The creeps are helping him out, and that's going to be a little support kill here for Hokori. They're looking for a bit more. In fact, they're looking for a second support kill on the top lane, where the only call, he would just hang about, you know, going into tier 2, gets killed for it. Yuma will go back to farming. They do see you, Yuma, though, so you got to be a bit careful here.
All right, super early armlet here as usual. Not even boots on Yuma, which allows him to farm really fast. And Monster with the Helm of Dom, huh? Pretty cool. You do see it from time to time. I do wonder if he's gonna... yeah, he does pledge upgrade it. Okay. They're really going for, like, sort of an early power spike team fight to try and match all of those I want to stay on the ground type of heroes of Hokori. And bottom... Get this small camp stack.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They are. Again, it's just Monkey King kind of proxy farming for the Darkseer at this point. As we see the little rupture, this time they do have a TP, so he saved it just in case to make sure he doesn't get killed.
Either way, they're going for 2 Orchids on Hokori, and I very much don't like that. I think one is fine. If you see 2 Orchids, I really feel like they're going to be lacking on, either lockdown or defensive capabilities. It is really good on the Monkey King, which is, at the end of the day, maybe a drafting mistake. If you do have 2 heroes just building Orchid, I hope it doesn't go poorly for them. But I feel like, it's kind of an expensive item on a position 4, and your offlaner is not tanky whatsoever. We'll see if it works out for them. But seems a little... You don't see that at all, right? Very hard to see 2 heroes building Orchid so early in the game.
That's true. Will that be a massive power spike, though? The fact that you can silence a whole 2 heroes in the team fight? Or you feel like it's just going to be redundant? Oh, Yuma? Yuma? No, okay, he's fine.
If it works, is amazing. If it doesn't work, I can say anything I want about how trash it was. So,
Okay.
That's
Right.
one of the perks of being an analyst. You're always right.
I mean, if you wait until you give me your opinion, sure, yeah, that's a cowardly way of analyzing. But Bowie, yeah, whatever route you want to take, my friend.
Coward. What a interesting choice of words here.
King Jungle, he's getting jumped. He's like, oh no, the trees, they used to be my friends. Now there's monkeys crawling from them. But King Jungle, he knows how to fight the monkeys. He's the master of the trees, and Puck will ensure that they get the kill on Elmisho. As Yuma joins in, they have a Fiend Script that's going to be cancelled swiftly, but not in time, as Analog will be dying here. The damage from Garlic, actually. Good Fiend Script.
They do send Monster to defend the tower, which is also one thing that Tidehunter does pretty well this game. So he's just gonna sit idle here as the Bloodseeker probably farms his way towards the top side of the map. Unfortunate the Puck died there. I don't know. I don't think that he was supposed to die. And he is ignoring those 2 Orchids right now. He's going for that Witchblade, which is probably why, they feel like they can get away with these Orchids. They're like, Pucks nowadays, they're so freaking greedy. They go Kaya Sanjas and Witchblades. So, we might just be able to kill him anyways. We'll see if this becomes a problem for Analog or not.
You think he should deviate into a Yield or even a BKB in this game? As opposed to going for Kai and Sanj and the Witchblade?
I'm not saying he has to, but I'm saying that's the reason why they're probably going for the Orchids. Because, in the past, if you were Puck versus Quap and, Kaya Sanj and the Shard didn't exist, Orchid was the item Quap would go for, and Pucks would just buy you Scepter, and they wouldn't care. Nowadays, it's all very different. But they are playing from ahead on 7 opening. They do know that. So Analog feels like he can get away without having use. And usually you can. So we'll see how it pans out.
RDO is already farming like crazy because he got his Maelstrom early, immediately rushing that BKB. Usually for Bloodseeker carries, you see either the Bloodseekers that go for SNY before BKB or the ones that rush straight BKB. The earlier rush BKB, the sooner you want to win the game. Elmisho managing to evade some of the kisses, but he's still in trouble. They have Scatter Blast. He's not able to avoid it. Not even the auto attack. And Elmisho will also fall.
Smart.
super fast Helm of the Overlord, by the way. Monster is pretty much 600 gold away from it at 13 minutes. 3k gold lead already. And not a lot of, Noping they're responding to a lot of those moves Hokori is doing. But even though if I felt like they wanted to play fast tempo, they're not forcing objectives that much. I guess they're pretty much waiting for this ideal BKB, as you pointed out. And then they'll go full, ham mode. I think this Helm of the Overlord is going to give them Roche as well. So as soon as they can force a fight with the BKB, Roche becomes a possibility, and they'll go, from 0 to 100 really quickly.
Let's see. What will Hokori do now? As they're all kind of bunching in the triangle. Not the best use of their time, honestly, because they're kind of separating far between them. But they don't really have much of the map yet to fight. They're a bit afraid of the enemy initiation, especially with Analog Witchblade here. He's going to be going for Blink Dagger, though, so not entirely the greediest build. At least you have some way to deal with the Orchids. Mars leads the charge.
Yeah, and actually no Blink on the mid Mars. Very interesting. You don't see that every day.
No, he's going to go for the armlet for more damage, and no, it's worked out for them. Spear, they need one more hit. It's going to be Bane left to do the dirty work. Guarded gets the last hit. So Hokori retreats. They do have an arena still available. I don't think they want to push us just yet. They're going to go back to farming for now.
The Orchid is ready on the Darks here. Monkey King is still working on his. And I
Oh,
guess,
that arena. Ooh. That was not
he has
the
an RP
Snapfire
route,
cooking
so
out.
He's just testing it out,
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's true. With lower cooldown, right? You gotta throw the spells. Otherwise, what's the point of the lower cooldown? I agree. Oh no, El Misho got scouted by the Illusory Orb. He's got silence as well. Can't get off the tree. El Misho can't jump off it, but he's like, no, don't worry, I'll help you. Quelling bladed down. El Misho's down. And now they have a free mid tower, especially with that Helm of the Overlord. That's a great timing for the Tide. Want to push
he's
Monster.
the carry, dude. He's the one hitting the tower.
They always said he was the best player. Now he's showing it. He's gonna solo win the game.
Alright, so free tower, you don't even need the BKB I was talking about. But at the same time, they were able to actually reduce this gold advantage quite a bit, even with the tower falling. Yuma pretty much free farming this whole time. The only rotation he was ever a part of was that one bottom. And he, he's about to surpass this Bloodseeker, but they find El Misho again. Oh, so unlucky.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a bit unfortunate for El Misho, but he's dying to scout for his team, right? Which is actually allowing them to recover a little bit in the match. From 2k net worth lead for Noping to 1k net worth lead, Vitali's actually somewhat recovering. They've left the puck a bit behind. Not looking too bad. However, Bloodseeker is about to get this BKB, and that's going to be Bloodseeker coming online.
Oh, yeah. Back right now. I guess the unfortunate part of the Orchid on Darkseer this game is that he also needs Blink if he wants to kill Analog. So he's been farming, obviously he's recovering from a tough laning stage. But very curious to see if we'll see, the impact of those items very soon. Smoke from Noping.
Positioning by Gardic. Seems like he's going to reveal the smoke. Not bad, not bad. A 5 for a smoke, totally worth it for Hokori. Still a kill, mind you, for Noping, but they much rather sacrifice Gardic here than anyone else.
Definitely. Pretty much, mirrored movement. We saw KJ dying to a very similar smoke just a few minutes ago.
We'll see, though, because Yuma, much as we were talking about the Bloodseeker coming online with the PKB, Yuma already has Desolator and the Armlet. Soon to get Blink Dagger, and he's beating the Bloodseeker in terms of farm. Again, this hero forms incredibly quickly once you get Maelstrom, so the fact that Yuma is beating him is just a wonderful feat by Hokori, who shouldn't have as much map control as the enemy team right now.
Definitely. And I do feel like the power spike that comes with that Blink Dagger for Yuma just outpaces a little bit of what Noping has. So, even though Noping is playing from ahead this whole time, it could very quickly get out of control once, if Hokori gets a good smoke going. And, will the dinosaur die? Oh, he dies. 250 for Yuma.
That's actually great. That's how he's been farming so much. He's like, stop feeding Yuma! That's how he's beating me in net worth. Guts,
That's
by the
how
way.
dinosaurs were extinct, by the way, was Yuma killing all of them. Time for Rush.
Yes, the last dinosaur actually died in Belgium. So Guts is not going for the Blink Dagger at all. He's actually going for an Armlet BKB as the Roche team taken. But let's not talk about the Roche. Talking about his build, why not the Blink Dagger here for Smart?
I mean, it is just bad versus like usually the hero that's going to be playing like the most aggressive on the map is either going to be analog or monster. Two heroes that are very hard to kill even with the blink. So he decided to go BKB, play I guess more of like a defensive sort of role. Not really care about Ravage and the coil. I don't think I like it. I guess maybe he felt like they were going to be overpowered more than they were. Right at the end of the day, no ping allowed them to farm pretty. They didn't play as aggressive as their draft kind of indicated. So I'm not sure if Mr. Jeans kind of read the game wrong or if no ping just. Oh, hello.
No, Nightmare actually saves him for the blood right. That's pretty good, but they did use a Dream Coil for him. That's as much as a win as you can get as Hokori right now.
Oh, the Orchid on Elmisha's career is dead, dude. He's such a sad Monkey King in this game.
Feels
2
bad.
minutes.
He's going for a Blink Dagger, by the way, no Misha. What do you think of that?
I really feel like he's just envious of the Darks here from Vitali. He's just going... He's mimicking every item. Exactly. It's falling out to the Darks here, by the way. The Blink Dagger is ready, so they do have kill potential on the Puck. Oh, never mind. He got Yusef. Very nice.
Yuma. Yeah, Puck has Yule Scepter. That's really good. Yuma, though. I really like that Yule Scepter to begin with. He's like, I got a reincarnation, guys. But where are the reinforcements? Yuma, his first life is about to extinguish itself. Stunned, and that's Yuma's first life down. Vitali comes in with the reinforcements here. We have a vacuum still, but unfortunately can't stop the DK from RTO. They're just tearing through Yuma. Yuma is not going to last a second on his second life either. He's going to go down. They did kill RTO's courier, but not RTO himself. Only Tionicor goes down. Beautiful blood right set up now with the Rupture. RTO can get away from the illusions, and that's going to allow him to retreat safely as Guts. He's going to have to sacrifice himself. Armlet, though, allowing him a couple more seconds, takes the Aegis off, but of course still means his own death. Aegis definitely not worth his life. As Elmisha hunts down the tree, King Jungles will die to the damage from Primal Spring. Can the Puck get to him in time? They will. Yule Scepter will see him, and that's going to allow them to finish off Elmisha, who will die for a measly support kill.
This was such an unfortunate position mistake from Yuma because the Darkstreet had his Blink Dagger flying out to him, but he was forced to TP, so he didn't have it. If he was closer with the Blink Dagger, maybe he was able to help. And the Mars was 20 gold away from his BKB when he died. So lots of power spikes pretty much about to hit for Hokori, but they were forced to react to Yuma being in that position. So yeah, I mean, this will make the game a little bit hard because Hokori, they were super close from hitting a huge power spike and be able to maybe match an open.
RDO, which is now the bottom lane. They want to open up the enemy triangle so they can start being more aggressive. They've already put an aggressive ward there, so this is just going to aid them even further. And then Scout at the trees. It's not going to jump. No, he doesn't care about that. He just wants the tower. Why did Tide take the small one? Is it for the ward drum door?
Yep. 40% evasion, baby.
Not
no,
evasion,
sorry.
accuracy.
It's actually 40%, yeah, accuracy.
I'm glad they built that against all these evasion targets like Darkseer and Wraith King, known for their evasion.
Yeah, I mean, the attack speed is okay, right? But he's probably going to get the big boy. Come on, monster.
I don't think so, dude. I think he wants the attack speed more for the team. In fact, Elmisha now, talk for the team. They're ganging up on him, and Elmisha will die. He does reveal his Orchid, and spitefully silences the tree before he dies.
I mean, the big one does give 75 attack speed to one target, you know? But I guess he feels like he's going for the socialist build, getting more attack speed for everyone.
Yes, you gotta seize the means of attack speed, Fiend's Grip. Alright, they caught the Bloodseeker, but the cookie actually stops the Fiend's Grip. Garnic is in trouble himself. Garnic is gonna go down. There's only the Arena Blood though. Monster will be bursted down by Mr. Jeans, who's now trying to search for RTO, but RTO's a bit too fast. Monster did die though, which means everyone on Noping is on the retreating end, but Hokori won't be able to catch any of them. So while that's not the worst initiation for them, it still wasn't as big as they were hoping for. They really wanted that kill on RTO.
And Yuma still not really going BKB. He apparently he wants to get that Silver Edge. Very nice versus the Tidehunter. I agree. But I do, we were talking about him not being kited this much this game. I do feel like he is getting kited. So
Rating? Yes, I agree.
Yeah. I guess like there was never a fight where everyone actually fought 5 versus 5. They were able to find Yuma isolated in that one incident. It feels like if they are together, he might not be kited. we'll see
Yep.
what happens.
It does feel like they're kind of fighting begrudgingly, right? Like Hokori is like, I guess I'll take this fight, sure. But they don't really want to go into it, and they're constantly fighting, like you said. Wraithing is coming a bit later. It's easier to fight them that way. It's not really RDO who's killing Wraithing, though. It's the rest of the team, particularly the Puck, actually, is doing the brunt of the damage against this Wraithing.
Yeah, like, what is... Oh, El Micho. He
Oh,
does
there's the
Orchid,
Orchid.
but I think...
Can he get away? Ooh, he evaded the blood, right? He just needs to jump on a tree. He's trying to avoid damage for 1 more second. Omisho jumps. They did see that jump, though. Quelling Blade's available. They try to use the Koki to stun him. They did stun him. But Omisho will be able to get away in time. Look at that Orchid, Bowie, paying dividends.
Yeah, like, my point was, even though Hokori now got those power spikes we're talking about, the Blink on the Darks here, the BKB on the Mars, they're still playing very spaced out. And eventually, Noping always finds someone isolated. And Hokori never uses the cooldowns that Noping used to get the kill, like the Coil or, Ravage, to eventually hit. So I'm just worried they're playing a little bit more passive than they had to. Oh, the Orchid now shouldn't be enough.
Talking about playing
Yeah.
passive, I don't think Omisho's doing that at all. But he is creating a ridiculous amount of space, actually, by forcing them so far back.
Guess by passive, I mean not S5 ever. But
No, I'm joking. You're totally right. Now, that's actually a good example because they chose to search after a Monkey King, right? And go so far back as opposed to trying to push for objectives. No, I'm agreeing with you,
Lincoln's
Bowie. You
now
don't have to say
ready.
true to that. You can just keep to your point, Bowie. Yeah.
Avo, you are so annoying, dude. Can I just agree with you one time? You are right. Anyways, the Lincoln is ready on the Bloodseeker. So, Greep, which was not super effective this game. I think we got like 1 on analog very early on. It is kind of a hard main game, so I don't really blame Gardic for that. I just feel like all of the answers are coming for Noping. The goat advantage isn't that big. I just want to see Hokori like actually try and play together one time, as
You gotta tell
it's
Misha that.
weird.
Okay,
gonna be
Misha's gonna
spotted.
attack the. Oh no, Misha revealed himself, and I think they pinged. Yeah, they saw him with those orb. Misha, run! They actually missed the
missed.
Jinko.
Alright.
Oh my god, this hero is ridiculously annoying. I cannot believe it.
It is so annoying.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Like even with Astro, right? You can, even if you at Astro, you can sometimes jump from tree to tree. The way tree dance works is pretty good, even after all of those nerfs to the speed and everything. Oh, they do find the golem here.
Radiant's bottom tower
Oh, and they found a
Coil.
Mars born. Oh no, okay. Never mind.
No ping, doesn't really want to contest that golem being dead. Misha's just messing with them.
Okay, a little smoke tank here from Hokori.
Oh, this is big because Omisha definitely kind of separated Noping a little bit with the monster Tide being a jungle.
Itari. Okay, they go for Teolikor. Orchid. Hit him. Wraith Fire Blast. Right. Teolikor will be the first death. But they want RDO more important. They still have an arena. Blood. Guts. Will go in. The Ravage though. He eats it. Didn't activate BKB in time. That's gonna be Mr. Jeans almost dying. Activates Armlet. Actually heals a fair amount and tanking it nicely. Mr. Jeans just acting as a tank here as Yuma deals the real damage. Monster will be the target and he will fall. They get rid of Monster. Their next objective would be the Puck, but the Puck is capable of getting away, and they're timing the team pretty effectively. RDO wants to come back in. Once again, Guts still alive. The Creep is murdering him. And it's going to be the small little Creep who takes its life, but a vacuum resets the fight. A stop, though! The Centaur Conqueror! Not enough to save RDO. Very close, however. He wasn't able to run out on time. Wait, sorry, that Centaur Conqueror was a neutral Creep. Never mind, he stopped everyone. Sorry. I thought it was the controlled. He just came up from the high ground to stomp everybody. That was my bad. I can't believe that.
He definitely got annoyed. It's very late at night. All of those kids yelling in the street, listening to loud rap music, and he decided to take matters into his own hoofs, I guess. And that happened. But still, that's what happens when Hokori fights, right? They're really strong together, and they're finally able to use the space from El Micho and connect to Noping. The counter initiation was really great from Monster, but they lacked a little bit of the damage to kill Mars. They don't have the Silver Edge that the Wraith King, I guess, was building. He ended up going BKB, which I really like. But if they did have like a break, I think the Mars would have died faster.
Yeah, honestly, the stand that Mars took was pretty impressive. Like, I was just watching him just tank all the damage with Bulwark. They couldn't really his positioning was really on point though. And he put his back to the arena wall, and like you couldn't hit him from behind, right? So that was actually just well played by Mr. Jeans. And this is where we're starting to see the defeat of the Bloodseeker. I want to actually, I'm just gonna say it myself because I love this hero. I am a bit disappointed about the Lincoln Spirit pickup. I can see the point of it this game, particularly against the Bane, but it's such a defensive item that when you rush the BKB like this, it doesn't feel like your power spike is that well utilized. As Garlic just dies to the puck.
Yeah, he definitely lacked a little bit of damage there. He will also need a Scotty eventually against the Wraith King, but he's going Manta, so another defensive item. That definitely sounds odd. I dislike that Manta. We'll see what if he changes his mind. It's very often common that as just we talk about something for 3 minutes and then he just changes his mind. But
I think they do it on purpose at this point, honestly. I'm sorry to think they just pitch bait casters.
Players, they just love having fun.
I mean, look, I'm okay with the Manta pickup. I don't think it's particularly bad. I just think Manta was like, if you had just done Manta as opposed to Lincolns, right? Once again, I get the Lincolns, but Wraith King is just going to overpower you very soon.
Yeah, especially the BKB. He now can just stand his ground. He's doing so much damage with the cleave on top of it all. And I really like the BKB. We were talking about the lack of blank on Mars. But if Noping has to force a fight onto Hokori, Mars is really hard to focus down. And maybe the mistake was actually hitting Guts, but he was the one most aggressively positioned. He was the only one showing. And so, like, what do you do, right?
Yeah, and if you don't hit him, he was dealing damage. Like, he has an armlet, right? He went for this build, like you mentioned, which is just, it's going to deal damage to you. God's Rebuke honestly took half the HP off the Train Protector there. El Misho? Dude. Alright, El Misho was watching like a bunch of Schofield replays. He's like, this is what I want to play like. This is my dream.
This is how I want to be when I grow up. He's definitely doing the same things as Matthew did. But with his death, I wonder if Roche is a possibility, or maybe this Yuma kill is kind of.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, Yuma. You have to BKB. Alright? That is your 8-second BKB just to escape. Gotta question that the farming is so aggressively maybe there, but
alright. Really good, because even though they don't get the kill, this could be Rose. Still 20 seconds for the Monkey to respawn. No buyback on him, but they will smoke despite the BKB on Yuma.
Yeah, he doesn't have a second life. Who needs BKB with 2 lives, right? Vitali comes in. Oh no, they caught him with a Yoga. Yuma also puts in. There's the Ravage. They both eat it. Vitali activates the BKB afterwards. Overgrowth catches it. Vitali could be in trouble. They set up the arena. The 8th actually goes to RTO. And the first life of the race has been taken. Vitali for now still surviving with a cookie will ensure that comes to an end soon. As Yuma is just trying to kill off her supports now. RTO actually suffering against Mr. Jeans himself. He's going to lose the 8th at this rate. Oh, but they don't have enough damage. They need one last spear. Can they get him? They got him with the God's Rebuke, which means the spear's still available, which means they can put it back against a tree. And all the Bloodseekers hate trees. He's in the middle of the Monkey King ultimate as well. RTO will fall. The man who takes 2 lives but can't utilize either of them to do much. Analog also falls. Monster in trouble. He's been enfeebled. Good luck trying to use your Anchor Smash right now, my dude. And they're trying to go for the creep instead. Yuma, a bit distracted, like most carries are when they see farm. There we go. This happens. It's normal. They see gold. They can't not take it. I get it. I'm Spanish. We did the same thing. Monster. Now the Jinko Mastery. Stopping him. Boundless Strike. They tip him because Monster's being a nuisance, but they all know Monster's going down here. He lasted a fair amount of time thanks to the Blast Break as well. But Monster, unfortunately, will have to fall.
Okay. Dude, that was such a good arena from Mr. Jeans in the Roche pit, because once RDO actually stole the Aegis, his BKB wore off, and the arena just locked him in this little small spot in the corner of the Roche pit, so he couldn't move. And he was just being hit by the Wraith King and couldn't do anything to get out. That's why he lost the first life and eventually also the second one. It was so many things happening that maybe the viewers didn't catch that. It was pristine Mars arena usage by Mr. Jeans. Really, really good.
His gameplay this game has been beyond impressive. He was like, guys, I gotta prove that I'm better than Sooths. I want to stay on this team. And I think he's doing that exactly this game. To me, he's the MVP of Hokori, honestly, right now.
He's playing really well. Even the skill build very different from what we are used to see with Mid Mars, and is working out very nicely, creating a lot of space, just tanking so much damage. And I mean, RDO going for the Manta, dude. We'll see what his plan is with all of this, but I can't help but feel like this further enhances the problems that they have, which is lack of damage.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, who's gonna deal the damage? Puck also went for Kalyan Sanj, right? So he's not the damage dealer.
Nope, and he's going travels. So I guess they want to just split up the map for 20 minutes. I really failed to grasp what's the power spike they want to use. Also, another very interesting pickup, BKB on the Tide, which we don't see very often. And even with all of those defensive items, they do want to smoke on opening. Let's see if they can find a available target isolated.
I'm assuming the BKB is because if he gets nightmared or even orchided, they don't have to deal damage to him, and they just ignore him for the fight, right?
Yes. It's
And
also...
he is going Assault Cuirass, though. So if you're talking about damage, Monster's like, don't worry, guys. He went for the shard, and then the
he was the carry the whole time.
Yes. I mean, we knew this from the start, right? We called it out with a helm. El Misho is
Misho.
wild. With a Blink Dagger, he actually got the kill on King Jungles.
Okay. So the Usurper was from KJ himself, but it actually put him out of position. I think if he doesn't use the Usurper, he might just be able to leave. And with the dieback here, this is a free tier 2 for Hokori, maybe even 2 tier 2s, because Yuma is eagerly walking towards the top side of the map.
Yep. With Spider Legs, he walks right through the crevice, and he'll be able to take a tier 2 tower here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's also going for his AC. I think the AC on Wraithing going to deal a bit more damage than the one on Tide.
Yeah, a lot of minus armor there, and we were kind of occupied with the kiting on the Wraith King, but the Spider Legs, even after all of those nerfs, still a really good way for the Wraith King to feel more mobile during those fights.
Yeah. I mean, Spider Legs on carries, right? What else? Nothing needs to be said about this. People have been suffering the phenomenon for ages.
Okay. So, still decent amount of time towards Roche. I don't think we're going to see a lot of action from No Ping. That smoke that they used didn't really connect. They still have 2, but as long as they are sure someone is out of position, and that one is not El Misho, because even though he might feel out of position, he's so mobile that I don't think he can die, they can't really do much. It really feels like they're struggling with damage and lockdown at the same time.
Yes, all they have is save. Like their carries are, all their heroes are hard to kill, but do they do anything? Not really.
Yeah. 3
Oh,
BKBs on all of the cores. I mean, look at the Darks here. He has Aeon Disc BKB. You're not bringing that guy down before he uses wall.
Bowie, look at Gene's build. He's going for the Ags.
Oh,
He just built it? In case people don't know, because this axe is rarely seen, when you activate Bulwark, it creates like a shield or like a bunch of soldiers around you, similar to what the wall looks like, and they hit once every second. So you can continue hitting while the Bulwark's up. Here's the arena. Okay, they did use the Ravage though. It's Yuma only because everyone else has DKPs. You'll turn on the puck. RTO taking a fair amount of damage. Yuma, it's just tearing through him. RTO's not going to last. He's down. They actually pinned the tree to his brother. They set up the Wukong's command, and King Jungles will be the second kill of this engagement. RTO is the real big one here.
Oh.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
is under
this
attack.
this looks like a Freedom Barracks. No buyback on the Bloodseeker. The Glyph is actually not great because it's not going to kill the Creep Wave coming right now.
Yeah, they didn't find the puck. Oh, the Fiends go from Gardic because of the Ether Lens. It's nighttime, they couldn't quite see it. And Analogs gets killed because of this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wow.
Okay, I think this is game, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah, they know. They heard me.
look at that Axe just tearing through.
It does hit in the whole area, so much like Battle Fury.
Radiant's
And, well, in this sense, it hits both towers, right, at the same time. And you can see the soldiers just hit once every second.
Okay, so yeah, maybe this is a little bit overeager because they will have RGO in 13 seconds. They might just get the tier 4s and get out, or maybe they'll just get Monster.
Yeah, he's dead. I'll take the BKB. No, too late. Tide's down. That's 80 seconds without him. Yuma will lose his first life, however, here. That's Guts. He's like, guys, I'm carrying. I don't need Yuma. First life, second life. You're the tank now, bro. Rupture for the Darks here. Vitaly trying to hold his own. They need some help. There's the arena, though, used. And Guts, that arena did not work out, dude. That was really overzealous. Guts is going to lose his life. Yuma's now being targeted by the puck. Nightmare to save him. Yuma can at least get away thanks to the Silver Edge. But will Garlic be that lucky? I don't think so. Garlic is but a poor Bane. And, yep, Banes tend to die when they're put in this kind of position.
All right, I'm getting some LGD versus OG vibes from this game. I don't think Hokori had to go tier 4s. They could have got 2 lanes of barracks very easily.
Radiant's
I
bottom
hope
getting
this
what
doesn't
vibes?
under attack.
LGD versus OG vibes. You know, game
Yeah,
2 or 3 of the Terror Blade. You know, they try to throne, they die. You know, obviously they did buy back the Terror Blade in that game, so still a huge advantage for Hokori. But this is your DPC line. I mean, DPC standing on the line, so you don't really want to give away advantages like that.
What is this sacrilege? I just saw King Jungles cut down a tree with Quelling Blade. I don't think that should be allowed.
He's much better than those trees. He can walk, dude. He is.
Do you think
He's
that
much-
that's what Chimp Protector does? He goes to like conventions with all his friends, like, I'm the better tree, I can walk.
Exactly. He is not like those other Jeezers. They don't do anything, just sit idle and do photosynthesis. No, he uses that energy to do what he wants.
Do you think the Chimp Protector eats? Because he has tangos, right? So technically he has a mouth and everything. Can he eat?
Huh. Yeah, like, kind of like those carnivore plants, you know? They do
yes.
photosynthesis, but they also eat. Probably.
Yeah. Oh. Chimp Protector is the superior being then, honestly.
Okay, so yeah, Roche was dead, so Hokori didn't really give away any of that. They get advantage with the move that they went for. They also have this really good ward, showcasing where RDO is.
Yeah, they'll take over the enemy triangle now. I mean, this is the classic play, right? Take over triangle, push mid and top. It is very difficult for the enemy team to contest.
They're just gonna sit here until Roche spawns, and they will be in prime position to finish this game off. If they get Roche, I feel like it's really hard for Noping to do anything, but they will smoke. So they want to at least take the fight to Hokori.
Oh, Vitaly finds Hokori. Good blink dagger. Analog almost found him. Yuma still wanted to fight, actually, but this team's like, Yuma, calm down. We want to take Roche.
Alright, time for tier 4 neutrals here. Witchbane, really good for either the Monkey King or the Wraith King. But he's gonna keep the spider legs, but Witchbane will be used by someone.
I love that he has the sliver in his backpack, just like in case he needs it. True.
Never
carry.
know when status resistance is gonna be useful.
Why give it to the Mars? Well, I mean, actually, they gave Mars Paladin Sword, to be fair, so I guess he's the bigger carry here.
Dude, that's so much lives to it, that's satanic.
Yep.
Okay.
He also has the God's Rebuke crit now.
Oh, wow. I mean, there's no way Noping is gonna do anything about this.
Nope. I mean, they are smoked, though, so they're going to try, actually. And we spoke to Sumbo, we have our Hokori. They smell the smoke.
Alright.
They see an illusion. Oh, the illusion did bait Yuma, so he revealed his invisibility. Nice little wraparound by Noping. Where are they going? They blood right for vision. They're like, there's no Roche in there. They're probably trying to take it. They did rupture. Poor Vitaly. He's forced to use the BKB. Vitaly standing his ground.
Oh,
Once
nice bait. He actually used the illusion, and Vitaly
Yes.
used the wall just for the illusion.
It's true. So Yuma's like, guys, we got baited twice with the illusion. It's just time to take Roche. He's getting frustrated. He's done with all these illusion plays. Boundless Strike, though, will keep the enemy team at bay as El Misho will be the main target now. Tries to use that Soulcrafter to save himself as a BKB. Can't activate his ultimate, though, as Monster, meanwhile, tries to steal the Aegis. Monster's now being chased down, though. Yuma wants to get the steal, but the Ravage is available. And Ravage is going to punish Yuma here. They have any follow-up? They have the arena, actually, so poor Monster's going to die regardless. Reincarnation, that's Yuma's first life. They cut RDO as well with that little punch. RDO trying to run away. They have no Fiend's Grip against them. But they have the damage. They need a way to cancel this TP. They won't be able to. They're instead going to settle for King Jungles. RDO will be able to get away. And King Jungles will do the same, actually. TP successful. Teolikor trying to keep Gardic at bay. They actually try to kill Gardic there quickly with a puck. didn't really succeed. Careful Gardic. He sells for the creep instead. And Hokori, I mean, they get the Aegis in the end, so it's not that bad.
All right, so will they just YOLO for the Ancients? A lot of resources were used there. You might use the Refresher, but I mean, he still has 3 lives, so defending this is gonna be a huge problem.
Okay, Pain. Look, once again, Vitaly just standing his ground. They need a carry, though. Vitaly alone cannot beat the Bloodseeker, though. He's doing a pretty decent job at it. They're actually just going to go for the throne. They left Vitaly to die. No, they can. Yuma's in the Ancient here, hitting it from inside and destroying it from within. It's going to be the win for Hokori. Completely ignoring the team fight, going for objectives. Hokori, you know, doing the opposite of what happens in my pubs.
Okay, I mean, I have to be honest, my webcam died. The 4K key didn't actually crash my PC. But if I can say anything about this game, I'm just very impressed by how Hokori was able to play so passively and still get away with farming all of those items. No ping. I thought their like early laning stage was really good, and then they didn't do that much. And also their item progression, specifically the Bloodseeker, kind of made them never scale. So because they didn't force anything out of Hokori, they just farmed a lot, and eventually they were unstoppable. So I think if they do want to get a better game too, you either have to draft things that scale more, or you can't just build all of these defensive items and also not push your advantage ever.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it seemed like a honestly easy game for Hokori once a certain timing happened, and not much juice out of the no-ping draft. The panel was right, and that's why we're going to be going back to them. Otherwise, we don't get a panel at all. So thank God for that. As we go back to the panel with Trent Lyrical and myself. Let's go. Well, guys, congratulations. What a victory today.
Well,
What I heard is that if we're wrong, we don't have to come back. But I think we also probably, don't get any sort of monetary reward for this excursion. So we need to keep being right, Lyrical. Can you handle that?
I think we can. We'll get through it together.
Or no payment today. Or if we get anything wrong.
I think that there was a moment there where it actually looked good, and I was like, oh man, maybe this is actually going to be what they do. And it was when Tide had like Helm of the Dominator or Helm of the Overlord, and they were pushing mid, and it felt like they were just going to be able to overrun them because there wasn't an Orchid at that point. There wasn't like this El Misho Monkey King making so much space. He was like the MVP, just causing them to chase him around constantly. It was so good. And then, of course, if you just let them farm, eventually they're going to take over.
Yep. The Jeans Mars build is once you had the Paladin sword of the Satanic, I was like, all right, this is comical. And they're just like walking high ground.
Yeah.
And then he just like feeds to the fountain. I'm like, all right, well, whatever. Like, game's won. And I really think that this draft was looking really good for them. I thought they were kind of leading the whole way through. The Bloodseeker came out. I was like, okay, that's nice, but settling on the Tide, I think was a mistake. And I think when you build Helm of the Overlord, you just prove that you picked the wrong hero.
There
that's
was
a good point, actually.
Well, right, and I think that there were a couple of different ways that you could have played it, and I think that there was a way that they win this game for no paying. But the problem was that it's on such a small, like, look at this, a 5k gold lead. Even with this one where like they accidentally vacuum into the cookie that sets up to break the Fiend's grip, like you can see that this was the fight where it all started to turn back around, and they just kept doing things afterwards that looked really solid. So when you're on such a short window, I think it's just, people can get antsy. You lose one fight, suddenly things start to fall apart a little bit. You got to give yourself outs in a draft. And I mean, look at
that perfectly explains their lineup right there. The way how Mr. Jesus can just stand still because there's a wall on top of him, an arena around him, and then and then the vacuum.
That was
pretty cute.
That was really cool. But I think the other thing about it that's like so important is look at the heroes. Puck, Tree, Tide, all these heroes do the same thing, which is like big area control with no damage. They needed damage in that last pick.
What did you think then of Lincoln's pickup on the Bloodseeker?
More of the same issues. Yeah. Where's the damage?
I was a bit concerned with that because I mean we already talked about the issues with Bloodseeker carrying this game, and then when you see Lincoln's, you go, how? Who's gonna deal the damage at all?
Yeah.
Who cares if you live forever?
Bloodseeker tends to work best when you have some form of damage amp, or you have like a secondary scaling core. And like Tide maybe could be that, but you got to go like Deso build, like Anchor Smash style Tide if you really want to back up your Bloodseeker. And obviously they weren't getting quite the right farm for that.
One other thing that I did want to mention that I thought was really cool that No Ping did was they had such a great answering lane for the Darkseer Monkey King lane. I messaged Trent. I was like, all right, Bloodseeker's about to die right when they hit level 3. And then what do you know? It was a double kill the other way. Why does that happen? Because Leech Seed is broken. 2 points up in it early on,
Listen
30 heal per second. It was, yeah.
Imagine trying to convince everyone your hero's good by saying Leech Seed is broken.
It's broken.
Wow,
this
broken.
ability is so strong. All right, it's broken compared to Darkseer because you're doing 50 damage per second, right, per Ion Shell at level 2, and then they're healing 32 per second from Leech Seed. And then you've also got like tree armor going at the same time. It's like you just can't deal with it. It's too strong. It's literally broken.
I actually think Lyrical's right though. In the lane, Leech Seed is like one of the most powerful spells. It's like a lot of healing. It slows you down.
I got one. I got a convert.
You can't beat it. You just it can't be done. Leech Seed's too strong.
But yeah, it was just. I think the biggest thing is it was like they had this idea of how they wanted bot lane to go, and whether or not like Leech Seed is broken, that was the thing that turned it around. Like that's literally what made. They just kept running at him. They're like, all right, we'll get him this time. We're gonna bring more heroes. We're gonna keep killing him. And it was like, nah, you're just not taking this dude down. But then they're like, okay, well, we'll just farm and then we'll win eventually.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, the game plan for Okori, though, let's point that out because you guys talked about the monkey, right? We looked at No Ping, and Bowie was talking about this a lot in the game where we were expecting them to play fast. It didn't really happen. They were kind of like in and out, sometimes playing aggressively, sometimes not. But Hokori knew exactly what they had to do for the whole game. And there's a lot to be said about the cohesion as a team.
Yeah, just having a plan and following through with it. I think particularly their heroes are pretty easy to do that plan with. Like you have a lot of good setup things where the first thing of the fight can come from 4 different heroes. Honestly, all 5 actually, because you have the blink on the Wraith King. So like you can blink in from Yuma. Sometimes you're playing Bane and you just find like 2 heroes. You just like Nightmare Grip the other one, and it sets up a good fight. You've got Arena, you got Blink Vacuum. So no matter who goes in first, even if they're gonna have those counter items like the BKB or even like the Lincolns for the Bloodseeker, it just opens up another like avenue for you. Like. It's one thing to always have initiation on your draft, but when you can make a draft that feels good in a lot of departments and also has decent initiation on 4 or 5 heroes, that's just kind of easy Dota, man.
That's true.
That's the kind of Dota I want to play. I love it when my team can go in before me.
Hokori does always have that strength, right? Sometimes their plan would be awful, but they would follow through on their plan and they would play as a team, and that's always the strength we remarked in the DPC. And you can tell by the fact that you see the player comes at the end, you're like, is that Moonmeander? Oh no, it's Gardic giving a speech. That's a wonderful game. Immediately ends. He's off his chair. He didn't even wait for the throne to explode, and that's how you know the team has some really good vibes going on, right? Which is what Hokori has always told us. They really like each other as a team.
Oh man, can they do it? I don't know. I came in kind of favoring No Pig. I thought that.
Really?
Well, that's before I knew Mr. Jeans was back, to be fair. You know, that changes everything. But I don't know. I've been watching No Ping, these guys for so long, particularly like Analog, Theolacore. I feel like I've just been seeing them for ages at this point.
Analog wasn't Hokori, so yeah.
Right. Well, I think that one of the things about it is just like at any given day, anything can happen. This match even though I felt like they got out drafted, there were opportunities where No Ping win it. And it just comes down to some amount of execution. And the delay game that Hokori did, it really was impressive. Like, I think that you talk about that, like, belief in each other and, commitment to playing together as a team. El Misho died how many times in the mid game there? And, he's just doing that because he believed my team will carry me eventually. And then also he got an awesome build eventually with the freaking Blink Dagger. That Monkey King build looks so fun. I love that a ton. Like that time when he boundless striked he jumped onto the tree and then blinked away immediately afterwards. I was like, all right, I'm in. This is great.
And then he striked from afar, right? That was amazing.
Yeah. We need to see more of that.
I agree with you, Lurko. I want to try that in pubs. If only I was half as skilled as he was to be able to pull that off. I feel like people will try that in pubs and will just not be able to accomplish the combo. I'm going to ask you guys as well, as per usual, what do you guys think No Ping should do? But I want your answers after the pause. So, mull that over. think what Noping should improve for game number 2. And we'll come back with a little pregame panel before game number 2 between Noping and Hokori. Stay tuned. Hello, guys. Welcome to the pre-panel now, as the draft is about to begin. So let's go right into the draft. As I ask you guys, what does Milpig need to change, Trent?
Dun, 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 dun.
5 seconds
Motivation.
remaining.
That was my trumpet noise of motivation.
I was gonna say win. That was
Right.
Oh,
Man,
What
that's
a
really good,
panel.
too.
What a panel.
What can I say? We're just gonna. Okay, I'll give you my.
gotta want it more.
Dire
Get
Of course, the
hungry.
American says that.
Oh, that was pretty good. What do they want to change? Not have so many of the same thing. They had so many people that just did the same thing, like Lyrical pointed out before. I do feel like it was just like a ton of control, not enough damage. And if you're going to play that way, that means that you're kind of relying on your spells a lot, not so much onto the scaling damage of a harder right-clicker like the Wraith King, for example. So you just got to play tighter. If you want to do that again, go for it. I would prefer something a little bit more balanced, and they're definitely going to have more right-click damage this game because they have a Magnus.
Oh god, I can see it right now. They are not going to pick carry for a little bit because they're like, oh, we got plenty of options of where we can go for, and then No Ping are going to end up with a troll, and then they're going to lose. And they're like, troll, mag, it's going to be great. And then they're going to lose. Oh, it's going to be so sad. Oh no.
I do love the hero draft snipe into loss. It's one of my favorite
Yes.
combos in paneling. It's a good one.
Yeah, it's well because it just you feel it. You understand what they're going to be doing. I really hope that they can get like a PA out of this and run that.
Okay. But against Wraith King?
I think that's still fine. Like if you get big enough, it doesn't matter, right? And it's going to be about the rest of these heroes. You're just blowing them up. Like it presents a problem that needs to be addressed, and then the rest of your draft can like do things to accentuate it. So I just want one of those big ones, either Ursa or PA, and I think that either one of those is fine for me.
It's pretty good heroes.
Radiant team
Okay.
ban.
Let's see if that's what they pick up here.
Oh.
I mean, are you
That was
not?
gonna be
Okay.
my hero. I wanted the PL. That was my hero.
That was your
I like
hero?
the Mag PL, yeah. But I mean, they have Wraith King, so it's understandable to be banned. But it's nice versus the Monkey King, so you can actually, get out of the Wukongs have a bit of mobility. There's also still that Mars. I would have absolutely zero doubt in Hokori running it back.
Seconds remaining.
I love the run back as much as I love the pick hero lose. The run back and picking the same thing and beating someone is like,
yeah.
That's one of the best things in Dota drafting.
Do you not think they'll ban it this time? I mean, they have a Magnus, right? That's pretty weak against Mars.
I would think they would, but Avo, do you think they'll ban it?
I don't think so, to be honest with you.
It's crazy.
They seemed
if you
pretty
get that
confident
second
last
phase.
Remaining.
I mean, yeah, but if you get it second phase, that's kind of wild, right?
5 seconds
Surely.
remaining.
Well,
There's one more ban.
yeah,
Come on,
Lyrical,
guys.
do you wanna hedge your bets here? What do you say?
I don't know. Maybe they think that they can beat it. Yeah.
What's a better ban than Mars if you're really getting rid of something?
If you want to get rid of something against a Corey, I think at this point, maybe the
Radiant
Darkseer.
team ban.
Maybe you
God
ban
damn
it. Like, I actually think that it's a big problem. And like the counter initiation, because you're gonna have like Mag jumping in there, right? I guess that he might have BKB later, so it's okay. But I wouldn't mind taking it out. You've seen the Monkey King Wraith King combo already with it.
Sure.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you know what I
And
think
it-
is a really bad sign for No Ping right now? Is that Hokori are not banning the
5
tree.
seconds
I think
Yeah.
that they don't fear No Ping's tree at all, and they just pick it constantly. And I don't necessarily think it would be a great duo with the Bane. I'd really like to see a Hoodwink. I feel like I just want two supports that can really just kill anyone, rotate to lanes, have setup, but I don't see No Ping picking Hoodwink lately.
Oh my God, Lyrical,
Yeah.
you genius.
I mean, they just played it. You got to take it away. I mean, if they pick Mars here now, like Analog plays Mag, right? I'm remembering that correctly.
Yes, he does. Well, they actually they've lost every single game on Analog Mag and won the only game
Okay.
Monster played Mag. So
Right.
maybe he shouldn't play Mag.
That's fair.
Interesting.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's a stat, right? There you go, Trent.
Yeah. So that's
But
a
if-
rough stat right there.
If
Yeah,
you take
it really is.
Mars right now, though, then you can set up for like then you can take it away from Hokori at least.
Right.
And they could KJ Mars too,
Yeah.
depending
True.
on their one. Because I think it's okay versus Wraith King. If it as a support role. In the core role, it's not great. But, supporting, blocking off the Wraith King, or just fighting his allies and trying to ignore him through his lives can be kind of valuable. But 5 Mars is largely unexplored. We'll just go for a support. It's not Hoodwink, but it is the Grim. Don't have the greatest combos with it right now.
Is that a 4 Grim and you combine it with Magnus? That's like a skewer into Inkswell kind of, right?
Yeah, either mag or they put the mag mid and can run the Grimstroke with something else afterwards.
5 seconds
Sure.
remaining.
Yeah, Grim tends to be a better 4 than Bane. As much as I love 4 Bane, I actually think it's pretty strong in a lot of lineups. Grim just obviously has the Ags, which is hard
Yes.
to say no to. Bane Ags, kind of cool. Grim Ags, very, very strong.
Against Wraithing especially? Oof, that is brutal. Because you get an immediate crit when you summon the Dark Portrait, right?
Yep. And it can be very hard to kill for a lot of your allies. It basically takes the Wraith King's attention as well if he wants to try and kill it. That's a good one. Get a Dispel on the Empower. So you jump in. If you're the hard carry, let's say they go PA. PA jumps in, gets ulti by Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon maybe eventually gets an Aghanim Scepter if the game drags on too long. Suddenly you're a very sad Phantom Assassin.
10
That also is
seconds
just a
remaining.
great save against the grip too,
Mm-hmm.
which is really nice.
5
Also,
seconds remaining.
Isn't he a counter to most of the mag pairings? Because he's good against Troll, he's good against PA just naturally, right?
Yeah.
Good against Jug too.
Yep. I feel like he counters most of the metagame, to be honest, but
Dude. Jeans wants the win. This is the Jeans hero.
it is, yep.
The Storm.
Well, if you win with this, which is Sooth's hero as well, he's like, guys, I can do everything better than the other mid laner. Take me back, please.
Look,
5
guys.
seconds remaining.
Man, I did not realize he played 6 games straight of Puck before that Mars game. Holy shit. I just looked at his matches.
Yeah, it's
Damn.
crazy. So I think No Ping, they need to find the Shadow Demon at the start of the fights. They need to pick a Vision hero out of this and then a mag combo. And I still think PA is probably the answer. And then you just need to take all of your fights around finding that Shadow Demon first and being on the front foot. I think if they don't do that, then it's a real problem. They need a Vision hero last. They need like a Night Stalker last pick.
Okay.
But they're so trapped, though.
They are.
They've put themselves in.
They have. I mean, it's a real problem, but there's no other answer. They have to find the Shadow Demon first in these fights now. So either an offlane or a mid that gives you vision.
Is there a chance that this game you can put the Shadow Demon with farm priority so you can kind of get the Ags, and then PA is absolutely
Go
useless,
3?
or is that?
Or you mean just go 4?
Yeah, put Monkey King in the 4 lane, right? But allow Shadow Demon to farm more, something like that.
Radiant
Yeah.
team ban.
It's definitely possible as even when you're the typical 5, you're laning bottom, whatever. Yeah, you eventually will just get the dead lane, and you can just spam out some
Yep.
poison, chill a little bit for sure. We're likely to see that because the Blink, the Aether, and the Ags are all very, very strong this game for Shadow Demon.
Honestly, the hero looks amazing. I mean, against Beast Coast Thunder Predator, Shadow Demon pretty much won that game 1 by canceling DP, right?
5
So
seconds
hero stock's been on the rise.
Ooh, you know what could be cool? A Lycan. Get the Ags build.
remaining. Dire team
That,
Like the PA,
yeah, that's the answer. I
you would
run
be
it.
all in on Phantom Assassin. You'd be
I mean,
ink
they
swelling.
are.
Yeah, but
That's already where they are. It's-
that is currently a fact of the lineup, one way or another. That is true.
I think that's the only, because I'm trying to think of it gives you vision and it is another way to buff up the PA. They have to get a vision hero and it's what, Clockwork?
They
'Cause
could
otherwise-
Puck.
Okay,
Radiant team ban.
I could be down for that.
It could be decent enough, I think. Comboed up with a mag, has a little bit more damage than other control heroes. Gives you some vision with the illusionary orb.
Yeah.
But then you have
man,
a
10
clock
I
3
just like
though.
Hokorai's lineup so much.
Can you get away with a clock 3? Is that
No,
is
no,
that
Puck.
okay?
Not
Oh,
clock.
Puck. Oh, sorry, misunderstood.
Yeah,
That.
No, 3 mag, Puck 2.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. So is the next stalker out of the question now, or do you still
I
like
st-
that idea?
No,
it's playable.
Yeah.
It's definitely strong. If they want to run the mag mid, then I'm into that.
Dire
Mm.
team pick.
What's the last pick for Hulkori? What suits them? I mean, it doesn't matter when they have such a good draft.
They could Legion and get another save.
Okay. Is that what you would need? Do they need
10 seconds remaining.
You mean they needed more
Well,
team
to me,
fight?
it's just like a little bit more kiting and stuff. But yeah, I mean, team fight would be nice. Some like AOE control would be good. But I'm trying to think like who's left that feels nice. They have a lot of time to really go through this too.
Yeah, they have Mars.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
think-
he's still just in. But I
I
mean,
It's
they have
PA though.
yeah.
Doom sounds good, maybe. It's been a
Mm,
little bit, but Doom could be cool.
That's true. Then PA
Kind of.
just absolutely crushed the bye-bye to this hero, right?
I think either Doom or Legion, like you're talking about.
I mean, Doom's also still in for no ping too with the Grimstroke potentially.
That's true. That's a good point, also.
So that increases the value for Hokori as well, right? Because it can be a small block
Yeah.
pick as well.
Right.
I mean, the Sand King you mentioned would be okay for Hokori. I just feel like they have so many options. I'm not really in too much of a panic here if I'm them.
Yeah.
What about
Mhm.
what about OD?
I was looking at that. It doesn't.
That'll
It's
be
just not as
another
much
save.
team fight is the only thing.
Yeah, it's more damage, right?
You'd have the hammer going. You'd be really relying on Monkey King and Storm to start fights. But then once the Blink comes out on Wraith King, and then if you go Blink, Meteor Hammer on OD, that could be fine too. Plus your ulti would wreck PA. Should be so sad.
Yep. And the lane is tough for PA as well.
3 Jakiro would also be boss.
They take
Oh my
it.
god, they stole it.
That was
All
actually
right.
the best pick for no ping. Oh my god. It literally was. Oh no. What do you do now? Dude, they have so much vision with Monkey King and Lycan. Oh.
Uh-huh.
10 seconds.
I mean, you know what? Noping could run a Mars here, actually. And the Mars is not bad here.
5
Now that you see the
seconds
Lycan as well.
I just think that they're never gonna take a fight on their terms. And it's gonna like be Jeans just running in and killing everybody.
So what options are left? Do you just...
The Night Stalker
Oh,
probably.
They got something. They'll take the Sand King.
Okay. That's a monster comfort pick, right? That was one of his best heroes, if not his best hero.
No Ping need a really good ward game. If they get good wards down and sort of can take fights on their terms, then they can do it. But I am a big believer in this Hokori draft. Big believer here.
I am
Biggest
liking
believer.
how far down the ladder of straws you're grasping here, Lyrical. It's like, they need vision. Oh, well, maybe if they just ward perfectly, they just... They can pull this off. They won't see it. That's the problem, right?
It's true.
This is not super similar to last game though, because this time there's no timer on no
Yeah.
ping, so maybe they'll
Okay.
be able to like better play a more passive game and just sort of enrich their Phantom stats. I'm trying to envision how much space she has to actually farm though, and I see this like Monkey King jumping around and scouting her. I see Wolves scouting her. I see a problem. So I do think that Hokori has a better draft. But if they want to win this game for no ping, they need to protect PA's territory, ensure that she's able to farm, and just always be ready to TP and punish these attempts on PA's life. And I feel like that's how you win this game.
Okay.
if
Okay,
you
so there is a winning strategy here, Trent. I like this. Lyrical is
It boils
do you
down
agree
to
with
don't
this?
lose.
Yeah. I think in the late game, finding that Shadow Demon is going to be of the utmost importance, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it late game. So even late game, there's a chance, but I think it's going to require Corey to mess up.
Well, you heard our panel. There's a game plan, says Trent, but also we have no faith in it, says Lyrical. Will they be able to accomplish it? We'll have to see, unless Hokori takes the 2-0, and then unfortunately we won't see Noping again, and then it will be Peruvian division and then Brazilian division in the bottom.
Wait,
For that,
can I do it? Can I do it?
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, we'll send it to our casters, Avo Plus and Bowie.
Well, thank you so much, Trent. Really appreciate that throw. It makes it much less awkward as we go into the game, Bowie. Very excited to cast the second game. I'm honestly hoping for Noping to win, just because I want a game 3, and I think this would be a really sad way to say goodbye to them.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with most of what the panel talked about, but I think it's a little bit less dire than maybe everyone seemed to feel. When we look, I think what Trent said, where no ping scale was much more than the first game, I think he is right, and that's why it doesn't look as bad as it maybe looks. But I'm surprised they left this Monkey King through, because he definitely created a lot of space, and even though they beat it in lane, it allowed Hokori to just farm AFK, and they gave the same win condition to Yuma And it's such an easy hero to play. You literally don't need your keyboard, right? All you need is one button for stun, one button for W, and that's all you need.
Look, you have to click around to move, right? When heroes are so simple, the positioning is key, Bowie. Right? That's what makes Wraithing a complex hero.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just joking around, but I
was joking. I agree with you entirely. I didn't think you were being. I was screwing
It's
with
such
you,
a straightforward hero, dude, and they gave a lot of things that worked for Corey. So I'm very surprised, but that also kind of maybe screams that No Ping is very confident and what they also have in stock. And I think up to the 25-minute mark, they were owning that game. So let's see if they can maybe play a good laning stage once again, but this time with more more ability to scale. That PA looks very scary once there's a Basher and Abyssal Blade, even the Storm will have to fear for his life. Let's see how good RDO is going to be able to perform this time.
And what I do like about your points, though, and about the draft is that I do feel like, once again, the No Ping works best when they kind of just concentrate on RDO as the main pillar of the team. I feel like with a Bloodseeker, it's harder to do most of the time, unless you give them a really good core-to-core matchup. And with a PA, it's generally easy to do. So it is really just playing on RDO, and that's what No Ping does best. So at least they're playing in their comfort, you could say.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest problems that usually PA has, which, Battle Fury is a very greedy item. And I'm not saying RDO is not going to go Battle Fury here, but if the laning stage isn't great, you can still just rush Dessa with Empower and look almost just as good. But if you can get away with Battle Fury plus Empower, then it's like even better. You can farm. You never have to go back to base. It's amazing. So you do have that safety coming from the mag.
We'll see how Lycan lane goes, though. Guys, going to determine a lot. As in the top lane, by the way, Yuma suffering a fair amount. Monster. On a mana, though, has Magic Stick. They need one more hit. Yuma in the trees. Yuma actually getting away. And in fact, Gardic is piling on the Shadow Poison. Monster's up to 4 charges. He's forced to use that Magic Stick to not die to that Shadow Poison. And Gardic was really looking for that 5th charge just in case, but it's only going to find Teoly Core. So Monster will take a decent amount of damage, but not as much as he would have liked.
One thing I'm very scared about for No Ping, though, is that Analog Magnus. And, I love Analog. He is a friend of mine, but his Magnus performances, I mean, at least in official games, they were lackluster, to say the least. So he has to step up his game this time. We already see a huge discrepancy in farm, right? 8 and 4 from the Storm versus 3 and 0 for Analog.
Yeah. That's not great.
Not the greatest beginning, unfortunately. Or even a tip coming from our boy Mr. Jeans. It's coming back in style, dude.
Yeah, honestly. I will say, though, that usually Storm is like a soft counter to most melee mids, for obvious reasons everyone understands, right? Static Remnant, he has good stats, he actually can combat the 1v1. So maybe the early is not that easy for Analog, and then he recovers a little bit later once he gets more stacks of power.
I agree. Obviously, he does well versus melee heroes. I don't think it should be this one-sided, but at the same time, he will be able to farm, because that's just what Magnus does. You just, even if you lose the lane, you're just learning power. You jungle like a madman. I hate mid Magnus. Oh, there you go.
No. Actually, yeah, Gardic just got him with Shadow Poison stacks there, and one last little bit of disruption there until Licor gets the first blood. It's just a support death, but of course Gardic earning that early gold. I would say position 5 Xiaodian might be the few supports which I'd be happy to get a first blood on.
Getting the early boots, the early levels, really, you just become a boss pretty much. I think you were the one talking about, maybe it was not you, talking about mid Shadow Demon being super popular in the past. I think it was Sunsfed actually, cast.
Yeah, I would never say that.
And this hero really benefits from early levels. That's why he used to be a mid hero for a long time. In Dota 1, at least.
It was in Dota 1, yes. But again, things that happened in Dota 1 were wild, right? Yeah, I remember in Dota 1, people used to think that intelligence heroes were supports. So people would pick Storm, you'd be like, that's a support. Especially in the early days. And or you would roll, and whoever died first would be supports in the game. Like, there was a lot of crazy things that happened in those games.
For sure. Well, about the lanes here, we do see PA doing pretty well, although the Lycan is also free farm, which is also always super scary. You have two supports that don't do well with Lycan, because the Nightmare gets countered by the Wolves actually waking up the main Lycan, and Grimstroke, he can only intro TP. That's his only way to get out of the Lycan ulted.
Yeah. I mean, Bane usually is very overpowered by Lycan, right? Usually considered a pretty hard counter to him, as you said. I think PA does okay. Like, she's probably not going to die because she always has Phantom Strike to deal with the body block, though. So, RTO should farm, right? And that's good. I mean, he did that last game too, though. This time he does scale, however.
Yes. And I'm assuming he's not going to go Lincolns on PA, as that is usually not... I mean, I guess it does happen, but this is definitely a game where he has to be... He has to build a lot of damage, because even mid-Magnuses that scale, I don't think this is a game where Analog can get away with getting like an early blink, an early BKB after his Echo Blink. So he's not going to be dishing that much damage.
I mean, I wouldn't be super opposed to the Lincolns, like maybe as a mid-late game item, because maybe Shadow Demon's Demonic Purge becomes a real big deal, right, against you. So it could be luxury. I do agree that me third item Lincoln's not the play here.
Yeah, I mean, PA, I think it was Faceless Void here that beastcoast decided to pick against the Shadow Demon of Thunder Predator. I think PA and Void are usually two heroes that don't care that much. Oh, nice find there.
Yeah.
I get Omisho.
And King Jungles with the Quelling Blade. El Misha has a Boundless Strike, though. Nightmare can be woken up by the wolves, as you said earlier. And Lamisha's just fine.
Oof. And I mean, we were talking, the panel was talking about the Lycan eggs on PA, but we're gonna have Wraith King with Lycan eggs, which is just as impressive, honestly. So if that ever comes to play, that's so scary to play against.
We're gonna find the
doesn't
Grimstroke
come
as
back.
well, by the way. Tiolikor could be in trouble. Gardic chasing him. But no, it's gonna be Gardic who dies instead, as Analog had rotated here. They wanted to kill Tiolikor there, but that rotation really saved them. However, Mr. Jeans getting a little bit more space out of this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Very nicely done.
He's also going
Analog,
for
you
the...
recover.
Sorry, go ahead.
Radiant's courier has been
We're so
killed.
polite. Yeah, Analog did recover in the mid lane quite a bit, although Mr. Jean still super farmed ISCS by a huge margin.
Dire are scanning.
In fact, I was going to mention about Jeans was his build particularly, which is he went for the Soul Ring build, which if you guys watch a lot of Chinese Dota, you might recognize as Emo's build, right? He was the one who created this build. As it popularized ever since on Storms, gives you a little bit more of a power spike in the early game, and also a lot of farming potential on this hero, because you can always static run into the camps and just farm easy stacks.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The changes that they did to Storm are so good, because basically what they did is the initial mana and percentage mana that you need for your zip, plus the mana that you use for the minimum distance travel, reduced quite a bit. So Soul Ring is really good early on, and KJ might die just because of that.
Yes, and because of an annoying wolf that bit him to death, giving the kill to Vitali, which is really scary because he's about to close in on his Helm of the Dominator. And once he gets that, this tower is gone. They have a Sand King, so here's the question. Is Marster's role to rotate and defend against the Lycan, or does he just let this tower go?
I think you try to get the tower first, and you come back only if you can't take the tower, which is literally what just happened right now. He will defend the tower, but unfortunate because I feel like Okori is already getting away with a lot. So taking that tower would open up the map for RDO quite a bit. Right now he doesn't have the mag. Okay, he does have Analog kind of nearby, so getting that Empower will really help.
That's true.
Yuma defending the tower with ult at level 6, not very common.
Radiant are scanning.
No, but someone's got to do it, and Yuma's like, you know what? I'm taking one for the team. I don't need to farm that much. I'm going to let my Lycan do his thing. I'll be the one to defend it. Here comes Jeans, though. He appreciates Yuma's sacrifice. The tower seems to be falling here. And if I skewered to RP, predicted the ball ending perfectly by Jeans. Analog, he hurt you, Bowie. He's like, I'm going to prove to everyone what level of Magnus I am. Yuma doesn't want to continue fighting this. They will kill Tiolikor, but Yuma unfortunately does not get a choice as King Jungles does Nightmare him. He has to go for King Jungles, punishing him for his transgression, but Yuma unfortunately will die before he can even lay a finger on King Jungles.
They read that rotation so perfectly on the side of No Pain. Grimstroke was super far away, just waits for the RP into Inkswell, and that was a huge, huge fight. That's what they needed. I think the laning stage was starting to skew a little bit too much towards Okori, and I know they get the tower. A lot of that experience and gold going towards RDO, and he won't go Battlefield. Straight up Desolator.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for... Oh,
Dire's middle tower
Lycan also caught by Monster, but he has Shapeshift, he's fine. He also has a little creep, which won't die. It's quite unfortunate for Okori because usually when Lycan versus Sanking, you'd expect that Lycan is the first to take the tower for sure, and Sanking at best is defending it. But here, he managed to put enough pressure. Really good play by Analog, honestly.
I'm surprised that Vitali, like even though he didn't rotate to help, he also didn't take the tower. He pretty much just farmed jungle. So that's a little bit sad.
Monster's preventing him from doing that, right? That Sandstorm. That's what the Sanking is picked. It's a great defensive offlaner.
Yeah, that's actually true. I forgot that Sanking was not part of that top fight. He was defending bottom.
Yeah, they need him because Analog is so good, Bowie. Say it. Analog's Magnus finally proving his worth.
I mean, they didn't give a carry to Monster this time, so it does allow Analog to shine a little bit more.
Guys, I can farm now? Analog is so shocked. He's never been able to do this before.
Alright. Getting pretty close to that Echo Saber onto him. Is Aomisha going for the Orchid again? We're not sure. He didn't even go for the Helm of the Orb of Venom this time, so very different build this time. Let's see what he decides to purchase. Okay, Jin.
Vitali frustrated. He's like, I can't push bottom, so I'm push mid. Oh no, I can't push mid either. Oh, my monkey's dying. Vitali, of course, he plays zoo, so he hates it when his animals fall.
Okay.
It's going
Decent
well for
start.
Noping for now. I think Lycan's impact has been really, really nullified, actually.
Yeah, did he even ult at all this game?
No shapeshift yet.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen that being used. He does have that for him, especially with the catapult wave. He's gonna take the mid catapult that even gets pinged, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Hokori going for a move. But Storm doesn't really have any resources ready, so this might just be a sad dead catapult, unfortunately. Oh, there is a smoke. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's an odd smoke. It's level 6 on Gardic, I suppose. Vitali also has a 6. They're using the Roche for cover. But this smoke seems to not really have a purpose. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they were hoping maybe to find someone.
Yeah, maybe they wanted to find a PA, but they were kind of scared of moving to the high ground.
King Jungles. Okay. They find King Jungles. Actually, really good Nightmare, to be honest, to get rid of the creep that could stop his TP. Unfortunately, there's another hero that can stop his TP, and his name is Monkey King.
And it was actually clumped up with a lot of creeps, so sometimes even selecting the creepy one is really hard, so very nice.
Is this the point that we're reached? We're gonna praise players for clicking the right creep? Is this what we're getting to?
Dude, I am so old that sometimes, like, have you ever, like, played with a PL in your team and you want to, like, Glimmer Cape the main one and it's impossible? So you have to, like, click your own portrait, but you cannot do that with enemy heroes, so doing that with enemy creeps, at least if you're as old as I am, it is definitely tough.
How old are you, Bowie?
I am 31 years old, dude. I know I have a beautiful skin and I look very young and tanned, but I am very old, decrepit, just like Sunset.
I was gonna say 31 is not that old, but I guess in Dota terms that's ancient, right?
It is super old. You're what? 19?
25. 19.
Okay.
I'm getting older, you know. I'm getting the age of all the Dota people now.
Okay.
My Dota dream is dead, not because of my MMR, of course, but because of my age.
Oh sure.
Yeah.
The age is the problem.
Yeah. I was really good at Dota before that. Bane, the catch him, kick juggles, Boundless Striked. You know, I'll be honest with you. This is actually the best my ranked has ever been. So, I'm getting better with age. I'm like a fine wine, Bowie.
I do feel like there's definitely, like, when you get old and you don't really care that much about MMR, you can definitely climb a little bit just because you don't get stressed, you know. Because I feel like a lot of people, they don't climb as much as they should because they're very passionate about Dota. And once you get old enough that you're like, I mean, these are just a bunch of kids. I don't really care who they are. I'll just mute everyone. I definitely got better, even though I'm old.
I play Weaver 4 every game. I certainly care about MMR more than anything. I think if my girlfriend left me when I want a ranked game, I would be happy overall. It'd be a net positive.
Oh my god.
The only core, he's in trouble. He's going to die. Chased by an angry wolf, and they see Analog as well. However, is an opportunity. Centaur Conqueror's really low on HP. Instead, they'll take a tower. And in fact, RTO saw a courier there, saw an opportunity, and in fact, Noping is going for the counter initiation, but it's only going to be on some creeps, getting rid of the Centaur Conqueror finally.
Yeah, that was not a courier, by the way. That was Monkey King. But
Middle tower.
yeah, I mean, Monkey King is so annoying because if you actually issue the command to get out before, like even if you get hit, you're still gonna go towards the tree, which really pisses me off. So you know that is one of the reasons why this hero, like, it's kind of like an Abaddon where you can break smokes and always be the first point of contact but still live. And I mean, Omisho just showing why this hero, I'm not gonna say it's underpicked because it's often been banned, but still surprised that Noping let that through.
Yeah. I will say though that if you look at the map right now, the towers, and in fact the Roche as well, you'd think that, oh, what is Mr. Jeans doing? Oh, okay. He was actually a TP ball lightning. That was crazy. Mr. Jeans is insane.
Maybe a Roche attempt. I mean, he has the right idea. He kind of predicted that, but he was a little bit early.
Yes. So yeah, if you look at the map control right now, right, and you look at who's taking Roche and everything, you'd think it's actually Noping who has the Lycan. So they're having the bigger impact in terms of the push and the control, the area control they have. So they've been playing the game really well. They've completely nullified the impact of what you expect Vitaly would be able to do this game.
Are scanning.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they're playing slow, but that was the same thing that Hokori did in the first game, and when they finally got online, the power spike was immense. One thing that I think Noping is doing much better, though, is not chasing the Monkey King every time it shows up in lane. Like, like, yeah, sure, Omisho is cutting bottom, whatever, just let him be a Monkey King, and now they might fight Yuma. Oh no, the smoke breaks. No, get a
Who broke the smoke there?
Has been killed.
Yeah, I mean,
Yuma?
the Wraith King broke the smoke, but there was no catch because it was nighttime, so KJ didn't really have... He had a ward, though. Maybe he was a little bit faster. He could maybe have vision.
No. So, do you think the fact that Noping is playing better and they're not chasing after the monkey, they're making just more relaxed plays, might be because they know they have a much better late game with the PA?
Yes,
game?
definitely. Okay, I definitely think that's a big part of it. Which doesn't mean that, you know, there's not a power spike where Hokori could match what Noping has, even with his Aegis. I think once there's Helm of the Overlord on Hokori, maybe even Eggs eventually, there will be a time this Wraith King looks insane. He's probably going to ignore the PA for most fights and try to get the supports. But even still, it is definitely going to be annoying. And I mean, I'm very sure we're going to get that small little dinosaur this time. Oh, Fiend's Grip.
Oh, they know your antique sell, Misho. You're not going to get away with it this time. They actually just immediately Fiend script him as they jumped him. I mean, obviously Bane heard the sound of the Wukong script, or sorry, of the Primal Spring. Yeah.
All right. But yeah, the small Thunderhide is super annoying versus PA. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Lycan actually getting that, even though the Thunderhide is amazing on the Wraith King, just so they have a little bit more damage on the PA. I wouldn't be also surprised to see the Blur Evasion talent at 20 for RDO, because a lot of the damage that comes from their cores is right. I mean, it's pretty much only right-click damage, besides a little bit of the magic of the storm.
Yeah, smoke. Next time they commit the shapeshift. Once again, Selmisho trying to, I guess, gave him some vision to initiate with. Demonic Purge. What did that hit actually? It was for the Magnus here. He's a hard target to kill. They've already wasted half the shapeshift. Garlic died in the back lines. They're still chasing after Duelicor. They're being cutted around here. And again, they're cutting around a Lycan, the fastest hero. With a ghost after Duelicor will save himself. And Yuma has to fight RTO to the death. That's gonna be his death for certain. Has a second life, however. Finally comes Guts. But way too late. Epicenter will cancel Yuma. An initiation that was a bit haphazard by Hokori ends up failing them.
Yeah, they did have that ward in the close to the small camp, so they felt like they had the upper hand. But RDO was really nicely positioned. They killed the Monkey King. They were like, all right, we have this ward. There's no Fiend's Grip. This should be a good fight. But still, they cut, because of the Radiant ward close to tier 1, they were able to spot where the Monkey King was. They cut the tree. And yeah, they are handling Omisho a little bit better than they did in game 1. And he pays off big dividends.
Yeah, he's going for a Yulsator actually this game, so complete deviation from the Orchid we saw last time.
Yeah, very survivable. Oh, Omisho.
Yeah, they caught him again. And this time, he's like not creating space as they catch him, right? He's just, oh, maybe I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. You know, this is the same thing that Schofield does to me, and I should never discount him. Elmisha will always live when these things happen.
Yep. I guess like the thing is, even though he's creating space, he doesn't scale as much with views rather than he does with Orchid. So I will give you that. But it's still very impactful the way he is just luring everyone to their side of the map instead of Boris.
Oh, Gardic, he's gonna die. That was a quick one. You get the crit on the Stifling Dagger, that's most likely a dead support.
Alrighty. So Aegis, we do have about 40 seconds. I don't really think they can get tier 2s. They'll probably just occupy the triangle, chill for a while. They still have RP. Really good position for no ping so far. Which again was what they did in the first game, so they have to keep that up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the game is looking much better for Noping right now. Do you think this is a game where we see eventually LPD then the right team to deal with the PA? Like, is he gonna have to itemize for it?
They RP a Storm Illusion, Avo.
Oh, I didn't see that. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Mr. Jeans is so good.
Well, he gives it back to them from last game, right? So that's fair. Vitali? He has a shapeshift. Kill Scepter, Epi. Again, shapeshift, but maybe a bit too late. They actually controlled him a fair amount. A lot of magical damage. Vitali's capable of running away. The final stroke of fate, sorry, will not kill him there. And the units are now dealing with King Jungles. King Jungles could be in trouble. Here comes the storm. Gets rid of the supports. It's gonna be one down. Filicor barely surviving. The Monkey King ultimate not killing him. And it has to be Gardic having to use that ultimate to finish him off. Oh no, Vitali has found the enemy offlaner Monster. He's alone, however. In fact, I think they found Monster now. Do they have vision? Oh no, they're all cores? They have a sentry. It's all good. Gardic came in with a clutch sentry, and they got rid of the Sanking in time. At the same time, though, El Nisho, he has to pay his dues. You know, gotta die once per fight, and he does exactly that as the fight ends.
All right. Our deal with the Manta build this game, I guess, is not a lot to dispel, honestly, but it is a lot of stats, so it's gonna allow him to farm a little bit faster. Yeah, there's actually nothing that he dispels. Am I crazy here? All right. Because there's no Orchid on the Monkey King.
Yep.
But I guess he doesn't want to go BKB straight up. That's probably why he went for the Manta stat. I mean,
Soul Catcher?
yes. Yeah, you do dispel Soul Catcher. Sure.
Well,
let's just.
I don't think
check.
it's justification.
Yeah, you do dispel. Yeah, I agree.
No, yeah.
But maybe eventually the Storm could go for an Orchid. You never know. Like, he is actually going for that Eggs. Very good with
you know
the
what?
Boundless Strike.
Actually, I think this might be legitimate. You dispel Howl, which actually might be legitimate.
Oh.
40% damage reduction?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They actually changed Howl so much, but yeah, now it is an enemy debuff instead of an ally. I mean, now 2 years probably.
Yeah.
But as I said, I am a boomer, even though I might not really give those vibes.
So you certainly do, Bowie, don't worry. So the 40% damage reduction for a PA, kind of relevant, right? I don't think Manta is a particularly bad item on PA, because the illusions
it's
do
not.
crit. So
Do split push, relatively good. All right, we will smoke on the side of No Ping. They do have RP once again. No illusions on the side of Mr. Jeans, so don't really have to worry about those nasty plays. Yuma is under vision, and they pause.
yeah. Sorry, can we just check what happened down bottom? Because it's really funny. Vitali was, like, he's taking the tower with the creeps, right? And I want to point this out. It's important. Feral Impulse is global, but he stays there to give the little Vlad's upgrade to the creeps, just to deal as much damage as possible, and to watch his creeps do the work, right? It's like you've raised these guys from nothing. They're your babies, and you, like, watch them take a tower. It's really satisfying.
I mean, if you're gonna raise them for so long, might as well, watch them reaping the benefits of all that work. You do also give the Helm of the Overlord
Flats.
aura.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's actually important because Helm of the Overlord will increase the base damage of the Golem. So actually, Vlad's the base damage aura super huge for that unit. Really makes a difference here.
Plus 80. All right. Ooh, the blink
Okay,
out
Yuma
from
got
Yuma.
away.
Now he
Who
doesn't have
paused, by the
blink.
way? Okay. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say Hokori might have paused for that, but no. Hokori did not pause for that. It's good. Yuma just making sure that people know that they're a fair team. They disrupt them. Gardic just died by chance, honestly. He literally saw the fight, and immediately got extinguished off the face of the earth.
All right, this is really good for an opening, but I am very scared for one reason. Maybe people that didn't watch Game 1. What happened in Game 1 is Noping was doing really well. Then they got a kill where Yuma was out of position, just like this, and that's basically where Noping started losing. So I hope it is not as Game 1, just because I also want a Game 3, as you said. But overall, very nice performance from Noping. Though they do find Misho, or I guess they suspect where he is.
Also, Bowie, as a resident Brazilian, the more Brazilians leave Div 1, the more your job is in peril, my dude. So you better pray Noping does well.
Yep, don't tell anyone, but you are very correct.
Apple King at Kings is his only saving grace.
Yeah, they are playing beastcoast next, guys, and me and Ava will be casting, so stay tuned for that. That's also going to be a huge Brazil versus Peru match.
Yes. And in fact, the reason they got sexy fat was just because Bowie was like, guys, I need more Brazilians in Div 1. He sent the message to Mini obliged. The true mastermind of SA Dota, guys, is right here casting this match with us.
Yeah, Mini is getting 10% of all my rates every time I cast. He gets 10%. Thank you so much.
Sounds reasonable, sounds reasonable. That's more than you'll make with DPC this season at this point. El Misho. Actually, no, because he gets to go to the mini major because he's top 4.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's neat.
You know, we talked about how difficult it was to catch Gardic. I am not seeing it. Gardic is being wrecked this game. He doesn't even have enough time to activate the Ghost Scepter most of the fights.
Yeah, and he had a really good start, and even still, like even if he pops it, the slow from RDO is so annoying that if there's no other Hokori heroes around, he just dies. Which, I mean, is the same way Hokori played the first game. This time, though, Noping scales much more. They will get second Roche. I don't feel like there's any... Even if they smoke right now, Roche is going to be dead.
This Roche carries the shard. Do you give it to RDO? Yeah, right?
Yeah. Ooh, the wolf.
That shard on PA is honestly kind of broken. I'm surprised it's still in the game.
It will definitely be nerfed. Like, just the pure damage part is like, what?
Yes.
This hero, like why? Just
and
make
the
it
break
magical,
just for good
right,
measure.
Like, the reason they did it pure is that, I mean, sure, this hero has a lot of minus armor, so it would be even more than 18%. But, like, make it magical then, or just lower, maybe 16% is a lot, you know, especially when it's max health, for sure.
I agree. If it was current HP, I think it'd be more balanced, maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
Monster did see El Misho. He did just break a tree. He's like, I know you're here, El Misho. You got 2 trees to guess, Monster. Oh, he guessed the wrong one. 50-50 chance. There's only 1 tree left, as Yuma is capable of TPing away. I mean, the iron will on El Misho to just stay on that 1 tree. Imagine the frustration as Monster realizes he left the Monkey King behind on that 1 tree he had left.
It is very satisfying to play Sport Monkey King. I'm not gonna lie. I used to do it a lot, you know, when Boboka was relevant, very prolific Chinese player. Nowadays,
Borax
I don't do it that much. Oh, what?
Yeah, his name is Borax now, right? In case people are not very familiar with the guy.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. You're completely right. I still call him Boboka. I'm just saying that, like, in case people that don't watch as much China, you know, they might not follow. They changed his name because he's a big fan of Jerax.
Very true, very true. Bottom lane, we do see Gardic. I mean, they're in full let's cut creep waves mode. I feel like Gardic will get away with this. They just want to make sure they buy as much time as possible. You do have 1 creep wave on Noping, unless El Misho YOLOs for this. No, he goes for the Bane.
He does go for the Bane. Okay, Mr. Jeans is here with him. They actually avoided the Burrow Strike. The Burrow Strike, sorry. King Jungles. I mean, just staying in the trees. Good Nightmare actually avoids the ball lightning damage. Really good Nightmare by King Jungles. On point. Honestly, they're reading Mr. Jeans like a book here.
It's actually very annoying for Adil to play this game against El Misho because of the Dispel and Empower. That Scepter is always just making sure Analog has to reapply it.
But now El Misho's going to suffer for this. They have Orchid this time. El Misho tried jumping. He does have a Ghost Scepter. But unfortunately, that Ghost Scepter actually punishes himself because the Phantom's Embrace cannot be taken away.
Very true. Another thing that will punish Hokori is the Orchid Analog went for because the Storm didn't want to go BKB. So the Orchid, that's why Mr. Jinx can really commit to any of those fights. He has to play so afraid the whole time.
That's true. He's still going for Scythe of Vice, right? Do you think this is a mistake? Do you think he should be going for BKB next?
I mean,
Bottom tower has fallen.
I think it's very greedy, and greed did pay off in the first game. But this time, I will say it's a mistake. I think what he needs to do is be able to find the Bane and kill him. And if he has BKB, he can kill the Bane, as long as he jumps him. There's not enough time for the King's Grip to be used. RDO, Link Tomato.
Yep. RDO with a million illusions because he actually got given an illusion rune earlier. But the disruption illusions are hurting him a fair amount, not gonna lie. RDO, ball lightning hurt him a fair amount as well. But he heals back up thanks to Satanic. And he's gonna continue to push this tower down. Well, Corey needs to find a solution. For now, at least they saved the Shadow Demon, but they haven't found a solution to the PA, and in fact, she's gonna burst him down regardless. El Misho now jumping over to RDO. Let's not forget he still has Aegis for another minute, so they don't want to engage on him just yet. I'm behind. There goes Yuma. He has been given the Wolf Bite, but Yuma, he has nothing to hit. In fact, the Fiend's Grip stops him. Yuma's gonna lose his first life easily. That's his BKB. That's the Wolf Bite down, and they control him for a second one. No chance. Despite a really good Electric Vortex here from Guts, it's a bit too late. Your carry's down, so is your damage, and RDO feels the freedom to continue hitting this tower.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Wow. One thing that happened in that fight, that is also a reason why RDO went Manta, is that if he just jumps this Shadow Demon and doesn't have BKB, he's gonna get disrupted, right? But he can read the cast point of disruption and press Manta, which buys him like 1 second until the Shadow Demon knows which one is the real one. And that's how he was able to burst the Shadow Demon Guardian in that fight. So very nice Manta usage there. And I think this might be another lane of Barracks, because they don't really have the Wolf Bite for 25 seconds.
If I'm honest with you, I think this might be game. And I don't really know what Hokori does at this point against RDO. Like, he's 8k above the Wraith King, even without the Aegis. Who cares?
No MKB in sight so far. Aegis does expire, so no ping, playing very, very passive, which I don't blame, right? They need to win 2 games. This is looking pretty good, but you wanna play very safe. I definitely dislike the way Hokori kind of YOLO the Ancient in the first game, in a game that is so important. So I do appreciate. I know you like when players and teams just YOLO and win the game very fast, Avo, but
no, I don't think they're gonna win, but I just don't think it's that recoverable at all. If I'm honest with you, I just don't like. How does Wraithing recover from this, dude? Like, how does he get enough farm to match the PA? He already has to deviate into either Silver Edge or MKB. And those are not great items for Wraith King.
You kill yourself. You kill your way towards winning this game. They really need a good jump. Like, without Aegis, if they can find, probably the Magnus is the biggest one. If they can find the Magnus by himself, I'm sure they could take a fight afterwards. But their smoke just allowed them to go to the big jungle, which is fine, but definitely not what they wanted.
Yeah, because like there's other carries like Tusa or whatever, right, which you can kind of ignore in team fights, and you can play around them to a degree. PA is not one of them whatsoever. She's way too mobile,
especially in a game where you have kind of very weak supports. You know, it's not an ogre, it's not a a thick boy. It's a monkey. Yeah, Jakiro. It's a Shadow Demon and Monkey King. They die very quickly. 1400 HP on the Monkey King.
Jeans! They cancel his TP! Oh, he thought he was being clever, you cheeky Jeans, but instead, he's gonna be turned to denim back again.
BKB. That's what happens.
Yeah, that's true, actually. To be fair, PA did have Basher, but she wasn't even close, so you're right. It was just the Sanking being able to cancel it really easily.
Yeah, like, PA is not gonna TP when she sees the storm like that, but the supports or the offlaner definitely can do that. Nicely done once again by Noping. Much better performance, and I mean, possible first Magnus win for Analog, so it has to be really exciting. Not saying it's over, but it's looking like it could be.
Yeah, I would say it's close. It's getting there. It's a really hard game to recover. I'm sticking with that ground, honestly. You know, I feel like you kind of need a miracle here to bring it back to this game. I respect Noping for playing it as safely as they are, and I respect Hokori to playing it till the end. But it's a really difficult game to recover. Yuma has to have a one hell of a performance.
He does. Yeah, I mean, Trent was right. At the end of the day, Hokori played exactly the same game plan they played in game 1, but this is a different game with much more scaling on the side of Noping. And even though the laning stage was even better for Hokori, it didn't pan out the way they wanted. I think Noping just got 2 free roches. Hokori barely even tried to contest, and that's bound to happen. PA with Mag is, it's a tried and true combo for a reason. I'm not even sure that tried and true even is a thing that exists, but I just invented that expression.
No, you're completely right. Tried and true. Right?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I don't know. Dude, you did the one. You did an English question with a cast with 2 non-native speakers. So what are you gonna do? I don't have an answer for that.
All right.
I can tell you how to say it in Spanish if that helps you.
Oh, Ken, please.
I actually have no clue. I don't know how to translate the expression whatsoever.
I think if in Portuguese it works. Dito e feito, probably, but I don't think it really translates to the same thing. Anyways, getting back to this game, not
Thank you
really.
for the language class, Bowie.
Thank you. No problem. Not a lot happening here, right? Oh, Fiend's Grip. There you go.
I got nothing.
Wait,
It's
how
not,
did the-
I mean, it's just cutting lanes, killing El Misho, and eventually winning the game alone, right? We're not expecting much of a change.
Yeah. I just wanted to see that wolf bite being a little bit more impactful because it's such a cool interaction, but they never really had a good fight. When they tried to use it, the Breaking just got super countered, never really got to hit a single target.
I mean, the lack of lockdown on RDO is also really strong. Like, he has not had to go for BKB the whole game because they just have nobody to stop him, right? He just jumps in, they're like, oh, well, Shadow Demon is dead. That's our lockdown. Storm, please, come by, help us.
Yeah, that's true. I think maybe that's why he went for the Ags, right? It is a little bit more lockdown, but it also made the Mr. Jeans game much harder.
RDO's gonna be taking the Rose shot now. That's gonna be the last little bit. Do you give him the Ags? Oh, you give him to the Bane. Yeah, actually. One of the few times we get to see a Bane Ags on a 5, which is when it drops from the Roche. Bottom lane, though, they are trying to kill off Monster. This could be at least a start here for Hokori. Small little kill, important. Baby steps. Oh, never mind. The baby died. He fell down the stairs.
Baby died?
Yeah, he's off. In fact, El Misho died too. Like they didn't even kill Monster, and they lose El Misho in the process. Not great. The opposite of what they were expecting. Yeah, I wasn't entirely sold on the Lycan, if I'm honest with you. I wasn't as sold. I know the panel really loved it, but I feel like the Lycan put a lot of pressure to your team when there was no need, and I would have much rather seen a more consistent offlaner that would have given you a team fight. Like, I thought Senking or Centaur or whatever was better.
Over here now. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Senking was a great pick. Yeah.
Dire's structures are
It's also Monster's best hero, right? So it's not like it's something that's unexpected particularly. Like, he's really a big Senking spammer. El Misho. Oh, El Misho. He's in trouble. El Misho, in fact, might die here because they used an Epicenter plus that RP. That's going to be El Misho plus Mr. Jeans dying. At least Yuma can fight here, but he's been stopped by the Abyssal Blade. One crit. Need one more. RDO. Chase after him. Phantom Strike is available, but RDO is a bit too far away. Stop running Analog so they can actually catch up to the Lycan. They did it. They broke... Sorry, to Yuma. They broke Yuma. They bring him back with Skewer. That's his first life. Can they get him a second time? We're going to have to see. He blinks in time. Well done. The creep is covering him pretty nicely. And Mr. Jean is still doing a good job of controlling the fight. RDO, however, just latches onto Yuma, does not let go. And Yuma will be losing his second life as well. A buyback from Analog because he wants to end the game right now. RDO preserves his Aegis. I want to kill Misho now, but they're not entirely sure where he is. And in fact, yes, Noping will do the tried and true Brazilian strategy of let's not end the game yet.
All right, without looking at PA, guess the evasion right now.
70%?
88%.
Wow,
If you actually
wild.
hover on a hero. So Yuma
Yeah.
attacked PA, I think 7 times, got 1 hit off. It really is such a disheartening game. As you said, the Lycan pick not only puts a lot of pressure in the offlane, but it is also another right-clicking sort of hero. So getting the PA as a 4th pick in the second phase there, really nicely done by No Ping. Much better draft than the first game.
Yep. No ping. Time to push the top lane. I was joking, by the way. I'm pretty sure
It's
they
a
were just waiting for
Brazilian
the pings to come
team.
by. Yeah, I know.
Brazilian team.
Dire's top tower.
They're not SG though, so it's okay. Oh, there we go. Garnic's done. Better luck next time. Oh, they even got Mr. Jeans with a Fiend's Grip. He tried to do the ball lighting TP, but he was short. He was just in range of the Bane. And that's going to be a dieback on the Storm, actually. As the
Some
Rax fall.
emotional damage there. 3 Banes instead of 1 Fiend's gripping you.
Under attack.
Definitely
Garnic's
hurts.
like, you know, Suits would have never done that.
Barracks.
I mean, that Storm game did last, so technically, Mr. Jeans did last a little bit longer than Suits, but
That's true.
loss nonetheless. I don't think there's.
Radiant's middle
I mean,
tower
this is
dies.
over, right?
Tower.
Even if
Are scanning.
they cut the bottom wave, even if Elmisha TPs with his, side of Vice queued up, there's. I mean,
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Again, I commend them for
Okay.
trying. I think it was pretty good of them, but yeah, it's tough. RDO is just going for it. He still has the Aegis to him. 40 seconds to that Aegis, which is 40 seconds of full push to his tier 4s.
middle tower is under
We have the one last fight here from Akori. One try for the boys. No Storm, no worries. Yuma walks in, or runs in. Particle to Magnus. Analog, however, safe, and there's a double Fiend script this time with the Axe as well. 2 Wolves dead. One of them revives the Skeleton King is immediately destroyed. GG, well played. Hokori is done with game 2. Noping will equal the series and get a chance at staying in Division 1.
all right. Face of a man that is relieved. They go to game 3. Yeah. Let's see.
Yep.
I mean, they don't look super happy as every Dota player, right? You're expected to win because you're better than the enemy team. But I mean, I'm just so hyped. I really expected this to go to game 3, and we are granted a beautiful game 3. A really, really nice performance overall. I think No Ping, they fixed the drafting. They finally proved that Magnus can work. So maybe if they can keep, a streak going, they might be able to eventually start getting that Magnus banned, because they're Treant, as you said, not really getting banned first phase so far. But yeah, really nicely done. Super high for game 3. Whoever wins stays in Division 1 and will hopefully deserve it.
Yeah, and true tradition for Dota, first game is a stomp for one side, second game is a stomp for the other side, third game goes to 80 minutes. We know it always happens, so let's watch it happen as we go to our panel so they can break down this game between Noping and Hokori. Well, you guys got one right, then you cursed the team, so it's only fair, right? You got to keep a good balance there. Gotta keep the teams on their toes. What happened there, guys? Can you explain it to me? Why did the draft for Hokori fail so badly? Honestly,
Lay it down to me, Trent.
Wow.
Go for it.
All right. Well, the second the draft ended, I was like, I don't like this Lycan. Because, I get that, I don't know, personally, I think you need a lot more, control heroes if you want to make the Lycan work. And it's kind of cute that they, took it away and maybe they actually won on the enemy team. But I felt like it was just why not just make it easy? I mean, you mentioned right at the end, it's I don't know why they just pick, a simple hero, like Legion, Sand King, something like that. But either way, outside of their draft, that's not really what matters. What matters is the gameplay. And in the end, they just simply didn't get enough aggression going. If you're going to play with this lineup, then it's going to have to be the early armlet blink and with the Wraith King, and you got to be running at them. That's kind of how I envision it for Hokori here. It's not like they came off to a particularly bad start. This wasn't great.
Yeah, that one was the devastating moment where it was holy crap, these guys are gonna do it. Noping are looking solid. Well, yeah, there's man, that Fiend script catch there too. That was really cool. There's something that I think we should first of all commend Vitaly. He has, with that game, played 750 official games of Dota 2. and that was his 4th time playing Lycan in any of those. It's you sometimes want to go with what's comfortable, and that one he definitely didn't feel comfortable on it. There were so many times where, like, part of the reason that this hero has gone up in quality and people love it so much is because of the vision you get. And he was sort of consistently farming with the wolves and not really sending them out there to scout. So I think that No Ping, played their draft pretty much perfectly. And I really love that in the draft they went back for like that PA in the 8th pick for themselves. I think that like that decision to take it there and then not get it banned out, it gave them a win condition. That's what they need to keep doing.
Yeah,
Yeah, even though it looked a little frightening too. Like there's definitely issues with PA in this game. It wasn't exactly free, but
Right.
they made it look free. I love that Manta, by the way. That was sick. Great item build this game. I mean, it's gonna be good anyway. There's a storm, but just like trying to disrupt the game plan of the Shadow Demon, I did not feel the impact of this supposed Shadow Demon that was set up for an amazing game.
Yeah, we talked about the Shadow Demon, supposedly being the amazing counter, but PA would burst him down every time. Why did that defy your expectations there? What did you not take into account there in the analysis?
Well,
I think they just did a great job of focusing down every time, as you said. Like, he was getting orchided, he was getting jumped on, he just couldn't play,
Okay.
yeah. Once you're that far ahead, like, it's sort of, if you do get scouted, they're gonna take that fight to you. And they had, on their team a couple of different heroes that were like capable of being a front-lining combo, and then they just jump in and blow them up. So like, I think that was the thing, was that it was constantly No Ping that were the ones that were setting the tempo for the game, and Hikori never really got their feet under him. Like all of these fights, right? It was waiting for these big timings when they were going to get, okay, Storm Ags, okay, Lycan Ags, okay, we're going to go. And at that point, like, No Ping were already knocking on the tier 3 tower's bottom, right? And then at that point afterwards, there's only so many places that the Shadow Demon could be, and they find him.
What did you think of the Sanking pick as well, guys? Because it seemed to be incredibly impactful in this game, especially in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a nice pairing. Like, it's not really easy, I don't think, to play Mag Sanking. Like, part of the reason why I wasn't super thrilled with No Ping's draft is that if I look at their 4 heroes outside of PA, I see you having a hard time getting snowballing. Like, I think they did a great job bringing the PA in early just to help assist a little bit, because if you miss an RP, then these fights are really hard. Like, in the early, I know he wasted 1 on the Storm Illusion at one point, but Analog had to do a lot of work in this match, and obviously he's been struggling a little bit on the Magnus, but the first 20 minutes of this game is largely in his control, combined with Monster.
I mean, that initial play, that skewer play in the tier 1 tower top, pretty much decided the early game, as you mentioned. You can forgive the RP and illusion when you get a play like that. You predict the jump on the Storm. Like, that was incredible. I agree. Thank you for that praising of No Ping. Well deserved. And we hope that you get to praise him again as his next match comes up. Before that, we will take a small break, and then we'll go to the pre-draft panel once again. Stay tuned, guys. If you want to watch this 80-minute banger match that's going to happen between No Ping and Hikori, we know it's coming. We're waiting for it.
Ready.
6 a.m. That's exactly when the 80-minute matches happen, so we're ready for this. Stay tuned as we take a 2-minute break, and we'll come back with No Ping versus Hikori Game 3. Wow, Trent, the amount of swag just took me off for a second. I couldn't even present. Yeah, yeah. Game
What are
3.
you doing?
Game 3.
3. Is that how you do 3?
Yeah,
what?
that's the normal.
It's the
Like,
normal.
that's how I always did. That's how I did it growing up. It was
That
like
doesn't
1,
work.
2, 3.
I feel like we're a part of Inglorious Bastards right now. That scene where they,
I know.
I
Yeah.
don't know what that is.
Oh, it's a great movie,
The
actually.
German or North American thing, isn't that what it is? Is that how
Yeah,
do you guys? What's Germans is like this? Is that right?
I think so. I do it like this. Do you not look like this? It's not like.
No, that's.
I
not
tend
it.
to count in my head, not on my fingers, so I don't know. That's
I lose count. 3 is.
I
far
start
too
with
much.
my toes. After 10, I go to my fingers.
Now we have a draft, so we gotta count to 10 because we got 10 picks in this draft. And what will they be? That's what I have you guys here for. So they banned the Magnus. What are the strategies that No Pin could be going for this game? Is it the Trim Protector? Are we seeing that back again?
Yes.
Thank you.
Radiant team.
Yes.
I really hope Corey don't take it. That's my big worry here, because I think that they just need to believe in what they're doing and not try and like emulate as much, because I think they're stronger. So Clockwork, that's not what they were doing either. So I don't like that either. What's happening? What the hell?
Why do you dislike the Clockwork though? Why is it a bad pick?
I don't think
Well,
it's a bad pick.
Okay.
Have they ever
What?
opened with this?
No.
Oh, because they left the Phoenix in. That's why. Dude, what are they doing? I mean, this has been banned out against No Ping pretty consistently forever. Like, if No Ping get a chance to pick it, they're taking the
10
Phoenix.
seconds.
Yep,
remaining.
it's true. That's how they actually beat Thunder Predator. They're the only team to beat him, and was with the Phoenix.
Radiant team banned.
Okay.
So this was their plan.
huh.
They wanted a Clockwork Darkseer lane, or at least to threaten it. It'll probably be a 5 Clockwork in the end. I'm still confused by this opening Clockwork. I do not understand that.
I think they're going to pair it with Darkseer, right?
5 seconds.
Yeah, but
remaining.
what do you get at a 4 Clockwork these days? They don't get at a 5 Clockwork.
Is this a good against Phoenix though?
Totally.
That's my question.
I don't know if it's that. I don't know. It doesn't feel like good versus Phoenix to me personally. I don't think it really helps versus Phoenix that often. I mean, the vision can be kind of nice.
Is the new Orchid build maybe good against Phoenix? Is that what they're going for? Like the Darkseer rushing the Orchid and then just burst down the Phoenix?
I think it's just that it's a strong laner, right? Like one of the other ones that you sometimes would go for would be like a Nyx or something, which I kind of like more than that. Spirit Breaker would also be a decent pick. The Clock is just like, they did have issues with vision last game, I feel like. So in that way, it's nice. And with Monkey King banned out, they have now a vision hero that they can play with. I think that's the biggest thing to me that I see with it.
5 seconds
I think
remaining.
Gardex just tilted and doesn't want to play Bane, and they're going to pick some other 4. I think it'll be 5 Clock. That's my
Okay.
theory.
This has been a pretty consistent opening though that we've seen from No Ping. The Puck and Phoenix combo, and then they've paired it together traditionally with Bane as well.
10
So that could be
seconds
something that we see No Ping go for in the second phase.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
You know what's really good with Phoenix?
Ooh,
Mars?
what's that?
Faceless Void.
Oh,
Hey.
yeah, sure. Is that good against Darkseer as well?
No, it's bad in lane versus Darkseer. But, you know, it's fun with Phoenix.
Why not just Mars though?
But why not just Mars? Why?
Right? Like I feel like that hero just gets through every time. So at this point,
I think it's good. I think Mars could be cool. If you're doing Faceless Void, then it kind of puts you in a weird position with your Puck, 'cause you kind of want an Invoker, right? Or some other damage that you throw into there.
Oh, no, I agree. It's not very good. I just get excited when I see Phoenix.
I got you.
But yeah, Mars is just as great, if not better, and looks completely fine right now. I see no downside to just going Mars. The only downside, I suppose, is that you
10 seconds remaining.
could show a support instead, even committing to ban the Oracle, the bane of all Darkseer players' existence.
Dude, you know what? It's not Gardic that was tilted. It was Vitali. They put him on this freaking Lycan that he never plays. Now he's just like, dude, give me my Darkseer. I just want to play this hero. Set
It
me
is his
up,
best
I'll win
hero.
you guys the game.
yeah. You know, Vitali sent me messages and he was like, "I really want to be like lyrical when I grow up. I want to talk about
That's fair.
Darkseer all day."
Yeah, you say that?
No, I don't talk to Vitali.
Okay, fair enough.
But I like to imagine that he did. I like to think that he thinks that about himself.
Yeah, me too. So other combos, if it is a clock 5, then you can take something else. If it's a 4, then they could run like Disruptor. But some other like stun out of the 4 could be interesting too.
Still very intrigued by this.
Radiant team pick.
All right, what are you going?
Oh,
They're going for
of
the
course.
tree. Okay,
What?
to be
How did we not
fair,
guess
this
that?
is a good combo.
Yeah,
That's a good
especially with
combo.
noping.
Holy
I mean, I
crap.
told you they would. You asked. I answered.
It's true, it's true, it's true.
Saying we back to the tree, then went back to the tree. The ultimate of their comfort picks.
Mm-hmm.
This is nice. Okay, so game 1, they went 2 all in on exactly this by picking essentially 2 more heroes that did the same thing. Let's move away from this now, no pick. It's time. I do have one thing I don't like about Tree Phoenix, as I have seen this picked relatively recently, and that's that you are not a killing support duo pretty much at all. You need a lot of kill threat out of all 3 cores. You know, you pick like Bane these days. You smoke to someone, you can get a kill with like 1 core hero or 2 supports on a core. It doesn't matter who the other 2 heroes are for the most part. But Tree and Phoenix, they take a little bit more effort to really get the kills. They're obviously much more committed to big fights, and big fights come down to important stuff like going at objectives and stuff, which means that your general like skirmishes and side grabs aren't going to be as powerful.
Wow. Interesting. Void Spirit. So
Say better versus Puck than Ember, and uses Iron Shell.
10 seconds remaining.
yeah, that's true.
5
But I think
Still no
also
Phoenix hitters.
right. Yeah, there's no egg hitters, which is definitely a problem. And also like I don't know. I feel like he can get punished pretty hard by all the lockdown that they've got, whether it's Puck leashing, the overgrowth, whatever. Like, I don't know, this could be a little bit scary into all this control already. It's not like that single target control necessarily, but we'll see.
I'll be honest. I don't think they've addressed the Phoenix here, though. Like usually, in Phoenix,
No.
you have the 2 tactics of you either kill the egg or you run away from it. Like you pick a centaur or whatever, and they got nothing. They just kind of said, you know what? We're just gonna do our own draft.
Dire team ban.
They are definitely ignoring the opponent's lineup right now. That is currently occurring for Hokori. And
Yeah.
now all they need is a hero that simultaneously does well versus Egg, buys BKB, but also buys another Dispel, so you can deal with both Puck and
10
Treant
seconds
Protector.
remaining.
So they're going to ban Phantom Lancer and
5 seconds remaining.
who else?
Radiant
Who else is
Naga?
good besides PL?
I think
Razor?
Jug,
Okay.
Jug or
Dire team ban.
whatchamacallit could be good too.
And it's a good Slark game, actually, even though that hero's garbage, but it is a good Slark game.
Jug or Ursa to me sound good for Hokori.
Mhm,
You like
okay.
the classics, huh?
Yeah,
Mm. What about
Yeah.
Lifestealer then?
You putting on the Beatles after this while you're at it?
Yeah, I love the
10
Beatles.
seconds
They're awesome.
remaining.
I just think it'd be really good this game. You've
5
got a lot of
seconds
answers. It
remaining.
can be annoying, sort of, with like overgrowth and stuff. Whatever, just run at them.
That seems like a good strategy against Stream Protector. He's particularly bad at,
Team pick.
at counter initiating, right? He's known for that.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh, that's a good band too, the Dusa. That could have been good. Someone who just like stands their ground
Mhm,
inside of Call Down, Overgrowth, Egg, Dream Coil. Dude, are they? Okay, hold on.
10
Are they actually gonna
seconds
jug?
remaining.
Why not Lifestealer over Jug here? Isn't that more solid because he's attack speed against Phoenix as well? Because also Jug is
yeah.
crap. It's just
I kind of like the Jug for hitting buildings though, just because the healing
Okay,
work can be
okay.
kind of nice. But I mean, I think they're both kind of crap, so I don't really favor one more of the other. I don't think we go that way. Go somewhere else. Don't go Jug Lifestealer.
I think Ursa at this point is the right play. A Jug is better
Okay.
than Lifestealer because you can Omni Slash the gyro at the very least. But I think that if you're gonna do one of those two, you do Jug. But I think Ursa is a better pick.
I'm genuinely very curious. I don't know how you fix this draft. It feels like we've swapped roles
Terribly.
here.
Oh, Morphling. Okay, that's good. That's good. Oh, versus
That-
Gyro and Puck. That was a snipe.
Yeah, that is
Has
that is
buys
the Yuma
BKB,
hero.
has another Dispel as well. Ooh, that's good.
Okay, is this fixing it? Is this enough to convince you to side with Hokori a little bit?
10 seconds
until they pick position 3 Outworld Devourer right now. And GG.
Remaining.
Buys Force Staff versus Clockwork. Has the ulti versus Morphling. Messes him up real good. More okay, but although that would literally just do exactly what I chastised them for before about picking a bunch of giant circle spells.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too much liking the Hikori draft, starting with the Grimstroke pick. But to be real about it, it is a little bit rough, I think.
You want to use a time lapse here? Send us back about 4 picks?
Yeah, let's go back.
Can I get a
here.
glimpse on the draft?
Well, look, Grimstroke now has the double shotgun, right? Like,
That's true.
so now there's some utility for the Grimstroke.
Dude, they could be Shaker. Monster Shaker. Let's go.
That seems like you just kind of throwing your draft away.
What do you mean? Dude, it's awesome.
You give Morph the Shaker.
Yeah, you jump on in there. All right, Spirit Breaker's okay. That's kind of a weird one, but I'll accept it.
What about SB against Clockwork, though? Isn't that a bit of a concern here?
Well, it's a core SB, which I think makes it better.
Okay.
The only other worry is the same type of thing that you're talking about with the Shaker, where Morph can switch into SB. But I'm not too concerned about that, because the goal of all these drafts, right, is that you blow up Morph before you can get anything off. So I think it's a pretty good answer. Oh, God, I need a second to think. Trent, you go first this time.
All right. Hokori need to completely just outskill. If they outskill, they have the lineup that can win. They have like crazy good skirmish, relatively low cooldowns across the board, fighting into the giant hourglass heroes of No Ping, who are all just going to be looking at the sand dripping through their cooldowns the whole time. So making sure they got their spells locked up. You know, if you could bait bad spells with all your mobility between surges and remnants jumping around all over the place and a Morphling, they got to play better. They straight up got to be like they're swagging and they're like smurfing in a pub to win this game. If Mr. Jeans can harness the power, they can do this. The Morphling pick's very good. I'm going to believe in Hokori.
Oh, God.
I'm stamping them.
I
Okay.
wanted to, but I didn't want to because you did, but now I have to anyways. We're going to go Hikori. Well, I think this
wow,
Darkseer
you
lane
sound
is going to go better.
enthused.
I'm not enthused. I don't feel great about it, but I think that they are going to be able to win. Yeah, I think they're going to be able to win.
I respect the camaraderie, Lyrical. I don't see much enthusiasm, much like Trent said, but Friendship 1 TI. Will Friendship allow them to stay in Division 1? We'll see. Noping really trying to get that Game 3 off, as they desperately want to stay after this big gamble they did for this division. We're going to have to see what happens in the game, though. And we go to our casters. Wait, actually, Trent, do you want to do it again?
Lyrical, please take it away here.
One more time, we're heading on over to a game number 3 with Avo Plus and D2 Bowie.
All right.
Thank you so much, Lyrical.
I feel like we
Dude.
just got sold as cattle as an auction. That's what the accent sounded like to me.
Very nice.
Let's get into the game, Bowie, as we talk about it a little bit.
Okay. I have to say, this time, even though it feels like the panel doesn't really, they're not strongly, in any of the sides. I feel like Hokori, like that Morphling pick was amazing. I'm kind of scared for the Spirit Breaker response. It is so good to play Morphling versus Spirit Breaker. Sure, in a way, he can Shadow Blade and charge you at 1500 move speed, and if you don't do anything, you just die. But it kind of goes both ways. But we have El Micho, which to me was pretty much the MVP in both games, and he's not playing Monkey King. He's playing Clockwork, which is like total opposite. This hero, you get a really good early game and you snowball. If you don't get a good early game, this hero is awful. It feels terrible. It never recovers. You never really get any item progression that changes the game. And it felt to me that Hokori is kind of like they favor this passive type of gameplay. I really hope that that is not the case this time, because I feel like even though they have the sort of late game with the Morphling, the supports might not scale as much as they did in the other games.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with your point, actually. But Clockwork, one of the issues I've always had is, like, there's not any single item that you're like, wow, this is a great item on Clockwork, right? Like, yeah, you can go Force Staff or Blade Mill, whatever, and they're fine, but That's why he's been play 5. There's just Nathan the power spike for this hero. He just kind of always is, right? Probably his lane, as you said, is the biggest power spike.
Yeah, I mean,
How
Dagon
is-
5 is a great item on clock, but can you even farm it? This hero doesn't like shove waves. You want to max your Q because it does what it is doing right now against KJ.
Wait, sorry. Don't gloss over that fact. Well, why is Dagon 5 the great item on Clockwork?
No, I didn't say it's the greatest. I'm saying like there are good items on clock, but you just never get to really buy them unless you're snowballing because you don't farm
Right,
at all,
sure.
even if you want to.
I'm just fascinated by the idea that like you think that if you had the farm, the first item you'd think of would be Dagon 5 on the Clockwork.
I mean, it is fun, all right. But I mean, in the past, there was a time where I used to do the Necro 5, Necro 3 on clock. It's pretty cool. You just trap
That's true.
your little buddies with the enemy hero. I guess his Meteor Hammer used to be okay, but not really as a support. He's probably gonna go like, I don't know, 4-step or Glimmer Cape.
Yep.
He's doing pretty
I
well
mean,
right now.
obviously, Ags is probably one of the better ones, but again, depends on how much farm you can get. King Jungles, though, the top lane, he's going to die, actually. Okay, that early vacuum completely canceled King Jungles. They knew that he was going for Fire Spirits level 1, and they punished him for it. Well done, Hokori.
Using that power spike, shoving the wave, getting level 2. No creeps denied,
Nice.
which means they get 2.
That's very well done. I will say on the Clockwork, though, if you guys remember back in the TI4 era, or TI4, TI5, when RTK used to play the offlane, he used to go this build on maxing the Rocket Flare and going Midas first on Clockwork to get farm. So that's how desperate the hero is to get farm, honestly.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I actually don't remember what he went afterwards, to be honest with you. I don't recall a single item he bought after the Midas and the Rocket Flare maxing.
Probably
That's
because
the
he
only
lost.
thing. No, he won those games, dude. It was the build on Clockwork for a while. I don't think you remember Master ROTK, dude.
No, I do. I don't remember his Clockwork specifically, but
Radiant's tower has been
I mean,
killed.
sure, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. As I said, I'm a boomer, so I don't remember every single game of build I ever played. But
Look, ever since I watched that TI4 Spotlight when ROTK proved that he had the cutest grandmother in the world, I have been his fan, and anything he does, I write in a little journal. It's my grandma. It's my cute grandma journal.
he's a really cool dude.
Yeah,
I really wish I get to ever talk to him. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I got to talk to him once, and he was crying. It wasn't great, so I hope I get a redo. Honestly.
Yeah. Oh man, that was rough.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah. But if you guys haven't watched the TI4 Spotlight, I do recommend that. It's a genuinely great game. But let's go on to this game right now, as the Clockwork already had a pretty decent start here with the Darkseer. Pretty strong lane anyway. And that kill on the Phoenix sets the tempo for the lane a little bit. However, Darkseer Clockwork, not the best of combos against a Gyrocopter. Usually Gyro can hold his own pretty decently in this lane.
Pretty fast hero overall. Phoenix now is also level 2, so much harder to get on top of KJ like they did that time. Overall, the lane, besides that kill, seems pretty even. We have, Hokori and Analog Guts, and Analog doing similarly well. Nice career snipe there by Analog. Yet, they do deliver the items to Mr. Jeans, but he does get it anyway.
RDO does that a second time though, so they're gonna get another kill. This time on the carry. Pretty huge, actually. A little bit mispositioning by RDO, got a bit too close to them, got punished for it, and only level 1 Rocket Barrage, not enough of a threat for Hokori to not dive you, honestly. King Jungle doesn't really do much. He's like, guys, I lower his attack speed, and RDO's like, they're not attacking me, dude, they're just burning me to death with spells.
And he can even slow them, because if he goes aggressively, he might get stunned by
Yep.
the Rocket Barrage and then just be a creep. Oh no!
No, RDO,
If he dies
there's a
again,
surge
this
now.
is terrible.
Yes, this would be really bad, but this time they actually do have a way to release him from the cogs.
Radiant structures are
Hey,
fortified.
you could see King Jungles there was ready to have to slow them. He's like, you know what? If I have to do it, I'll do it. I'll use the Icarus dive to save him. He's dying, actually. As Garlic dies in the bottom lane, they're just gonna go and run King Jungles down. Okay, he does have a way to escape, but he goes back to the same position here with a burn. King Jungles is dead, and now Mishu can continue. They actually vacuum into the cogs. Vitali has the magic or the Ring of Health that's gonna keep him alive, and they're gonna be okay. They're gonna be able to kill both of them in that lane. Why did he return to that position?
Basically, what he wanted to do is, try to buy time for the gyro, but instead of running away, RDO thought that maybe he could even trade his eye for the Darkseer.
Oh, okay.
Didn't happen.
Okay.
And he doesn't have TP. So, walk of shame for the top lane.
All right. Now Elmisho's like, guys, we know the other guy's walking of shame, so let King Jungles die of shame as well. He sacrifices himself. He's glad with this. They actually force rotation with a puck. At the same time as Vitaly goes away, that means the TP's wasted on Analog. He accomplishes nothing with it, and his top lane continues to go in Hokori's favor. These deaths on Clockwork don't matter as long as Vitaly's getting farmed.
I mean, we're talking about snowballing as Clock, right? And I think that is exactly what Elmisho is doing. He's playing so well in the top lane alongside Vitaly.
Yep.
Really nicely done. That's what you want. That is pretty much the perfect scenario for them.
Honestly, and we talked about the Orchid Rush last game, right? And how that might be his way to cancel the Phoenix to a degree. It's gonna be an actual Orchid Rush, right? Once again, though, no Vanguard for Vitaly. Last time you said it was probably because he didn't think he could hit his timings, but this time he's just straight up not going for it.
Like this game, he's doing so well that it's the opposite, right? He's doing so well that he doesn't need the Vanguard because he doesn't feel like he can die, which I agree. I think this lane is looking really good, and maybe a mistake having these two.
Monster! They got stopped by the battery assault while he was charging away. Elmisho's rotation getting yet another kill. Okay, Clockwork is snowballing, my dude. Clockwork is working fine right now.
6 kills, a part of 6 kills on Elmisho. Such a good game. He's really stepping it up.
Yep. He was done with the Monkey King. He lost that one game. He's like, guys, I need to recover. Let me show you what I can really do.
All right, I was very skeptical about this pick. But with I think the biggest problem for Noping is that you have 2 range heroes against the 2 melee guys that want to dive you. Like range heroes are inherently bad against creeps because they don't have damage block. But once you get dived, you just cry.
That's true. And it's much more convenient for Darkseer to push against the tower because without the Quelling Blade bonus, harder to last it on our tower, right? So it's just a plethora of issues there.
Yep.
Or with a minor
a couple
Quelling Blade
stacks
bonus.
For RDO, but that tower, even with the living armor, will fall eventually, and Elmisho finds RDO.
No, he does. The Holy Missile will hit, but perfect cogs once again. RDO's at least capable of breaking them, but Elmisho's just going to follow through. That's Battery Assault level 3. That is a really good save, actually. Beautiful Sunray. Elmisho now in trouble as Analog rotates appropriately. Elmisho will die here to the Fire Spirit. But RDO gets actually sniped by Mr. Jeans in the backlines.
Tough game.
You know what I actually liked a lot about that is that Analog, I think appropriately, starting to desperately help the other lanes, right? But because of that, he's actually lost a lot of momentum because he has to constantly rotate into failed ganks or start to save the other lanes. And Mr. Jeans just did the first rotation, super safe, super easy, gets a quick kill off it. Already a huge advantage over the puck. As in the bottom lane, Gardic. There's an Ixwell. They cut the Spirit Breaker. Monster's gonna die. Goodbye to Monster. In fact, Yuma joins in. They want to go for Tiolikor as well. Tiolikor trying to get into the trees, but unfortunately the damage blocks him from doing so. That's gonna be 2 kills going the way of Elmisho yet again.
Wow, so many kills. Hokori, they're really stepping up this laning stage. I said they had to play aggressively, and that's really what they're doing. And I think on top of what you mentioned with Analog being forced with these weird rotations is that the rune control has been for Mr. Jeans the whole time. He got the Arcane rune that allowed that kill, and now he has a Regen rune, which means he can farm and the full HP in full mana to help with this gank. I mean, and they killed Monster though. He's a pretty beefy boy.
Elmisho, he himself is actually in trouble. Never mind, hookshot, he's fine. He already has level 6, that's wild. Monster is in trouble, you're right. Actually, Mr. Jeans, they did slow him down, but that's not going to be enough. Mr. Jeans can't catch up to him. However, in exchange, they do use his illusion to take this tower up top. I don't think a Trim Protector Living Armor will be enough to save it.
Wow, yeah, as I said, level 6 on Clockwork at 9 minutes. KJ is doing pretty well in levels as well. So maybe they can get this kill. There's no hook shot to get away this time.
Yep. That's a dead Elmisho, unfortunately. But they did have to even rotate their Gyrocopter down bottom, right? Hopefully this serves to put pressure. But Yuma is already out of this lane.
Dude, click on Vitaly right now. He will have a 10-minute Orchid on this Darkseer.
Wow. Just wow. With Ring of Health on top of that, so it's not like it's completely naked either.
And a Quelling Blade.
Oh, actually, Vitaly, we spoke too soon. And Monster, he heard us. He's like, I'm not going to let this happen. He's going to deny the rage creep. He's going to harass Vitaly. force him back into the jungle where the Darkseer belongs. And we should just find the King Jungles. You cannot a curse dive with the Battery Assault. Oh, we just figured that out. And then hook shot. At least it's being spread among 2 heroes. Unlucky hits by El Misho. Gets one more on King Jungles. The Rocket Flare, but that's not enough. He needs the urn, but he has no charges. King Jungles will get away with his life, and El Misho might actually die to this, but no. Gets surprised by the Silence Gardic. Will make sure that his teammate survives, and the King Jungle dies.
Oh. Yeah, kind of a weird play from KJ. I think maybe he expected other heroes rotating, so prefers to give vision, even though like it's a level 1 Sunray, it's never gonna get that kill. But I guess he assumed he was dead anyways, and if someone was also there, he finds the Phoenix instead of the Gyrocopter. Because RDO, he has a lot of recovery to do. Morphling the better matchup, and he's playing from a much more comfortable position than RDO is.
Yep. What's the build this game on Morphling? Is it shotgun or is it more of the stats Morphling?
I mean, yeah, he already has the Manta queued up, which I don't mind. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see a Linkens, playing as the Spirit Breaker, plus the, I think like a Charge plus Missile with the ult of Spirit Breaker is super annoying. He might get fully locked the whole time. So I wouldn't mind the Linkens. Maybe E-Blade after the Manta also would be fine, because he does have the Grimstroke after all.
I personally wouldn't mind stats Morphling, though, because I feel like I'd use the Flak Cannon pretty effectively, right? If you want to go for that.
So Smoke Time from Noping. They still don't have the Witchblade on analog, but level 6 for KJ and the Overgrowth are ready. Smoke on Smoke.
Yeah, and in fact, it's going to be Guts who reveals the smoke. He's going to be fine, even though he's leashed. They actually captured Theo Licor and King Jungles, who is forced to use the Supernova. They can break it relatively easily. Goodbye to the egg. 2 supports down. Hokori manages to beat the smoke on smoke fight, mainly because they had the high ground advantage, honestly.
And the Orchid on Darkseer. So unfortunate. The Phoenix ulted so late that, everyone was already had already left, so he just gets taken down. Monster very close to his Shadow Blade, and that's when I think he will start joining the fights. Being able to charge Yuma Invis is how they're going to be able to kill him, even though they are already pretty far behind in gold, and obviously also damage.
We'll see that's going to be impactful enough, though, because when he does that, he's going to be fighting against the Orchid on Darkseer. You already have the Yule Scepter on Void Spirit. Like, there's a couple of ways already to cancel this Spirit Breaker charge. In fact, El Misho himself, he's like, you know what, guys? I like this whole copying my offlaner build. I'm going to go Orchid myself.
That's awesome. It's really good on clock, by the way. That used to be a build for a while.
Oh, it's true. Oh, they have hook shot. There we go. And they're going to set up for it with the Inkswell. Nicely. Monster at least gets rid of the silence, but that's not going to be enough with a Battery Assault mowing you down. He gets rid of the Ghost at least, but just for good measure, they use a Soulbind and Log, realizing he has to retreat before Amisha just kills him too. Hokori dominating. I was really hoping for a close game 3, but it's looking a bit stumpy for now. What is Noping's way back into this game? What's the power spike they play around? You talked about the Shadow Blade, but there needs to be a bigger one than that.
I really feel like he has tried to beat a Shadow Blade or just a smoke where the Gyrocopter follows in with Cooldown, because they just lack a lot of damage. They can't really go for the Morphling before the Shadow Blade, I feel like. But at least being able to kill the Void Spirit would be a good start. But the problem is, he went for the Azure Scepter. Much more defensive build than that Storm game we watched. And that also makes him really hard to kill in a game Hokori has the late game. Which is... It's the best of both worlds, right? They played passive in games that they didn't really scale. This time, they are playing aggressive, winning fights, and they have the better late game. It really boils down to, like, I think a really good smoke gank once they have the Witch Blade plus the Shadow Blade on the Spirit Breaker. It's, 100 gold away, but not that far away.
King Jungles being threatened a little bit by El Misho. El Misho gonna walk away in time though, no need. As Vitaly continues to push down the bottom lane as well. He's like, guys, I already have enough gold for my shard, but I can't buy it yet, so I guess I'll just go Blink Dagger instead. Oh my god, what's this whole gold thing I can buy?
Right? They do.
There's the Shadow Blade you were talking about.
The hook shot got wasted too on KJ. El Misho is being very pesky.
Oh, he's gonna steal the bounty rune. Oh, and Guts just took down the Phoenix, that double damage rune. They are charging Yuma, however. There's no Spirit Vessel on Yuma, but he didn't actually attribute shift in time. He could be in trouble. There's the attribute shift starting. Yuma, he knows there's reinforcements coming. They actually baited them pretty nicely. The overgrowth, not going to stop them too much. They're going to just settle for Tearly Code instead. Sure, they're okay with that. They don't lose Yuma. Failed gank, get a kill. Why not?
I lost the timing of my joke, but I'm gonna say it anyways. When the Phoenix died that quickly, I think that's what they call a KJ fried chicken. Yeah, that's good, right?
Just why didn't you wait until he dies quickly again, dude? I'm sure it's
As
gonna
the fight
happen
started
this game.
top. Oh,
El Micho?
now he's
El
gonna
Micho?
fry the clockwork though, or
Yes, it's a mech versus mech fight, and it's gonna be RTO who wins. Which makes sense, because, again, he had help, dude. What is this, like, wimpy thing from RTO? Why did he go and fight him 1v1 like a true gyrocopter?
Dire's structures
oh monster.
What, Gardic down bottom, I guess he was going there to push the dead lane out, but forgot there's 4 heroes.
Yes, he's the one that's dead now. They do trade this for a mid-tier one, which is not great, but it's what they have.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, I mean, a tier 1 mid is much more valuable. Like I said, it's the best trade you can do as an opening, though, so you gotta find something in the map. There's the axe for Gyro. Maybe he joins a fight now, or no? Probably you wait till PKV timing, right?
Bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, like it needs to be an advantageous fight. So if they're defending a tier 2, maybe someone already died, or he sees big cooldowns being used, he can TP afterwards, but I don't think he can join like from the beginning, because he will be focused and probably will die. There's way too much damage coming from Korea at the moment. Wait, what is flying to Vitaly right now? Is that a blink? Oh yeah,
Yes.
Top tower
Yep.
he's ready.
under attack.
He's gonna have shard at minute 20 as well, despite having Blink and Horde Kid this early.
It's crazy. Like, you do so much damage with that build.
Yep.
You become like a pseudo co-op that also, you know, has Iron Shell, Wall, and Vacuum. It's very impressive how much this build does. But I don't think it's all over. Only a 3k goal lead. We do see those items showing up, as you said, the eggs on the gyrocopter. They will now smoke with the gyro. Okay, no. Feels like RDO is just gonna show in the wave, but maybe Chase. Yeah, he's like if something goes wrong, he wants to be totally out of the engagement. But they do have to break the smoke with KJ taking the ward. Look at
Well,
Monster.
they're gonna-
He's
Sorry, go ahead.
you're looking at what? No, what were you looking at?
Well, I mean, this smoke is like, let's try to go for a kill, but we have no vision around the map, so it's very hopeful. They were like, maybe we could try for tier 1 mid, and they immediately decided, no, that's crazy. No way we take this tier 1 mid. Not with El Micho still lurking around.
Mm-hmm. So Phoenix actually going straight up for Shard. No other items whatsoever. Okay. I mean, I don't really mind it, but just goes to show how sort of a desperate game it is.
Where's my pension?
Who did you say was going for shard, sorry?
The Phoenix.
Oh, okay.
Scanning.
Yeah, that's a very desperate first item. Like, when it used to give you the spirits, it was pretty good as a first item, but now... I'm surprised, actually, that that's what he's gonna go for as his first item.
Yeah, I mean, you can cast it during Supernova, so, you know, it's...
Oh, well.
I guess if you're silenced, you can't. But,
Yep, that's gonna be the biggest issue for this Phoenix. I honestly wouldn't mind it if he just took a little bit longer and went for the Yule Scepter instead.
Yeah. Like, in an ideal fight, he's not gonna be the first point of contact, but
Sure.
yeah, like he can't even show in a lane because there's like all of these disables and silences.
Mhm.
And Monster,
And we're gonna have 2
like,
Orchids, right? So maybe 1 is used on him.
yes. I feel like the biggest problem right now is that Monster, even though he's like level 13, he's the highest net worth. He's yet to, well, as I say that, they might get a good fight.
Yeah, they're going for El Micho here. El Micho in trouble. Maybe he got a bit too cocky. Never mind, he did not. He killed Tearly Code. He stalls the hook shot. Can he get away with the hook shot? He's actually going to continue fighting El Micho. Alright. I mean, he was blocked by the Spirit Breaker. That's why he had to use a hook shot like that. But
I
unfortunately,
mean, it was
he
a
died.
3-4, like 3 versus 1, and he still got a kill. So.
Yeah, pretty impressive. And I mean, he's
I
got
guess-
Philly in his inventory, so he's gonna get the Orchid eventually, no matter what.
Very close to it. Puck might be yeah, like he's forced into the Zeus Scepter because of that, and that's another hero that has a lot of farm, but struggling to contribute too much into those team fights. But maybe once the like, honestly, this is a game where Monster kinda he's the saving grace. I don't think any of the other cores inside No Ping will scale enough to really like beat this Morphling. This power spike on the eggs has to give them a lot of kills, as he's like farming a lot. He's not really forcing any fights, which maybe they feel like they're so far behind they can even take them. But if the eggs doesn't cut it, I really feel like we get into a point where it's maybe too late for No Ping. The next 5 to 7 minutes are going to be very important into finishing the eggs and then using that to maybe prevent the erosion from being taken, which they might just go in and get it, but they do have a ward here.
Guts. Oh, Vacuum actually stops the Curse Dive. That's a dead Phoenix with the Orchid. And they also found Tiolicor, but Tiolicor went out to the low ground thanks to the Force Staff. However, Mr. Jeans is on the chase. He actually guesses correctly with the Aether Remnant. That's going to be Tiolicor dead. And they're like, well, don't mind if I do. We'll take Roche too. I mean, maybe the Spirit Breaker's Ags can also be used to just cut lanes. Like, maybe you don't need to get killed necessarily, just kind of elongate the game. Hopefully, Gyrocopter can eventually get back into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably what will happen, because if they are too far behind, they might not even try and use this to take fights. But I don't think that is that's not your goal, because they're just not the late game team on the side of No Ping. They do scale well with the supports. I think Trian and Phoenix are two supports that scale much more than a Clockwork. But AJ is not having a great game, doesn't really have any items, rushed his Aghanim Shard. He's not getting levels, so where's the scaling if you're only cutting the waves of the Spirit Breaker, right? The experience is only going to go to Monster, and Morphling actually likes playing for Spirit Breaker. The higher the levels on Monster, the better Yuma will feel. Oh, they're baiting Monster here.
They are. Now they discovered him. Yule's under set up for the Aether Remnant. They also dispelled the Bulldoze. That's why they used the Yules first. Well done. Monster is down.
It was 50 gold away from the eggs, man. So close, and now he loses a lot of money. AJ, though, does get a little bit of extra time bottom, but I might have just jinxed him because there is an Elmisha. Oof. Very close to getting a kill there. Oh, they might be able to get him, actually, with these heroes rotating.
Yeah, but once again, it's just Elmisha doing his Elmisha things, right? As a Clockwork. Instead of a Monkey King this time. Yes, he'll die. They do actually fortify the top lane, but if he dies for a tower, then that's still completely worth it.
You gotta be grateful for the small things, Avo.
Yeah, I guess. I guess a kill's a kill, right? Even if
Kill's
it's
a
just
kill.
Elmisha. You do take mid-tier 1, actually, that's a pretty big deal.
RDO got the kill as well.
Yeah, okay.
Baby steps. All right, so if they want to take this game late, which feels like the only possibility, they're gonna need some Morphling counters in the way of items. So Shiva's is not bad. I think Scotty could be bought by the Gyrocopter after this Daedalus, because he already has BKB. Yeah. Maybe Shiva's on the clock wouldn't be bad.
Gonna call Trent again. There's the Orchid, used after the punch, but it's okay. Maximum amount of stun time.
Very nicely done.
As they also find the the Puck, and they have an Orchid for him, Elmisha. At this point, only 3k away from the Puck's farm. They have another silence from the Ags on this Void Spirit. They catch him with the Aether Remnant, and they'll finish him off with Dissimulate. And as Vitaly says, what did I do to you? What did I do to you, you crazy man?
Yeah, I mean, he Analog had the Use Scepter the entire time, but he knows that if he uses it, he's actually buying more time for the Hokori heroes to get to him. So he kind of tried to bite the bullet there and survive the sounds, but even then, it was not enough.
Hokori will continue to push here in the mid lane. Because why not? Honestly, Yuma's just taking it for free, actually.
Yeah. 2 minutes on the Aegis.
King Jungles dies to Guts. Seriously, nobody's in defend. Okay, the tower's gonna fall. Noping feels really desperate right now without options. With the Orchid now in El Misho, you can actually solo kill heroes now. Shrimp Predator is the goal. He does have a 4-staff. He's gonna try to TP. Can they find him in time? They won't.
Monster going for BKB now. Still, like, just buying time. At this point, like, what they have to do is wait the Aegis. Like, if they really want to do anything, you have to wait the Aegis cooldown, which is a minute. They really have to make a move after that, I think. At least get, like, a Yuma or Void Spirit kill. Beautycaller is in position. The mid.
Yeah. And they will find the kill now on the Spirit Breaker. With a monster down. Maybe Hokori. I mean, I was gonna say maybe they can push, but honestly, what other objectives? You're out of tier 2s now.
Yeah. Roughly was such a good pick this game. Jeez.
Yes, it's dominating. So was the Clockwork, to be honest, actually. Doubters be
It's a
damned.
bad, right? Like if you get that laning stage, you can just praise yourself and say Clock is so good, but you have watched those Clock games where it feels awful, right? But obviously, I think like their lane was much better than Noping's, having 2 melee versus 2 ranged, and they played that lane really well, which snowballed Clock just as God intended. It's how the hero functions.
Yes, in this case, of course, what he says God, he means Astini.
Yes, and Ice Frog.
El Misho, they're the same person, we know. El Misho, he finds the Licor. He doesn't have cogs, though. He's actually been silenced. El Misho might be dying here, but he's creating space for his team to come help him. He's like, I'll die for you guys, don't worry. Never mind, actually. El Misho appreciating life, holding on to it dearly. Gardic actually will be sacrificing himself instead. But from the backlines, Yuma destroys the egg. At the same time as he kills off the Licor as collateral, they get rid of RTO quickly. Vitali will finally die to Monster. Your carry died in the backlines, and Yuma was unscathed this fight. Yes, Scotty now completed as well, in case you ever had a chance of running away from him.
Yeah, he is very big, but still like an okay fight, right? He got a
Monster?
corporal support.
Oh no, Monster. Do they have dust? They do! Look at Guts! Is this guy even a core? He did activate Bulldoze actually afterwards. Well done by Monster. They have no way of canceling this TP until Morphling comes by. He acknowledges this. Monster will be able to get away. That desperate tip by King Jungle's like, guys, let's keep morale up. We're only losing by 9k. It's cool.
You have to,
but
right?
Guts instead.
It's,
No, he has a haste rune actually. Analog should be fine. Haste rune dispelled. They misspoke too soon. Silence second time. Here comes the ghost. I definitely spoke too soon. Yuma joins. So does El Misho. Great cogs. And with one final hit, they gotta find the hit. They get him with a rocket flare. Analog is jaunting away. Guts is out of mobility. In comes Yuma. They hit him with that strike, but the armor's actually saving him. Guts finally has the Aether Remnant. Can he set it up? He won't. He's actually thinking the jaunt's gonna happen.
Jukes.
The cogs, they actually miss. They have rocket flare. Okay. Analog took him for a ride, and that ride was a long one, and it led to absolutely nothing.
It's the small things. You really gotta make sure you buy as. I mean, a big chase, but still, they really didn't get anything out of it. It was just, it's morale.
Yeah, it's morale. I would agree with that.
And Monster getting close to that level 20. I mean, Monster, he is pretty much the carry. He is ahead in net worth here. He will eventually, like, this hero at level 25 is a beast, honestly. So, this might be their way into the late game.
Guts
Or
once
maybe I just
again
jinxed him.
sees Monster. Does he have a dust here? He has a sentry actually. Sentry, but unfortunately, no creeps around to give him vision.
Wow, Gyro's farming really slow. He had that Chrysalis for a bit, but still didn't really get much out of that. Roche, let's see if the respawn timer is going to benefit Hokori. I think the faster the better for them. If it
Agreed.
is slow.
It's somewhere in between. Not too bad. Neutral. Oh, what a vacuum! 4-man vacuum. Of course, there's no follow-up, but it's okay. Darkseer's just proud of the good vacuum. Vitali will die for this, but here comes the flat cannon from Yuma, dealing much more than RTO. Gets rid of 3. The egg is still in power, though. Yuma will get stunned in the end by that supernova. Oh, but King Jungle will have to pay the price for that. You stun me, you die in return. And a homing missile is chasing after the Spirit Breaker. That is going to hit. Oh, they clip the creep. They can't quite kill it. And Guts will use the vision from the homing missile to finish off Monster. That's going to be a team wipe.
Korra playing so well. Like that hook shot across the entire lane with that little ward that was not warded by No Ping. Even with the Sun Ray, I think it was like very nicely played by the Phoenix. Korra is just way too far ahead, and with no buybacks, this is at least 1 lane of barracks, possibly 2, because there is a tier 2 bottom.
Yep. With this, you said possibly 2. I mean, maybe they hold it out a little bit because they don't have Roche yet. Maybe they played a bit more defensively. Yeah, we'll see them retreat.
No reason to. I mean, so much on the line.
Yeah, just wait for Roche. Get that Aegis on the Morphling. Is the shard useful on anyone here? Does Void Spirit have a shard? No? Okay, give it to him. There we go.
Yeah, I think it's either him or the Morphling.
Yeah, Morphling shard's like okay. It's not bad actually.
I mean, you know how carry players are. They always feel like they are entitled to everything.
That is true. That is true. As an offlane player, I am just but their loyal serve, you know. Carry player says jump, I ask how high. Alright, let's see. Oh, okay.
I don't feel
Look
like
at that.
Monster really shares your point of view, because right now he feels like the carry here, even though he played the offlane.
That is true. But, I mean, they both feel like the carry because they both have done nothing, so it doesn't really matter. Monster's cutting lanes, don't get me wrong, he's being useful, but he's in a really difficult position, and in fact, they know they have to catch him. They forced the BKB. In this case, as a Spirit Breaker, your BKB doesn't matter if it's 8, 7, 6 seconds, honestly. You're just there to charge in, so.
Still, you know, trying to buy time, trying to delay, do all of those tactics, but a Treant.
Let's see. Misha has no vision here of Teolikor. Teolikor in the trees. We do have Gardic nearby. No. Rocket Flare start to scout him. They don't know that Analog is around here, but they do know Teolikor is around here. They did just vacuum. Oh, Hookshot actually barely misses Teolikor. Another Rocket Flare for vision. Here comes the charge, though. I don't know. Yeah, they don't complete the charge. Just let Teolikor die. At this point, Teolikor is doing what Misha was doing for 2 whole games.
Yes. Instead of being on top of the trees, he's a tree himself.
Yes. The evolution, the natural evolution of the tree cutters.
That was actually a lot of cooldowns being used. The eggs on Clockwork being revealed right there. Misha with that Philosopher's Stone feeling so good about himself.
Well, Yuma is like, guys, I don't even care for the tree. That armor means nothing to me. Let's just go. Let's just end the game. We see a TP here coming from Guts. This time he does want to hunt him down. Has one more Astral Step. Will he guess correctly? Use that for vision. Not going to use the Astral Step. So in the end, Mr. Jeans will have to let him go. Yuma continues to push this bottom lane solo. Literally nobody around him. He gets charged, but still has the Aegis, so he's perfectly fine.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay. Buy a little bit of time.
Yeah, Lincoln's.
And by the charge.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, here comes another charge. Monster.
Has fallen.
Of course, Yuma's a carry, so he's not going to carry Dust. That'd be crazy. Thanks, well. They do find the Trim Protector. There's the vacuum into wall. RTO activates BKB immediately. Yuma could be potentially in trouble if he didn't have an Aegis. Now the Flat Cannon's actually doing much more than RTOs could ever. Hookshot onto 2 with the cogs to close him in. They're going to kill the Gyrocopter. Immediately, Monster falls as well. The domination by Hokori is obvious. Now the question that really remains is when does the enemy team throw the GG? Because it's looking, honestly, impossible for them.
All right, gonna try and buy back. You find a low tar. Oh no.
Yeah, they're trying to go for the Sprinkler once again. Monster, one last charge for the boys, and that last charge ended really, really quickly. Buyback on Vitali because why not? Trying to finish off Analog. They set up the Aether Remnant. He's going to be back and stunned. Analog's dead as well. Noping will lose their whole team. Trimpeter comes back, but only to call out the GG. Hokori will stomp game number 3.
Wow.
Oh, for Valky, says Gardic. Even though that's not the team. That is not the team, Hokori.
It is the nation. So in a way, they are correct. I mean,
it's the nation. Yeah, they beat the Brazilians for Valky. Let's go.
Really nicely done by Hokori. I mean, their drafting this game was on point. I think the real dub I had was Clockwork, but Elmisho, as always, stepping up. I think he might have been the MVP in all 3 games. You know, Yuma farmed as always, but he was AFK for a long period of that time. And, you know, Elmisho alongside Mr. Jeans, they just did so much. They really destroyed like the map, the plans from Noping. And it was just really hard to come back because once again, that was not a draft where Noping could really make all of those mistakes. They had to at least have an even laning stage, and it was far from even.
Yep. Clockwork snowballed. Honestly, it's just that story tells itself, right? So let's go back to our panel who correctly guessed this matchup. Let's ask him what they thought. As we know, guys, if the casters enthusiastically agree with the team, most likely they're cursing them. But if they begrudgingly do so, that's when their prediction is 100% right. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But don't thank me. Thank Hokori. Thank Elmisho. Because
what a game.
clearly he was just like, just give me Clockwork. Just give me Clockwork. Just give me Clockwork. I'm going to take first pick Clockwork. Yeah, I don't care if they have 5 heroes to look at my Clockwork. They can see my dinosaur. I'm going to chomp him up. He mighty morphed into a new player. He was the Power Ranger this game.
Well, and what's like so particular, what's so particularly amazing about it is that like he was definitely one of the ones that was making the most amount of moves. This play right here was what like just completely ruined the lane. But he was one of the people that was like making all of that space early on and like doing that stuff. But this game he took over it, right? It's a different style of being the one that's making the moves. And you can see this lane is supposed to be a lot harder than this. Because there's supposed to be a treant in it, number one. But then number two, the other thing is that Gyrocopter went for, like, he ended up going for Flak and Missile. And as soon as they saw that, they're like, okay, he only has 1 point in Rocket Barrage, if that at all. And then they had no way to, like, go toe-to-toe against him. So just really good recognition by Hokori of, like, what they were lacking on the lineup there. And they just punished.
Yeah, I mean, any other performance like the remark for Hokori? Do you feel like Yuma's morph thing there was on point as well? Because I thought that was like they just gave him enough space to completely carry the game in that lake.
Yeah, for sure. And the space you're talking about with like Elmisho not just grabbing creep waves this time, running into people just made Yuma's life so much easier. Mr. Jeans as well. I mean, it was known in the draft. It's like they just need to outplay them, and they definitely did. They took full advantage of the advantages that they got early, and they just took this game completely into their own control. It just felt like Noping had nothing outside. Like pretty much after this point, like how many kills they get? 2 more kills or something for like 20 minutes. It felt like
it was tough. And this was a moment here where again, it's like you throw an Ion Shell and Elmisho, you run him in first, and then afterwards you can Orchid from the low ground. So Darkseer is getting involved in this kill, and he doesn't have to commit anything, right? It's just the life of Elmisho, which honestly, who cares? As long as he gets another kill along the way, it's fine. Then the dude owned.
Now, if we talk about Noping, now this is determined, guys. They, alongside SG, will be joining the Div 2 teams, which is unfortunately very bad for Brazilian Dota. Not gonna lie there. Not the results they were expecting. Only Apple King of Kings is left from that region. They essentially, I mean, they could be coming back to Div 1. Honestly, they look strong enough to be able to do that. But they get at least one season where they sit out. What is it they should be looking to improve for Season 1? Or for Season 3, sorry.
Reset, focus on the next patch, view it as a new opportunity. And I would say you should be skilled enough to come back from at the top of Division 2. Not to, say that Division 2 is going to be easy or anything, but you would hope that these players specifically should be able to make their way back. I hope they use that time to not just rely on what's gotten them this far in the first place on like old tactics and stuff, but they really need to like jump into that old patch or that new patch and just try and experiment. Try and look towards other regions and realize why as a team you're down there, right? Try and find all your flaws. It's gonna be a lot of ugly discussions if they want to stay as 5.
Right.
But that's what you need to be a good team. We hear that all the time from the best of the best right now.
Yeah, for me at least, it would be also like mixing up a little bit more where they're sending people in the laning stage. I think could be a little bit of a thing to work on. Is like, being willing to swap up carries and to the off lane position, being willing to just like be a bit more experimental with the drafts. I'd like to see that probably.
I like that point because on this panel, multiple panels have touched on the point that, for example, Beast Coast, right? Like they will have a difficulty to adapt sometimes to the meta. They'll force their own meta, and people in this particular season talk about the lack of diversity, right? Where Hector has not been playing any of the meta carries, quote unquote, right? And, but then you look at Noping and you go and say, oh my god, if you say about Beast Coast, then where is Noping? With forcing the Trim Protector still to this day, right? The IO Luna for the first 6 games that they played, and with not many results. So
The
yeah,
EG
hopefully,
school of drafting.
There it is.
Yeah.
You pick the same picks. If it doesn't work, you pick it again, and then goddamn, you're gonna make it work one day. On the bright side for Noping, though, in case you guys don't know their story, it's the remnants of the team that went to or the SG team that went to TI. Essentially, this is partially that team because King Jungle stays with that coach Mangusu, who's going to be the one leading that project. And both Mangusu and King Jungles are these kind of long-term players. Well, actually, Teolikot as well. So they were thinking of a long-term project with Noping. The idea was now we're going to win Division 1 in first season. They were probably expecting to stay, but they were definitely thinking of doing this as a let's make this team for TI, right? Like this team is not going to destroy in season 1. But as you guys say, will this team stay together?
Right.
With skilled players, sometimes it's a bit difficult because that's immediately when you poach them. Also, King of Kings, they're like, we have one more guy that speaks Spanish. All of a sudden, RDO, looking good.
Damn.
So,
who knows?
Yeah. Hold your teammates tight.
Right. Give him a hug.
Betty is downloading Duolingo as we speak.
Yeah, check on your friends over the next couple days there, Division 1 and Division 2 players. Honestly, some of the Division 1 players are probably just like, oh, man, please, no. Like, I don't want to be that guy.
Not RDO. Why couldn't it be Corey? Right. Yuma's just going to go back to Europe. We don't care about that. On the other hand, for Hokori, though, really good news because they actually invested. This org is very new to Dota 2. There's actually one of the few new orgs in Dota 2. When I mean new org, I don't mean like it's an old esport org. Yeah, it's them and Wildcard that actually I'm investing into Dota 2 for some reason. And Hokori is the completely new esports org, right? Like this is their first team that they ever made. Obviously, them being Peruvian, they have to invest in Dota. That's like part of the 5 religious commandments of Peruvian esports. And Hokori spent a lot of money to be able to bring their Yuma here. Obviously, not an org with a lot of money. This is the first time they're boot camping together, and they spent money for that. They're giving their players salaries. They're trying to improve a lot around that because they finally got good sponsorships. And again, they paid for Yuma to come to the country. So if this had ended up in them going to Division 2, it would have been a huge blow. Might even mean the org left Dota altogether. So for Dota fans in general, it's a really, really good thing.
Totally. Particularly because you've seen growth throughout the season from them, right? Like the struggles early into coming together in the later stages of it. That's like what you want to see as an org.
Mm-hmm. As a team as well. Hokori was one of those teams that they're completely new blood, right? Like there's no old guard. I guess No, there's not a single. I was gonna say maybe Mr. Jeans, but not really. He was like a bit of a stand-in sometimes, but not really an old guard. And the rest of the team is completely new. Most people recognize them because they were like, these guys draft really well. They understand Dota concepts surprisingly well for a team with very little experience. But they needed that experience to really come back, and at least they get another season to prove themselves.
Huge, yeah.
Totally.
Especially after losing their big carry, which everyone thought was the pillar of the team, Lumiere.
Right. Well, they just pull on in the ringer, bring him in, get the man from D2 Hustlers.
Yeah, honestly,
man.
what a wild ride that Yuma has had
Yeah.
in his life. European guy playing, or again European, but with a
Nicaraguan.
he is Nicaraguan. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Nicaraguan parents, but he is German or Belgian, sorry, and playing in North America for whatever reason, and then
For
going
some
down
reason.
to South America.
There you go.
Yeah. We would love to talk to these players and get an interview, but unfortunately they're not responding to us, so that's gonna have to
Deuces.
no go.
Celebrating.
Yeah, they're celebrating. That's it.
Yeah.
Gardic is giving one of his speeches, so instead we're gonna let them celebrate, and we'll be taking a small break before before Beast Coast versus Apu King of Kings begins.
The fight
next.
to
That's
see
gonna-
who doesn't play Thunder Predator in the regional online finals.
That's where he was going.
That's what
Exactly.
you meant to say.
Thank you so much. What a great panel. So yeah, Apu King of Kings versus Beast Coast is going to be an interesting matchup for those of you wondering, because both teams are playing with new additions. In the case of Apu King of Kings, they recently changed their
What?
offlaner. Yes, they recently changed their offlaner. Sexy Fat will be playing instead of Balki. This will be his first official game. That's an official change. And in the case of Beast Coast, it's going to be Madara playing instead of Hector. Not an official change,
Ooh.
just a stand-in for this game.
Jesus.
However,
Don't freak me
I'm-
out, buddy.
yeah, I know that people are going to make conclusions. There's no definitive information. We don't know what happened to Hector, so, go ahead and drama it up. Post it on Reddit. Give us
Wow.
views.
He got trapped in a hot air balloon? That's insane.
That's
Yeah.
right. He had to bungee cord out, but it wasn't long enough. Rough.
And he landed back in the hot air balloon.
That's right.
No, okay, all right, okay. All right,
Don't worry, he's fine, Avo.
I was so scared for Hector. All right, well, we're going to take a small break and then go into that next series of the day. We hope you enjoyed the first game, and we'll see you right after a small break. Hello, we're here ready for the second match of the day, the last series of the day, the last tiebreaker. No matter what happens, we're not like West EU, you know, we're efficient. We don't have infinite tiebreakers. We have a set time clock, and we stick to it. That's what Hispanics are known for, being on time. So, Beast Coast versus APU King of Kings. That's going to be our second match of today. As my panel so aptly said earlier, whoever wins will avoid Thunder Predator in the mini major that we're going to get, or the regional, what are they called? The regional qualifiers, I think they're being named
Regional online finals.
Yeah.
Regional online finals. Right.
Refinals.
I feel like I'm in a business meeting here. It's like, oh, yeah, and so much synergy in this regional online finals.
That's right.
Anyway.
We'll circle back to it.
APU King of Kings, they'll be playing with a replacement. As you guys know, Balki got kicked off the team, and instead it's going to be Sexy Fat who's going to be playing with them. I'll be honest, I actually was talking to Balki earlier today about the kick, and he got told. So Balki was a bit sad about it, obviously, because, you know, get kicked at this stage of the DPC sucks a bit, because finding a new team is really difficult. His performance has not been bad, and the way that was done maybe wasn't the best, because they told him literally a day before it happened, and they also promised Balki that they would stay with him for the whole year, which didn't really happen. But at the same time, the reasons they gave were pretty honest. They were like, "Hey, look, we think you're a great player, you fit in great with the team, but we just don't speak the same language." Right. And Benny does speak Portuguese, or enough to understand them, whereas Sexy Fat does not. So Balki left in good terms. There was no bad blood between them, and he wishes them the best. So it was actually pretty amicable. No issues. These things happen, you know. Dota is a very changing game. Yeah. In the case of Beast Coast, they're playing with a stand-in, which is Madara. Not the Greek Madara that you guys might know from Ad Finum or from London Conspiracy or the many teams, but the South American Madara, known not for his achievements, but more for his colorful language and his experiences in competitive Dota. So we'll see what happens with it.
Experiences, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Is he the only one who's been called Alucard, or were there two Alucards? Or is he the same guy, right?
I am uncertain, actually. I've not always known him as Madara. I've known him with many names, but the only one I can say on stream is Madara. So,
Wow. All right. Nice.
I think that paints the picture of who he is as a player. Great carry, don't get me wrong, but known a bit for his emotions, let's say.
Okay. I can dig it.
Perfect.
Yep. It's not the first time that Beast Coast.
Passion.
Yeah. It's not the first time Beast Coast replaced the carry. They played with Timado before. They played with actually a bunch of carries before. That does not mean that they're kicking Hector. Hector has historically had a bit of health problems. He has asthma. And with COVID going around, any sign of, like, even the smallest of signs of sickness, they always sub him and send him to the hospital, make sure he does a lot of checkups. I'm not saying this is the case here, but it could very well be, as has been the case before. So
You've got to protect the golden goose.
That's right.
Got to keep him safe.
Yes. What a
now, you said
that...
Yeah, you said that we weren't going to be too delayed or anything. It wouldn't be too long. We don't do the infinite tiebreakers. But theoretically, you know, if we were going to go, if we're like, let's just say we didn't even break the record and we just had the same time on the longest game for all three games, that would be 10 hours and 1 minute and 42 seconds.
That'd be pretty awesome.
So, guys, you know, even if it's a best of three, if things go the way they have before, there's a chance we could be here for like almost 11 hours. Okay,
I would love
not really.
that.
Well, yeah, with delays in between games, yeah, about 11 hours.
Okay. It's something
Alvo,
to aim
thoughts?
for.
That sound good,
I feel
bud?
like my soul just left my body here. I don't know. It's floating around.
It's the end of the DPC. This is it until the regionals. We have until February 12th or something. We got 3 weeks to squeeze this best of three in, man.
And I mean,
3 weeks.
Think about what happened with Owen's career with the longest game ever. If you had to cast it and then panel it 3 times in a row, can you imagine? Oh my God.
I'm dying.
That's true.
Maybe I'd get to go to TI. Maybe that would be my reward. Huh?
Hector would come back from the hospital and replace Avo.
I love that.
Again, I'm not sure if he's in the hospital. I don't want to spread that rumor.
Yes, sorry. Mabi.
Unbelievable.
Yes. This is
Sorry, hot air balloon. He's in a hot air balloon.
Yes, the bungee jumping. It's happening.
Stay on topic.
Yes. It actually started on time the first game, which is surprising. So they're gonna start with the draft. Honestly,
on time, 40 minutes delayed.
Well, you know, as on time as can be. I'm uncertain what APU King of Kings will decide to ban against Beast Coast, because most people target Hector to a degree, and Madara's pool of heroes is kind of different. He is surprisingly has a very similar pool of heroes to the Greek Madara, actually, if you guys know it. Like Gyrocopter, for example, is one of his best heroes, the Lunas, etc., etc. just coincidence. He's not a fan. He didn't know the player existed. Just coincidence.
Okay. Tree gets taken first off. I'm a big fan of this Apu King of Kings roster. I think that they've got a ton of potential. I think that they have a lot of talent. And to me, at least, I think the biggest sort of thing that they just need to get through is like a decent draft and then like playing out the lanes pretty well. And if they can get through that, then I think that they'll be solid against Beast Coast. Obviously, we know Beast Coast and their proclivities for going absolutely awfully during the laning stage. So we'll see if they can sort of weather the storm that comes after that on Apu King of Kings. But I'm tentatively feeling like Apu King of Kings could come in and take this one, just because like Beast Coast has been on a little bit of a slide recently. They've lost a couple games in a row.
They're sliding, and they slip a lot in the early game. And the way that Apu has tended to win some of their games has been just like big snowballs. So if they're good at snowballing with some of these like more pub stompy heroes that we like to see from Mini, for example, then they like Beast Coast might just let them get into that groove and have a hard time shaking them out of it.
We'll say
they got to be like that magical bowling ball that jumps out of the gutter at the end and still hits the pins. That's what you need to be. You know,
that's a good one.
Yeah.
Call that the bonus.
Sure, call that illegal. I always went down and reset the pins and tell my friend that's not. No, I'm just kidding. God, be a real party pooper. Yeah.
Yeah, you would. Jeez.
Actually,
I just think it's impressive to be able to gutter ball with the little bumpers up. That's the real power.
No, Canadians can do anything. You know? They set their mind to it.
So they get the Mars in both of the previous series that these two teams played. Both the previous games, I should say. They were able to pick up Mars early. So it feels like they think that they've got an answer to it now, which maybe is going to be the tree. Tree Monkey is kind of an interesting opening. It still threatens that position 4.
Now, I don't want to distract, but did you know that if you rode the bumpers on the Wii bowling, it actually hit a secret switch that gave you an automatic strike?
I didn't know.
Is that true?
Yeah. If you throw the ball perfectly, it rolls all the way along the rails and it hits this little button, and then all the pins fall down.
After your last tweet, Trent, I do not believe anything that comes out.
No, this is true.
Dark's here. Let's go. Pick it now, Apu.
It is very good, Darkster.
It is really good with their heroes.
Yep.
Dude, if there was ever a game, please.
Is Darkster not a bit weak against Mars, though? Genuine question.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's whatever. It's Terrorblade. Like, if you just get the Terrorblade illusion, or like the thing is that as a Terrorblade, the answers that you want to have are somebody that can control the illusion gets created afterwards, or being able to kill it yourself. But if you're using your big control spells on the illusion, it's like, that feels terrible. And then on top of that, if you're building like evasion to try and deal with the illusion, then that just means the illusion's going to be harder to kill too. So it's just such a big like destructive answer to it. But does Sexy Fat play it? I know that Valky did.
He does play it.
He does.
Yeah, Sexy Fat is the Darkseer player. Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I always think of his Underlord for some reason. I think because I used to think about how it was sexy and fat. This is his most played hero, however.
All right, they're done. They're done. Get over it. It's over. No more.
Like they've okay.
Yeah,
I thought you said they won the draft of these picks.
These guys won the series. Okay, I'm done.
He's out. Centaur feels kind of bad versus Mars, but generally good versus Terrorblade. Bad versus Mars because obviously running really fast doesn't really help you that much if you're trapped in an arena. But good versus Terrorblade if you can disengage from a Metamorphosis fight.
Is this Lion? Oh, he's the 4, right? And then with Centaur Warrunner, does that have enough kill potential to threaten the Terrorblade early though? Like, can you just constantly mash him with your magic damage?
Sort of. It's like kind of spammable. I think the Terrorblade has to make a mistake or have a really bad 5, but Snap could just be 4 and they could just pick like a decent 5.
Right.
Like,
what about outside the lane? Can you hunt him in the jungle?
That you can definitely do.
Okay.
Right, they go with the fight fire with fire 5.
Yep.
Also very good versus Centaur Warrunner. That's a whole game counter where you just glimpse people back trying to be saved by a stampede.
So they decided to go carry Monkey against Terrorblade. The Mars in there.
Mini plays Monkey too, doesn't he?
Okay.
So
Do you want to run that mid though? I mean, I guess you can pick something that's flex here, and you can flex between monkey and something else.
Yeah, it might be. I have to be a little bit of both, depending on what they see.
I mean, usually they play it on mini though. Like they kind of force it pretty hard on mini. I know Benny can play it for certain, but like it's certainly more of a mini hero. Like it's one of his spammable heroes, right? And that's they've always trusted him to win.
Okay.
It is weird that he does that on like monkey when so many other people would want to do it like with an ember or something. But I guess that comes back to just like picking it so early in the draft.
I mean, top.
What does Benny play outside of gyro?
Luna.
Okay, so same hero. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
He has a morph
Actually,
too, doesn't he?
he does. He has it. I don't know if it would highlight it.
But it's there. He definitely he purchased the hero. I can
yes.
confirm it is available for him.
I think that could be kind of cool as a way to play. I mean, obviously the meta stuff doesn't work anymore with Terrorblade, but you can either just go like E-Blade and try and blow him up. Like, I still think it's a decent answer.
The reflection is still very, very strong when you take over, where you
Yeah,
become
that's
Terrorblade.
true.
Is there a hero? I mean, besides Morphling though, is there a hero that's like actually good against the Mars and the Terrorblade? It seems like most heroes that deal with Mars don't deal well with Terrorblade. Maybe Drow.
Drow is
Like-
a trap. Never pick Drow versus TB if they have Mars. It's the biggest trap that exists because
Oh,
you will
really?
never hit the TB.
Oh, okay.
The only thing that goes
That's
through
good
the
to know.
arena is your what's it called? The the barrage.
Multi-shot.
Multi-shot. That's of course, the very complicated name of multi-shot. That goes through arena, but then you can't do anything else.
I'd rather see a mid picked here. I mean, I guess that if we're thinking that this is going to be a mini Monkey King, it is what it is. But I think that this is one of those instances where you want to have some flexibility.
Never forget arms, 0 damage versus TB.
Right.
Oh,
Oh, there it is.
That's true. Poor Arm's already out of Div 1 and he's still
I
getting
know.
flamed for
That was the best game. That was the best snipe of all time, though.
Dude, you know what hero it is actually for Apu? It's Zeus. That's definitely the hero.
Oh, you know?
Why
Yeah.
not? Why not
Sick.
Tinker if you're memeing?
No, Zeus is actually legit.
Yeah, Trent.
Yeah, Almo's on my side. Yeah.
Take that.
All right,
Thanks.
teacher's pet.
Yeah.
I see.
Look, Lyrical, can you explain to Trent why Zeus is so good, please?
I was
Yeah,
gonna wait
thank
for
you.
you to, but
Oh, okay.
But
You
you're
know,
my
it's-
analyst.
it's a lot of the magical burst damage finds the disruptor. You can jump him in the beginning of the fight. Like you've got enough burst that you can 100 to 0 this dude, particularly with
They're gonna
Lion
pick-
Nicole.
They're gonna pick some Benny hero, and then Mini's just going mid on this monkey no matter what's there. So we need a 1. That's the real answer.
Just I mean, look, he played a great Kunkka. Why don't you just Zeus 1? I'm sold on this pick, Lyrical. Let's go.
There it is.
Remaining.
God. Is PL still in?
Seconds remaining.
PL could be the other answer,
He is actually still in.
which I don't
Benny
love.
certainly plays it.
Oh my God! Why?
You were half right. You got the
Look, that is a PA hero.
Phantom.
Sorry, that is a Benny hero.
But why?
It's good against Mars. It's good against Mars. And Disruptor and Snapfire is like decent at jumping them. It's just,
yeah.
it's
it's got
if you
stuff
ignore
versus
the
TB
Terrorblade.
too.
10 seconds.
I mean, it's okay versus TV, right? You have obviously like evasion, and he likes going MKB, sure, but you get some stuns, you help blow him up. It's not the worst. High armor.
Is this moment where you're like trying to sound unenthused that way they win? That was the thing, the way you figured out it worked last time, right?
I think it's kind of okay. I do think Beast Coast just looked totally fine though. Like I would rather have Beast Coast lineup with a free pick still left.
I'm just saying that I feel like Terrorblade is going to be the hero to win them the game, and I see
Dude.
no answer for a Terrorblade.
Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger.
Choose your hero.
Why isn't it Wind Ranger?
I actually like their Wind Ranger pick more, to be honest, than the
Oh,
Storm.
it's so sick. Storm's good though.
Yeah.
Good hero. You can zip on the tree that Monkey's on, and that really hurts when it's a core. I swear they get caught at least once a game by that.
Usually it's by their own teammates, though, but yes, it's true.
Yeah.
Okay. That seems pretty good. What about Storm versus Lion, though? Is that a concern here this game, or...? Do you have enough
Yeah,
cover?
but that's always happening no matter what when you pick Storm. So I feel like you should be used to that. The
Okay,
rotations to the side lanes look great. That's one thing Beast Coast have always been really good at is utilizing the Snapfire ulti. I always just assume that the second snap has 6, someone's going to die. Especially like with the position 4, there's a chance Gojira gets the slightly earlier level 6 and is able to just like pop an ulti and blow someone up. Either C-Smile rotates there or not. But yeah, I feel very good about Beast Coast. This looks like very comfortable heroes for them. But at the same time, the snowball opportunity is there if they slip on their lanes.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you, and I think just my mentality coming into this was that I felt like if it was even drafts, I was gonna take APU King of Kings, but I think Beast Coast won the draft, and that's gonna overcome the slump that Beast Coast is in, and then they're gonna not only win this but 2-0 the series. I think.
wow,
this is looking pretty good. Beast Coast got this.
The tone is
really
begrudging,
mad.
but the statement.
It's the lack of Darkseer pick, dude. He's angry.
Shh. Don't reveal
right.
my secrets.
As I said, tone is begrudging, but the statement shows excitement and confidence. Will this panel be correct, and will Beast Coast take the first game in the series, or will Apple King of Kings prove them wrong? We're going to have to see as we go into game number 1 between Beast Coast and Apple King of Kings. Hey, Bowie, nice to see you again. Your cat has a tear in him.
Oh God. Oh, that's there you go.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, no!
Poor
The
kitty.
other
Poor
side.
kitty was dying. It's fine. Let's go into the game. Let's not watch cat abuse here.
Okay, we have a pause as per usual.
Yes.
But I do want to say
pause.
something. You know, Pano was talking about drafts and heroes and all that complicated stuff that, like, honestly, I don't think it matters that much this game. You know what I'm actually thinking about? I'm thinking about these 2 standings and how much this can affect the game. Because, you know, we saw Hokori actually beating No Ping now with Mr. Jean's back and how different of a performance they had when they had suits. And, like, here we have an off lane standing on the side of Apu Kings versus the carry standing. And I think that having a carry be your standing is a much easier job than the offlaner. You know, I think as an offlaner, you're going to be dictating the game. There's way more like responsibility in how your calls are going to affect the game. Whereas like a carry, you know, your job is pretty much the same. Not the same, but you just need to know how to play your lane and which items to build, which I think that is definitely something Madara can do. He's a really good player. I think Sexy Fed is a great player, but how well it's going to mesh, obviously he already played with Apple Kings in the past, but it's been a while.
Yep. I will say 2 things. First of all, is that Beast Coast traditionally, for the first 2 or 3 series where Hector is not there, because they've done this in the past, they play incredibly well and they win everything. So then afterwards they start falling off. But for some reason, there's something about the freshness of another carry always tends to put them in a good position. Granted, last time that was Timado, which is usually considered a bit above Madara in terms of competitive experience, but still, usually Beast Coast does pretty well. And on Sexy Fat, look, I was a fan of this guy maybe like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, but his recent performances have been a bit lackluster, if I'm honest with you, Bowie. I know he's your Brazilian brother, but like, I mean, I watched him on Bait, and he used to be the weakest link on Bait. Again, Bait. A team that got eliminated from Div 2, and he tended to be the weakest link. So
I agree. I really feel like even when he was in the Apple King of Kings, which was Bino Mistas at the time when they climbed from Div 2 to Div 1. But that is a whole different beast, right? Div 2 is not the same as playing against Beast Coast. So it is going to be a test. I do hope that Sexy Fat performs well, because differently from the whole Sooth thing and Mr. Jeans, it does feel like they really kicked Valky and he's not coming back. So, you know, whatever happens here, I think they're stuck with Sexy Fat for a while.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's been changed 100%. So yeah,
yeah.
And in terms of the differences between the 2 players, I think if you're being honest with the 2 players, you probably say Valky is a little bit more like mechanically gifted per se right now. He's younger, he's hungrier in that sense, but Sexy Fat certainly comes with much more experience, and sometimes that means, you know, wider hero pools, more consistency. So there is that point to be said about Sexy Fat. Sexy Fat traditionally is more versatile with his builds. It's actually pretty open to that. You know, he thinks outside the box sometimes, which is very good.
Oh, really? Have you ever seen his centaur? Because
well, not a centaur. Okay,
his centaur literally builds heart every
Look,
if he can, he will go Vanguard heart and he'll just sit in front of a tier 2. It actually pisses me off sometimes. But
I'm trying to sell this guy. Look, okay, Bowie. When he was on bait, let me tell you this story. I casted a game where he was Monkey King offlane, right? And he built first item Radiance, and they of course lost that game because why, right? And ever since, it's so hard for me to take that picture out of my mind when I watch Sexy Fed. I feel so bad for him. It was just one bad game, but why? Why would you ever do that on a Monkey King offlane? He also built it 30 minutes in, guys, by the way. So don't think it was like, oh, we rushed Radiance. It was like...
Thankfully for
That's
him, he does have Minion on his team now, so he very unlikely will have Monkey King, right?
That's
It's
very
only
good.
gonna be Mini.
That is actually what made me think, oh, Sexy Fat actually is really good for this team. Now that Mini's here, it's solved. Yeah, I agree.
He's the only team where he has no priority ever playing Monkey King. Nice.
In fact, look at this. Sexy Fat already putting a lot of pressure to Stinger. You get the first blood. Hey, already proving himself. One thing that should be said about Sexy Fat as well with his team is that, as you said, he has experienced them before. They're friends. And part of the reason why it was picked was precisely because of that, right? Because they have already good synergy as a team. So we're probably not going to see the lack of coordination we saw, for example, between Hokori and Sooths, because Sexy Fat has already played with them before, as you remarked earlier.
Yeah, and much less of a language barrier than suits with 4 Peruvian players.
Yes, that's true.
Whereas here, even as you pointed out, Benny speaks Portuguese, so much easier for everyone.
And that's what I heard, but I mean, he told me he only speaks a bit of it. I don't know how much of it is true. I don't know if Benny's very humble, or if he's been learning, really, he's been hardcore doing that Duolingo for a year. I'm not sure. But a year ago, he told me, he's like, yeah, I don't really speak it, but they think I do. And I was like, okay, I don't know what that means, but sure.
I think like you definitely, when you spend enough time with someone, you can start understanding them, even if you...
Wow.
All right.
Look at Sexy Fat. Never mind, this game is for Apple King CG. Yes, Sexy Fat is dominating.
Sexy Fat really wants to prove Lyrical wrong, Centaur the new Darks here, apparently. But,
Sure, yeah.
I don't blame him. I think we had some really good Darkseer performances in the last series, and it is, it's pretty much Lyrical's Bay. He loves that hero.
But Centaur Sexy Fat's Bay, and there's a reason. I actually think it's a really good idea to pick him like one of his comfort heroes for like his first game, right? He's been a bit out of the this division of competitive for a while. Mostly, I think Sexy Fat's last performance is Division 2, right?
Yeah, he played Furia Joven, tried to qualify, didn't really get it. And I don't think Furia Joven even played any like other tournaments during this whole DPC, so he might be a little bit rusty.
Yeah, they played the Fallen Cup, right?
Yes, that was the last time they played, which was pretty much right before the DPC started.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, that's true. I get those mixed up, yeah.
You've been working a lot of regions, right? So probably just
time is
blur
but a concept to me, Bowie. Bottom lane though, Whisper, he wants to do the same thing as Sexy Fat. And he wants to be, usually Whisper is the lane dominator in this team, and if at top lane they want to do the same thing and punish Hannesis, kill him off, get rid of Jupiter.
I really like the build Madara is going for here. Usually against a lane like that, you really need the raindrop. So whenever he gets a new courier delivery, I think that will be available to him. For magic damage. Bottom lane though, Vegeta, he's taking a fair amount of damage. So it should be fine.
Do you think this is the kind of lane where you have kill potential on the Mars Snapfire, or is Trent enough to save him?
Not at all. I really feel like, he can trade well and poke Beast Coast and ideally soak a lot of the damage they would otherwise dish on Benny. But they have to really misplay this lane, I think, for the Forget Kill. Way too tanky on the side of Beast Coast.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm assuming they're only going to kill Beast Coast if, on this lane, mind you, if Snapfire makes a mistake. And she, cookies herself in a bad position or whatever.
Sort of dive. Which is possible, because they are definitely pushing Benny into the tower right now. Yeah.
You know, when you watch a game with Beast Coast, it's pretty funny. When you watch a game with them in they watch pro games that are going live or whatever, they always go and comment to be like, they could just dive him and kill him. And I'm like, I don't... But what if they die afterwards? Like, that doesn't matter. You already got the kill. It's all good. That's their mentality when they watch games. They always criticize players for not going hard enough, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much the core concept of Beast Coast, I think. Those guys, whether it works or not, they will go to the utmost limit to pressure people. That's their motto.
Yep, it's true.
Speaking of rotations, this
Sexy Fat. Yeah. Oh, but see, Smile actually might have rotated a bit hastily. Sexy Fat dealing as much damage as possible. And thanks to Nuage's rotation, they get C-Smile down. Honestly, pretty good for them. In fact, if Mini joins them as well, he has no mana though. Oh, just barely got enough for the Boundless Strike. That's going to be enough for Stinger to die. And that rotation nets them 2 kills. The most important one on C-Smile, punished for going top.
Yeah, very odd rotation coming from him. I guess he didn't use his TP, so at least he can go back to the lane. But I don't think they were in any rush of making a move like that, especially on such a tanky hero like Centaur that, by the way, is super farmed, has a Vanguard, really hard to take down. I mean, he's going top again. Sexy Fat, a lot of hate on this guy.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of pressure on the Sexy Fat, and this time they might not succeed, actually. They're killing him. Now, C-Smile still has a fair amount of mana. They slow him again. Sexy Fat, body blocked as well. He is holding out as long as possible. In fact, enough for them to gank bottom. Sorry, to gank mid and get the kill here on Gojira. But he still goes down. Benny, in a difficult position, is capable of Phantom striking away and not get killed off by Whisper.
I guess he's so sexy that Beastcoast is a little bit envious. They decide to gank him twice. Second time's the charm. They get that kill. But, I mean, still doesn't change the fact that Centaur is super farmed. Will get his 6. And do a lot with the power of that ultimate. Okay. He's even... Oh, he doesn't have TP. I didn't realize he didn't have it, so... Still a little bit sad, but that's some extra experience for Hane. Pretty much level 6 very early.
Mm-hmm. And we talked in the panel about the hunting squad of Centaur or Lion. Do you believe in its power? Do you just like gank terribly as much as possible once you get finger?
Yeah, like either Terrorblade or Storm, they're very easy to kill because provided they're smoked, they can like smoke for the first kills until there's Blink Dagger either Centaur or Lion. And after the blink, they don't even need a smoke if they do have vision or they're coming from a high ground. Super scary to play this game. Arena?
Oh, what?
It is working.
Oh, okay. It was no, it was for Benny, right? And he Phantom Strike to the Trim Protector, as in the top lane. They got Stinger, Double Edge. They still have a Stampede. In comes Whisper, no Arena, unfortunately, but still would punish. Or Jupiter. Sexy Fat still searching after a Stinger, as C-Smile actually gets killed in the middle lane. At least Sexy Fat does not die there, but this rotation is unsuccessful. They did find Madara, however. A lot of armor. You know, a Monkey King chasing after you. Mini, no Boundless Strike for another 5 seconds. Here's the Stampede, a little bit of magic damage to boot. And Madara, without the Sunder, can't save himself. Good Stampede, actually.
Really good Stampede. They were able to create space top lane without using that, and now they still get that kill. C-Smile. Oh.
Nope.
Unfortunate.
What a start,
right.
though.
What a start. Alright, so I actually have a question for you. You know pretty much all of the Beast Coast boys, right? I think you created content for Beast Coast in the second major, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes.
So out of all the Beast Coast guys, which one do you think is like more likely to... How can I even say this? Like, if you had to share a place with any of the Beast Coast guys, which one would you choose? Well, I guess that question is meaningless because the game's back. Let's go.
Yep. And Mini's in trouble. Oh, it's gonna be the Leech Seed. Mini. Oh, Mini is actually not gonna heal enough, and C-Smile should be able to finish him off. Well done. He actually goes for Nuages as well. Moves Glimpse back. He does have the help from the creeps to commit suicide, and he'll be able to avoid giving gold to the enemy team. The top lane, though, the team fight does continue. Whisper, no Arena just yet. He does have a spear, however. Puts Hannes against the tree. But without the Arena, it's hard to really deal the damage here, so Whisper's just going to auto-attack him to death. That did not work out. Sexy Fat actually took Whisper for a ride, and Whisper will have to retreat instead. Chris Luck, by the way, that's the answer.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Why?
We share common interest. Wink, wink. No. He's a very chill dude. He's actually really nice to hang out with him.
He loves anime. Just tell the truth.
Sure, that was the interest I was talking about. Yeah, that's the well-known interest for Chris Luck. Yeah. He is actually a big fan of One Piece, which is good taste. So
Dude, it's been so long since I actually considered watching One Piece, and it just keeps getting longer and longer, and I don't think I'll ever watch it, but literally everyone I see on the internet just swears by that anime.
Look, I read it, my dude, and I read 600 chapters in like 2 weeks. Oh, Sexy Fat. God's Rebuke, he gets killed against the arena. So, if you ever get a chance, I do recommend it. Hexed up, see Smile. Can they collect this frog? I don't think so. He does have the ball lighting in time. See Smile back to human form, capable of running away. However, this might net them a potential tower. Stinger comes to defend them. And Serum. Nuages nearby. Wanting to punish Stinger. However, we do have a Mars coming in. Beautiful static storm. But Stinger just on the edge of the kinetic field. Might just die too many. They missed the spear. God's Rebuke to send him back. Gojira nearby as well. But the Boundless Strike will finish off poor Stinger. Gojira does have the cookie, but he has no targets to use against either. Whisper still has that spear once again, but the tower is slowly falling. That's Brutality level 3 on Sexy Fat, making sure the tower hits him. From behind, the Storm, see Smile wants to snipe over the Lion, and thanks to the Spear of Mars damage, they're going to accomplish this, but Mini sets up the Wukong's command. Zones out the whole enemy team, but unfortunately is unable to keep him in the circle long enough to get any kills.
Right, I love the rotation from Sexy Fat. Was able to just create a lot of space, tank a lot of spells. They get the tower nonetheless. They even actually lured a Terrorblade there, so he was not farming, and he couldn't help because he didn't have Metamorphosis. So there is a lot of time wasted, and while all that was happening, PA, or Benny, is farming uncontested. Battle Fury on the way. This is looking really good for Apple Kings. I love the way they're being like fearless with a lot of these movements, but I might have just jinxed Benny. Let's see if he can escape this smoking.
He does pretty easily. He didn't jinx him at all, Bowie. You think so highly of yourself. Benny is above you, Bowie. He's above you.
I told you I'm very good at jinxing people.
Are you sure?
Not over yet.
It's true. It's not over yet. The smoke is... Oh, no. They're actually going to go for Sexy Fat instead. Benny reveals himself, goes for Gojira, and now Benny's pinned to a wall. Benny not going to be able to survive this. He has a Thunder Strike still on God's Rebuke for good measure. Despite the Stampede, Benny will die. Serum, more Nuages. In between the Static Storm and the Kisses, Fire and Lightning bring down this tree, and Storm will also fall. Sorry, Lion will fall to the Storm.
You're welcome, Beast Coast. You're welcome. So yeah,
honestly, I will never doubt you again, Bowie. I'm so sorry.
Very good rotation. Wait, okay, they do have double damage here. Mini wants maybe a piece of Stinger. That seems like an easy kill.
See Smile, okay.
Oh, nice
strike.
dodge.
I mean, the double damage is pretty good, but he does get stunned by the cookie, which gives C-Smile just barely enough time to get away.
So this probably means tier 1 tower because they still have this catapult wave, and it feels like they're going to have to farm their way towards the fountain on side of Beast Coast. This could be some good pressure. I mean, this is the dream PA game. Even though Benny died, I still feel like he's farming uncontested. He's going to get a good timing on the Battle Fury. He even gets the perfect drop there on the Possessed Mask. So,
yeah,
I know Lyrical was a little bit skeptical of this PA pick, but it is looking really good. Usually the biggest uncertainty on PA is whether you're going to get away with the laning stage, and I think that pretty much happened.
Tell me about this match against Terrorblade, though. Is it not as bad as people say? Wait, sorry. After they kill Centaur, Sexy Fat, God's Rebuke to push him back. He still has a stomp, but unfortunately no time to use it, as the stuns are aplenty, and the Centaur is dead.
So yeah, yes, when you look at PA versus Terrorblade and you just create a lobby and you put them hitting each other,
Sure.
it is not great. But PA is very unique in the way that she can just jump other targets. Like, she's super mobile, and this is a game where the two supports are not very mobile or tanky. Like, Sapphire is a little bit more, on the thick side, but Disruptor, super easy prey, and that's how you win. You pretty much kill everyone else, and then you turn your, you actually like start hitting the Terrorblade at the end with your team.
I like that. Okay, that's a good point. Because that's the same reason that people pick PL versus Terrorblade, right? The idea that you can just avoid him as much as possible. Okay.
Exactly. You're mobile enough. Also, you do drain mana, so that is one thing that PL has going for that PA doesn't. Oh, mid.
Sexy Fat. He's been caught once again. And those Mortimer's Kisses are not going to let him live. Good early game by Sexy Fat, but this mid game he's been playing a bit more sacrificial. Unfortunately, having to give a lot of space to both his other cores. And his net worth has been going down steadily. So I don't know if he's going to build hard this game.
That's true. It's not looking. Yeah, he does have the Blink Dagger queued up, which could actually work to their advantage at the end of the day. But yeah, because they took the mid tower instead of the top tower first, they're actually occupying the triangle, which is good. It actually takes a lot of farm away from the Terrorblade. But it also means that the center doesn't have anywhere else to be. Like, usually you want to be playing on that big jungle. This means beastcoast will get a tower that is not, the best tower in the world, but still free real estate and a lot of space for the Terrorblade to keep doing his thing in the dire jungle.
Oh, Stinger. Oh, careful. Hanses, Jupiter, nearby. So is Serum. Static Storm preemptively. I know we jokingly say Zone Out Static Storm, but that was actually a Zone Out Static Storm.
It definitely was. Did allow everyone to disengage, and I don't feel like they can really make a lot of moves on the side of King of Kings, because Sexy Fat is so poor, had to go back to the Hood of Defiance instead of straight up Blink. It's really only Mini that can...
Whisper gets Benny here with the arena, and that's going to be a guaranteed kill. What's funny is that only Whisper would miss the courier with God's Rebuke and then hit the spear perfectly on the PA right after. What a meme.
Yeah. And also, what's not funny is that PA had the money for Battle Fury, but actually lost money, doesn't have it now. Mini. Zoning Wukong's command.
Okay, once again, this is actually a zoning Wukong's command.
But that is a dead tower, unless the smoke gank actually connects to a meaningful target. Ideally, they want the TB. He is protected by Stinger, but with no Static Storm.
Storm is fine too, though. Oh, Storm reveals the smoke gank. He continues walking that direction because he doesn't see them. It's nighttime. Gets caught by the Earth Spike and the Hex. That's going to be a dead Sea Smile. They also jump over to Gojira. That cookie is not going to give him enough distance to run away. Gojira will fall as well. beastcoast lose 2. More importantly, the Storm just dies there, giving a killing spree over to Jupiter.
Very good. Benny finally finishes the Battle Fury. Those 2 deaths were pretty costly, because I think if he doesn't die, he would probably have like a 13-minute Battle Fury. And I know it only sounds like 4 minutes, but it really changes the way this hero scales. In lane.
Okay. Oh, did he get stopped in the kinetic field?
Yeah, and then
Mini?
he got
Static Storm?
speared into the tree that was cut.
Wait,
He's alive.
does kinetic field stop Monkey jumping over it? I didn't know that. As he dies, by the way.
I never saw the interaction, but I think you're right.
I don't know. I would assume not, but apparently that's what happened. Unless he jumped to the tree right next to himself, right?
Yeah, maybe that's what happened. Oh, huge zip, Benny.
Yeah, they're going for Benny. They have enough mana for one Electric Vortex. Gojira, look at this, the classic beastcoast dive. Once again, the spear catches Benny. Against the wall he goes. They need a last bit of damage. Overload will do the trick. As the Trumpeter turns into a pig, they'll do absolutely nothing to save his life.
A little bit of criticism here to Sexy Fat. He had a TP the whole time, and I know he doesn't have his Blink Dagger, but I really feel like he could have TP'd and at least dissuaded beastcoast for this dive. I don't think getting that Blink a little bit faster really is better than losing the PA a 3rd time.
He feels like he's falling off a bit too hard, and he desperately needs that one comeback item. That's what the Blink represents to him.
Yeah, that's probably his. But that is a very sort of fun mentality. At the end of the day, this is definitely a game Benny needs to carry very hard, and we'll see if it becomes a problem or not. To scout the ward placed by Apple Kings. I don't think they can smoke, even though it felt like they wanted to do that with the Lion being with the Blink Dagger on Lion being ready as well.
That's a pretty huge item, actually. I would even say Blink Dagger on Lion might be more major than Blink Dagger on Centaur this game.
Yeah, I think so. So much easier to lock down either the TB or the Storm.
Yep.
Gonna try and map around while they show the center. I like this. This is good.
All right, little bait in the mid lane. Pretend like the smoke is around the Centaur. The beastcoast doesn't care. He's like, what? You gonna smoke against the Centaur? Stampede forced? They should do a wraparound, and they do catch the Madara, actually. Well done. Glimpse, however, brings back Sexy Fat, and at least they get a recovery kill. However, not as worth as a carry. Oh, this beastcoast continue to fight this. They do, but the Blink Dagger saves Hannes. Whisper, continuing
Just to be clear, that was not a zoning arena. And
Chase? No, he got juked there. The Storm with your spike. The cookie to save, but the finger that is too quick. Sea smells down. They actually get a 2-man balance strike as well. Benny Wants to join back in. They see the opportunity. They hit the Mars on the back. Whisper facing them and fighting them. But unfortunately, that's not going to be enough to save his life. As Stinger is desperately running away. But he's in no man's land. Has nowhere to go. But a TP back home will save his life.
Apu Kings, that was so beautifully done. Like, first of all, Benny joining that smoke, even though he's not even close to BKB, you know, just to make sure they have enough damage. Then because their ward got revealed, they did just as I said. They showed the centaur and they pretend there's smoke behind him. They find the TB, and at the end of the day, they also clean up everyone because the storm spent a lot of mana to get the centaur kill at the end. It's beautifully done. They are breathing, and like I feel like a lot of people. I mean, don't get me wrong. This coast is still one of the best teams in South America, but I think Apu Kings, they are much better than a lot of people give credit for. So really nice to watch them play.
Oh, I would agree. Do you think they took advantage of the fact that Beast Coast is known for always going for these aggressive plays, and they baited them out with a centaur?
Yeah, they're like, even if they're behind the centaur, we're much stronger. We don't care. They jumped the centaur, but because they had already, it was also very unfortunate because if they don't jump the centaur as fast, they could have maybe reacted to the TB. So it was a little bit of luck, but also very nicely played by Apu Kings nonetheless.
Yeah, I like that. That is something that, honestly, if you watch like a million Beast Coast replays, you'll see them jump almost all the time against the offlaner. They do not care, right? If they think they have enough kill potential to bring them down relatively quickly, they will do so.
Yeah, they plan on outplaying everyone, and
Yes.
I think it works a lot of the times in South America. In the world stage, they're yet to like really make that work very hard, but still, it's super entertaining, and I'm already loving this game. 20 minutes, almost 2 kills a minute. It's very exciting.
To be honest with you, Bowie, I kind of disagree. I think in most games that you watch, like even internationally, like Beast Coast teamfight is a tier above most teams. It just so happens that the mistakes they make tactically, they're too harshly punished, right?
I'm not saying they're team fight. I just meant like they didn't succeed not in team fighting, but in like international
aspects.
wins results. But I would agree too. Okay, Mini has
Okay,
BKB,
bound to strike.
that's why
Mini,
he's crazy.
great BKB there. Now they actually put Whisper. He's in his wall, but Mini doesn't care. That BKB is making sure he can just pummel Whisper. However, they took the bait this time, and they went for the hardest hero to kill.
Nice Hex.
See Smile? Went right, Static Storm to protect him. He's capable of running away. The hero that kisses as well. They need the spear, and they get it! Whisper being alive, make sure they can kill Benny. They also bring down Serum. Mini is trying to use his jumps to distract him. They even use the Wukong's command, but doesn't matter. They break down the tree, and much like deforestation, this monkey is gonna die.
Yeah, target selection there was not great for Apu Kings. I know Mini had a BKB. He just wanted to keep the ball rolling, but he used BKB to hit a Mars for 10 seconds, and Mars didn't even die. So I don't like the decision. He really forced a bad fight for the entire team there.
It's ironic because they just baited Beast Coast with the exact same mentality, right? And they fall
Yes.
for their own trap.
That's the South America way. I mean, I love it. It makes for very entertaining games, but it also makes everything super unstable. You never know like who's gonna win anything. DD. Could this be Roche for Beast Coast? I mean, at least they're gonna give it to Sismile. Or wait. Waiting. Nicely done.
Okay.
Double
So
damage.
with this Madara, I feel like you can take the next team fight. I don't think you get to wait till the next BKB. I don't think you farm that fast.
Yeah, you're just waiting meta, I think. They're so far ahead. They might either smoke with this double damage, or they might just join the Roche bait if they feel like Apu Kings is, positioned in a way where they can't respawn. Because I think this Roche falls really quickly. After all, you do have Medallion plus level 4 Little Shredder. That is a lot of minus armor alongside the DD. Sexy Fat. Not going for the hard, going BKB. I like it.
Anything but heart would have worked for you, right? Like you could be going Aeon this gear. You'd be like, yes, let's go, Sexy Fat.
Yes. Yes, I would agree.
I'm also not that big fan of hard build. It feels like a pub build, to be honest, on Centaur.
It works when you're like destroying the
Far
game,
ahead.
but even when you're destroying the game, I think you can sometimes just make the game harder. because you can get silenced, you can get ignored, which is what happens a lot of the time.
I feel like
Benny very
Halberd
far away.
does better, and you still get a strength item out of it, right?
Want cookies?
Sure. The status resistance is not bad either.
Mhm.
And this is unfortunate. So close to the BKB on Benny, but they are either going to be forcing to Beast Coast.
Oh, okay. The kisses come out, but I don't know what for. It was for the Centaur to begin with. He got away. The Stampede will help him. However, Glimpse brings him back, and here's where the counters to the Centaur come into play. Sexy Fat will be punished. God's Rebuke should finish him off. There we go. To be honest, not really much to blame for Sexy Fat. He's mega countered this game, so he's meant to die. He's going to die a couple of times. There's this Disruptor and there's Mars. He's just going to suffer.
I know, he's totally right. He has to be the hero that's first point of contact. And they just allowed him to die because Up Kings doesn't have the BKB on Benny. It's just very risky to fight right now. But this means Aegis or the Storm. And this is very scary. 9k goal lead. Oof.
Classic farming Aegis, right? You give it to the hero. Right now, all the tier 2s are up, so you're not going to go high ground, so you give it to the hero that can dive the most, right? In this case, the Storm, as opposed to your high ground carry.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I love that she used the word dive just because it's Viscos. But yes. Oh, they find
Oh,
me.
Whisper.
Radiant's top tower.
Okay. He has the God's Rebuke. So not using it though, saving for the potential Spear Mini, now using the BKB. Do they have any way of canceling this TP? They do not. So he'll successfully run away back home. However, they did force a BKB usage, not bad.
It is space at the end of the day, but also, yeah, I mean, ideally they would like to use those BKBs aggressively. Ever since he got the BKB, it's been really hard for Up Kings after that very forced fight. But Benny did finish his BKB because of that space, and now they just want to, if you're Up Kings, you want to dodge, dodge, dodge. You don't care if some of your tier 2s fall. Ideally, you want to be getting close to that third item on PA once the Aegis ends on Viscos. And I think the Basher is definitely the way to go. If you can, bash See a Smile, that is a great way to kill him again with BKB. And it also means you might just kill the Disruptor before he even, pops anything.
I see why they pay you the big bucks for the analysis, right? If you bash the Storm, it's a good way to kill him. I would have never guessed,
Yes.
mate.
Bash means damage, means stun. Damage and stun equals good.
And death, yeah.
What?
Nuages.
That is a bad Nuages.
Yeah. We have Eggs on Stinger, by the way. Pretty good,
Ooh,
to be honest. He has
already,
equal farm to
dude.
the Lion, who's a 4.
Jeez. That is a
That-
very happy Disruptor.
Dude, the fact that Axe on Disruptor comes at the same time as, or more or less, as the BKB on PA is huge.
Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, he only died 4 times. Usually would expect him to die much more against these, run at 2 sort of heroes. But, yeah, only 4 deaths. And that was a part of a lot of kills. Bottom lane, Mini just doing his thing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, you push out, you get a free tower, why not, right? While Beast Coast dominates the triangle, they're not going to go down bottom and lose control of the triangle just because you're pushing a tier 1.
Yeah, and even if they get the tier 1, it's not like they would be able to control the triangle because they have no vision.
Radiant's top tower
And
is
if Disco sees the heroes there, they can just actually force high ground. Usually first Aegis is not a high ground Aegis, but they might have a different opinion here.
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Beast Coast is not the kind of team to hesitate, honestly.
Yeah,
If
they are very
SG
far
had a
ahead.
polar opposite, it would be this.
Yes, I would definitely agree. At least the old, the TI-10 SG.
Yeah, the old SG, yes, yes. The current SG is not particularly afraid of Hydra.
Radiant's top
Okay.
Yeah.
They did hex him,
Whoa.
though, so maybe they're going to regret their choices. Yep, nice offensive force staff actually kills off for Madara. And that's going to be also a dead Snapfire. Beautiful stuff, gets the 2 supports. And that's going to be 3 kills already going for Apple King of Kings. C-Smile just showcasing, he's like, guys, I'm still here, I'm useful. But unfortunately not useful enough to solo kill a whole team.
Yeah, that's why first Aegis is usually not high ground Aegis. A lot of the times you're not that strong. And yeah, I think Beast Coast, they were showing way too many heroes there. Obviously, they were confident, but you can always be a little bit too confident and Apple King of Kings, they also didn't hesitate.
Oh no! What is
Very
this
nicely
play?
done.
Oh. You just see Mini just pretend to be a double damage rune, dude. Try to bait him.
Beautiful.
I do
I
love
love
this, though,
Monkey King,
because-
by the way. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
one of the best mechanics in this game.
I agree, and I love that Mini will troll with it. That's very Mini play as well.
I think
mean-
he also became Roche in one of the games, and he just like
Yes.
started walking around the map as Roche.
This is the guy that whose whole Twitter is just pictures of Amelia Clarkson, right? So
Emilia Clarke, yeah.
Amelia Clark, that's it. Yeah, sorry. Game of Thrones.
Exactly, the mother of all dragons and lots of other titles that I don't remember.
Yeah, he's a very big fan. He will literally post his life in just Amelia Clark memes, and it is, you know, kudos to you. But that's an eccentric player if I've ever seen one.
He is. And also very vocal, because there's definitely a lot of eccentric
Yes.
players that don't really like show that to the world. I love the Mini. I want more players that really communicate. Oh, hello.
Great. Oh, Static Storm already used. Only catches Turn Protector. Sexy Fat. Stops Whisper. For now, though. Whisper is ready. He has the arena still for now. Will just stun Mini. Puts the arena outside of the monkey circle, but Whisper is still taking a beating. Where's the team to support him? A Terrorblade finally cuts to the backlines. They're going for the PA. Benny is stuck in a bad position, but manages to fend himself to safety as Whisper will fall. They repositioned the fight in a way that was beneficial to Apple King of Kings, and Beast Coast was unable to keep him in their turf.
All right, yeah, that was a really weird fight because they started with the Static Storm and the Eggs on Storm, but they didn't really get any kills. So it just makes taking that fight really hard. And Beast Coast, they gotta be careful. I mean, it's just, you know, the Beast Coast way. They really don't care about their advantage. They're all about showing off and making sure the game is entertaining for all the sponsors. But you know, this game is important. It's gonna, you know, it actually is worth DPC points at the end of the day. It's worth money.
Yeah. Honestly, if you're Beast Coast Org, you're probably not very happy with this team. But if you're the sponsor, you're like, wow, we always get so much airtime. 3 games against SG, yes, please. You know, like the classic Beast Coast move is to win against the best team in the league and lose against the last team in the league.
Exactly. Although
Unfortunately, now they
lose
lost
to their
against
Predator.
Yeah, exactly.
Balance as all things should be.
Yes. Now they lose against the top one. Actually, the top 2, to be honest, and the last one as well.
By the way, I mean, maybe you don't even know that, so I don't want to put you on the spot, but like, if whoever loses this, like, is there like a lower bracket and a winner bracket, or will the 3rd and 4th place battle it out, and the 1st and 2nd place just, is it only 2 series for the mini major, or do you get like more games?
Actually, in
You
South
get my
America, in South America, there's 2. So like the 3rd and 4th place gets 2 chances, right? So you fight against the 1st place, right? It's like seeding, yeah. Then there's a lower
okay.
bracket, right? And then there's a lower bracket for the teams that lose the lower bracket as well, and that is just them. They meet in a boxing ring.
All right. So yeah, there's still going to be a chance, even if you lose this game, to be 1st place, just a little bit harder.
Yes.
Benny
I have no clue what
gets
the format is, Bowie, in case you didn't guess from that ironic statement. I am not Val.
So you're meaning it's not going to be a boxing match? Okay.
No. Okay, thank you, Trent. How do you know that?
He is Ice Frog.
Magical. 4 teams double limb. Is it really? Oh, never mind. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's 4 teams double limb. I said Trent because he read the announcement, and unfortunately we failed to do that. In my defense, Bowie, English is not my first language, so I can't really read.
Yeah, I also can't read.
Exactly. It's, you know.
I can actually speak perfect English. I just don't understand the words. I also cannot read in Portuguese, so that's why I ended up being a Dota character. But,
Same. I'm completely illiterate. This is really a struggle to play Dota. They kill Serum here. As C-Smile, Static Storm, okay, they catch Sexy Fat here. Or, I don't know, Sexy Fat doesn't seem to be caught. Now with the Mortimer's kisses, he seems to be in a bigger pickle. Static Storm keeps him silenced, so unfortunately he couldn't use the Stampede towards the later stage to that. Lion will also fall there with a nice little spear from Whisper.
okay. Unfortunate because Roche is 47 seconds away from spawning, and that is a fair number of dead heroes, no buyback.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
guess I would say that you now go for Roche, but instead Beast Coast runs down mid, and they will, or they might find a kill against Benny, as BKB's about to run out. Benny, I don't think you want to go back in, however, they lose their carry in the process. So carry for carry, Beast Coast are like, don't worry, our real carry is Whisper anyway, who cares? Gleipnir will find Stinger. Whisper showing himself to know that his supports are not alone. Emotional support here, Whisper can only God's rebuke the Monkey King. He has to run away. Kinetic Fuel, this time to zone out Mini. And Mini, kind of more of a carry than Benny right now.
I just want to reiterate what happened there. 3 heroes of Apu Kings are dead. Benny jumps 5 heroes, kills the 2 more important cores, makes sure Roche's not going to be taken out. And that was insanely, I mean, super courageous, because I feel like you could have just fed and lost the game. But because it worked, and there's no buyback on the 2 heroes inside of Beast Coast, they might just get away with Roach Martyr here.
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
is under attack.
I don't know, it is a bit slow for them because they don't have any sort of like minus armor or anything. Well, they do, but it's dead. So we'll see how
If
this
they
works
had
out for
Heart,
them.
he would be a little bit faster. Oh, and he does have Heart queued up, by the way.
Oh my god, Sexy Fat. Staying true to form, huh? There's the Mortimer's Kisses, Sexy Fat. He's being burnt alive. Test Stampede though, he's holding on to it, still the BKB as well. There's the BKB used, Sexy Fat, that's why you hold on to it the last second. In fact, Stinger got surprised by this. And he gets killed as a result.
Alive,
He has to
though.
buy back immediately. They're stuck in the arena. There's the Wukong's command with level 25. That's way too wide. No way. Whisper is escaping that circle. And the use of the zone out to also try to take Roshan in the meantime. We don't have a Metamorphosis for this fight. There's Electric Vortex. BKB also used by C-Smile Mini. Gets a Boundless Strike. Stuns too, but unfortunately the Storm is not one of them. However, Benny will now take the role of the carry as Sexy Vet gets a beautiful home stomp. They can even manage to kill off C-Smile. No, one last ball lightning and the Sunder punishes Sexy Fat here. Benny is capable of staying alive. He's fighting TB to the death, and they hit each other until one comes out alive. It's going to be Benny. Beast Coast lose their whole team there with an Aegis actually taken by Serum, allowing him to stay alive to the very end.
Dude, oh my god, Jupiter played that fight so well. He waited like 7 seconds for the PA to wall from the tier 2, and then he gets a beautiful Ravage. And you know, even though they, like, all of the cores and Beast Coast were inside the Roach to try and get the Aegis, it allowed them to kill everyone. Up to King of Kings, like, sure, Beast Coast made a couple of mistakes here and there, but they are just as fearless, and I really feel like he might just force a couple of buybacks here, because if they don't buy back on Beast Coast, it could be wrecked.
Yeah, I agree. Beast Coast seems fearless, but Apu Kings is just wild, dude. And they just jump in one after another. And then a better lineup to do so as well. And I think Beast Coast needs a bit more of a coordinated fight.
They're getting 2 lanes at the same time here, Beast Coast.
This is the most Apu Kings play I've seen. 2 catapults,
Dude, if I do that in my
take
pubs,
advantage.
I always lose the game, but somehow they're getting away with it.
It's actually smart because you have 2 catapults bottom, so it's a good idea to take advantage of it. Catapults will take the racks even if you lose the Monkey King here, so it's okay. No, actually, can they save the catapults? No, they couldn't kill him in time. They used even the medallion to try to kill him, but that's going to be 2 lanes of racks. Even if Monkey King dies, no buyback.
Yeah. Wow. Very crazy game. Benny, he like, his power spike is pretty much here. Having the Fan of Knives and level 25 is just incredibly hard to deal. Even though there's eggs on Disruptor, I feel like they never really used that power spike properly, right? When they went high ground with the first Aegis, that was when the first time he had it, and now every fight he just gets jumped and die. Oh, bottom.
Yeah, Nuages was cutting lanes and he got caught. Not a big deal.
There was a tree there.
Yeah. Now there are many less trees there. Yeah, honestly. Yes. Yeah.
Radiant's middle
You know, what
tower
Bowie was saying is that, you know, it's Beast Coast, so anyone can win anytime. Apple King of Kings can always throw. Beast Coast can always pull a miracle out of nowhere. Honestly, if you guys have watched these 2 teams play, like, it's never decided until the very, very end. yes, drafts and analysis and stuff, it's interesting and cool, but these two teams are way too... They're two mavericks, essentially. It's too hard to determine what's going to happen.
Very true.
As you guys can see here, why are they pushing high ground?
Boy.
The Monkey King's dead, so that's why, actually. That's the reason. But they're still might get punished for Static Storm, okay. Here comes C-Smile. BKBs though on Benny. And they managed to root the Terrorblade. He actually sunders C-Smile. C-Smile has to get away before he gets punished for this. For now, he's alive. They've killed Benny as well. Sexy Fat in trouble. They pin him against a tree. And the TB still strong, killing off Sexy Fat. Beast Ghost will hold their ground. Good trap, actually.
I mean, what you said is true. This game is wild. I could
You
harp
said
on
that. I
the
was just
fact that
repeating
they
as you were
didn't
muted.
have to. I'm sorry.
You said it. I was just repeating what you said because you were muted, my friend. But you said it. Don't give me credit.
Okay, yeah, but like at the end of the day, I don't think they had to defend the lane of barracks. They already have a 2 lane of barracks advantage. The Monkey King was dead with no buyback, so the fact that they tried to take that fight, they buyback Benny, could potentially be the reason they lose this game in the end. But I mean, it's Beast Coast versus Apple King, so there's no logic involved. There's just pretty much cold-blooded craziness all the time, and I'll just try and enjoy the ride because it is very entertaining. But like, you know, it's such an important game. It makes me very anxious.
I mean, you watch that play, right? You go and say, right, it's Beast Coast because they play so aggressively all the time. It's so hard to guess when it's a trap and when it's not. But what Apple King and Kings is thinking is, oh, I see TB, let's go fight. Like, there's no more complexity to it. And they're winning. Oh my God, they just got C-Smile with a Nurse Spike. He's capable of BKBing himself to safety. Not even the Hex. The balls on Adonis to use the Earth Spike first. Oh my God.
Yes. And also, even though the Storm had Kaya Sanj, it's still super risky, so he's very lucky to live. Wow, what a crazy game! But this means his Lincoln will be ready for the next fight, and he will be much harder to be taken down, especially now. He's also level 25, ton of extra damage with the overload attack bounce.
So this Lincoln, I'm assuming, is for the Hex, right?
Yes, definitely. Also, Silver Edge on Mars, so break mechanic coming very strong against Benny. Don't see that every day. And time for the smoke. Terrorblade is massive too.
Yep. 5k above the PA currently. Not that it seems to matter too much again in these fights. Smoke. They see it's low to high ground. Never engage in our low to high ground smoke. Stinger makes the right call. Retreats in time. Oh, Gojira did not seem to get that call. Okay, just a bit later. By the way, Schofield has an MKB. I just checked.
Wow. And the Lil Shredder user attack damage talent. Okay.
Yeah. He's going for Crystals, dude.
Oh my god. This is glorious. Also, refresher on the Monkey King. I guess I didn't point that out. They're gonna have potentially 2 Wukong's commands. I have no idea if you actually get, double the armor if you have 2 going on at the same time, but that would mean he is immortal against the Terrorblade.
Oh, that's a very good question, actually.
Yeah.
I actually don't know.
I will assume it's only 1 because it's probably an aura that won't really double, right? It's not an actual effect, but regardless, it's going to be a lot of armor for him. Wait.
Yeah.
What? No. Forget what I said. I'm actually going crazy with Beast Coast and Apple Kings, and let's just enjoy the ride here, Avo.
I actually want to say that I've seen this mini Monkey King build before, and I actually really like it. He plays like this semi-carry utility Monkey King that's scales pretty nicely and always brings damage, but brings the enough catch, right, for your late game to be more viable. So I've seen this build before, also against the TV, I think it was, with mixed damage, and I'm a big fan. Yeah,
it's definitely very strong. It just... Refresher is so good. Probably going to be nerfed next patch, by the way. But, they find Gojira. He's very quick.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess if you're starting to go for the Snapfire that uses attack damage, Kiss is not that important anymore. Because you want to use Little Shredder more. Oh. They do catch Sexy Fat. That's the worst target. Whispers like, should I God's Rebuke? Oh, he actually finds the PA, though.
Super Edge.
The God's Rebuke, the Electric Vortex, though. Can they spear him? No, because they just lost it. They speared him too late. The BKB came out on Benny. C-Smile trying to get away. Instead, it's going to be Whisper who's going to be the target. C-Smell gets caught by the Gleipnir. And that's going to be the Lincoln's popped. The stun used, even stunning Whisper. C-Smile, one last Vortex. In comes Whisper, pins him against a tree. The Tree Protector trying to finish off C-Smile, and his physical attack damage will be sufficient as finally the TV joins the fight. Manny's the target, he has to use the circle. That's not going to be enough. That Wukong's command did nothing to save him from the TB, who now has mixed damage with that MKB.
That was a really good play from beastcoast, by the way. The Disruptor was hiding the whole time, and once the BKB from PA were off and they were chasing the Storm towards the base, they were able to glimpse PA back and kill him with the Ag Static Storm. Really nicely done. Stinger finally gets to like fully utilize the Aghanim Scepter. And no buyback on Benny. Remember what I said about that buyback? This could be a huge blow to Apu King's pretty like amazing performance so far.
Yep, and that buyback on Whisper was major. The fact that he had it, right, really made the difference there. What a spear by Whisper towards the end that allowed the TV to come back into the fight. This slow, lumbering hero. Talk about spears. He wants to punish Sharon for what he did to his good friend, the Storm. The Ghoster, however, will save him, and Madara is in a really bad position. Static Storm will not be enough to save him. Madara's down for the count. Schofield's like, don't worry, guys, I'll carry. Oh, wait, actually, I'm super fragile. Schofield, no! The Stampede is going to catch him. And unfortunately, they're going to lose 2 heroes, the 2 damage dealers. In fact, the third one as Stinger gets hexed up. Was Apple King of Kings a French team? Because they just took some frog legs for dinner.
As I said, the buyback from Benny never mattered because he trusts his allies, and they're very good players that took everyone from Beast Coast down, even though they could have camped and wait for Roach. So, very nicely done from Benny, honestly. Like, that buyback was the reason they're winning this game right now.
Look, any analysis you do in this game is meaningless. You already talked about it, you know? If you guys are here, you're not here to enjoy good or bad Dota. You're just here to enjoy whatever this slugfest is. You're here for the ride.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Street Dota, yeah, honestly.
Do you
Okay, so Roche is up. Was not scouted from Apu King so far, so they can either try to get the tier 2 and cement their way towards victory, or they could Roche. Surprised they're going top, but yeah, that's getting out by Jupiter. Probably the safe play. And that is a refresher.
This Roche
so
is definitely the safe play.
potentially triple Wukong's command, potentially triple BKB on Monkey King, or I think PA is probably gonna get a refresher, but we'll see.
Alright, Aegis to Mini. Nope, don't forget the refresher. There you go. Okay, so for now, Benny keeps it. Maybe for double BKB, honestly, not crazy.
Yeah, double fan of knives. Like, I mean, it's 36% pure damage. Like 32, but still like insane.
No, honestly, when TV has this much HP at this point, it's not even that crazy.
Yeah, it's pure damage. It's pretty crazy.
Alright, Sexy Fat, his build has been completed, by the way. Overwhelming Blink plus Heart of Tarask. Not saving for buyback, by the way, because why?
Benny already bought back, so he doesn't have to save for it. Yeah, I mean, he's really hard to bring down, and I think like one of the things that counters Storm really hard is just raw effective HP, which is very high. He like has to use so much mana.
A lot.
Yep, it is over 9,000, some would say, and that just makes Smile's life really hard, especially if they position in a way where center is very far away from everyone else, and it's the only target that is like hitting a tier 3. We'll see how they approach this high ground siege, if they feel like they want to farm buyback on the PA, which he has, by the way. Just got it. If they just want to wait something out. Nope, they don't. They're just gonna ult.
Oh, Whisper. Yeah, they're gonna ult. They're gonna fight Whisper. He does not have time to activate his BKB, I think. However, never mind. I spoke too soon. He activates his arena with C-Smel's help as well. Mortimer's just coming in. Whisper tries to retreat, but unfortunately he's not fast enough. In the backlines, though, Sexy Fat thought he was tanky enough, but the TB does not care about your effective HP. TB though, stuck too long in that position. Static Storm plus Electric Vortex, they go for the line immediately, and Benny's stuck in the Static Storm. C-Smile's out of mana. They just need to keep their Static Storm, however. They need one last bit of damage. Benny will survive. That Glimpse does nothing. Stinger can't even go into the Wukong's command. Thunder Strike will do the trick, and that's gonna bring down Benny. But at what cost, Bowie? 4 heroes down. Only Madara survives, completely retreating from this fight. As Apple King and King, as they recognize Benny is but a decoy, Mini is becoming the true carry now. Like Benny is coming back just in case.
Dude, in that fight, Sexify used cheese, and it felt like it was like a mech usage. It felt like he recovered 200 HP, but you know, it's 2.5k HP. That's because you know, he's really sexy and fat, I guess.
Yep. Sexy fat, okay. Second attempt for his life. Maybe he's not the best first target though, as Mini cuts from behind, fights the TV head on like a true man, but I don't think he's gonna work. He's a monkey, not a man. However, the TV in trouble now. He can't use Thunder in time. He needs a target, but it's too late. That cast point too long. TV now comes back. Madara though without Metamorphosis. How will he fight this no Ags either? It's the opportunity Apple was waiting for. They go for the throne. First, the tier 4s, however, C-Smile trying to delay it as best they can. But what can C-Smile do? He's but a storm in a massive ocean of Apple King, King's destruction. One less Electric Vortex caught by the hoof stomp. Didn't activate BKB in time. The plethora of stuns. He's forced to ball lightning away. BKB immediately for the TP, who also does not want to die. A Center to Centaur will do nothing to stop this unrelenting wave of power. Kings will take the game. Beast Coast will unfortunately lose game number 1. And they're one step closer to having to face Thunder Predator in those regional finals.
Wow, that was an amazing performance. Look at me there just smiling. They really played Beast Coast game, and a lot of teams actually failed to match the aggression and like still be able to, you know, like focus on what matters. And for the most part, they did an amazing job. This was one of the best matches I cast the entire DPC, and I'm just glad I was a part of it, dude. What a game! And this is only game 1, so it's only gonna get better from here.
Yeah, honestly, especially after the stops we got earlier today, this has been the game that we're expecting. It's hard to say if they were entirely even or if both teams were just there to play Slaughterhouse, you know, but it was certainly fun to watch. This is a South American Dota that we know and love. You know, not necessarily the most tactical play sometimes, but oh boy, is it fun to watch. So that's what matters to us. With that, guys, we're gonna be going over to the we're gonna be going over to the panels, who is gonna break down this game for us and tell us what happened in the midst of this chaos. Hello again. Hey, panel.
That's a big ask. That we're going to tell you what happened. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to tell you what happened, because I think the whole game was freaking crazy, man.
Yeah, I was there, dude, and I couldn't tell what was happening half the time, if I'm honest with you. Most of the time, they don't even give you enough time to breathe and finalize if the plays are good or not. That's how they get through to you.
It's probably for the best.
Yeah. I think I sent Trent a message that said, we're going to get 3 games of this, because that's just what's going to happen, no matter what.
Yes, Trent is actually so flabbergasted by this game number 1 that he's become a mute, unfortunately.
Oh no!
Oh no! I'm sorry. My
no.
apologies. Only to you guys, not to the lovely people out there.
That's
apologies.
fine.
So it's okay. The people who mattered heard. Yeah. So what was that, guys?
That's my question, Trent. You're supposed to tell me.
We're just gonna run at each other the whole game. I mean, they're like, I don't even know. I don't know. It's a good game. It was fun. It was kind of clowny. Did you guys? I felt like the clown vibe was happening a lot during this game, where I'm just like, okay, people are like getting overexcited, overextending a little bit. I want to make this cool play. And Beast Coast, I thought they had it, honestly. And then Apu King's just like, because like we talk about like the need to snowball and how we expect them to like maybe be able to like carry that through and everything. But I should never underestimate the ability of any team in Dota to throw away a good lead. Because it feels like it's easier than it's ever been right now. Even if there's not like crazy comeback mechanics, it feels like everyone just wants to dive more than they've ever wanted to dive before. I don't know whose fault that is.
Well, and the thing to me that was super interesting about it, and I think somebody made a comment about refreshers need to be nerfed next time. That the Monkey King's build ended up being pretty solid, and I think that like in these types of crazy matches, refreshers are kind of kings, right? Because you're you have this built-in idea of like we can survive through this one thing. We just got to wait for that to be done, particularly the Wukong's command, and then we'll be fine. God, some of those spears were so sick earlier from Whisper. That was really nice.
Honestly.
But the refresher just breaks that mentality, and then suddenly you've got to worry about a whole new thing.
Do you know what it really breaks? Is this idea of how broken buyback is.
Yeah.
It turns out the answer to buyback's actually just refresher, and so that's what ruins everything.
Yeah.
I like that analysis. I will say though that in the game, especially towards like maybe the last 20 minutes of the game, it did seem like Beast Coast was more keen on the dives. Like the dives from Apple King of Kings seemed more sensical than the ones from Beast Coast. Like that
100%.
That last push in the middle lane where TB just had meta and they're like, PA's dead, nothing can kill me was odd,
dude.
To say the least.
Like if he had a fluffy hat a couple of times, like he would have been okay. There were so many moments where he was just so close to getting a Sunder off, and then it just didn't happen in the end. Like, you just needed a little bit more HP, and things would have been fine, or some regen, or like help from one of his teammates. A freaking like holy locket, like these little moments here, you know, where like things just would have turned around, but didn't have the extra help from his team that he needed, and it fell apart.
Man, such a strong lead right at this point in the game. Like, yes, a lot of it's stacked on a TV, but I think when it's a Storm as one of your allies, it generally tends to be like pretty successful for setting up for good fights for your TV in combination with a Mars. Like, you have the scouting ability, you have that first grab to kind of like force a bad fight from your opponents. And I really thought that'd be enough for them to just like carry it through with Aegises and everything. And then they even get that second fight, like after losing their double set of racks on Beast Coast, they managed to take a fight while Terrorblade and the Creeps just force down the top lane, and then TB still joins in on the fight while the Creeps finish top to grab a couple kills. And I thought that's when Beast Coast had fully turned it.
Yeah.
Again.
And they did it again. Like, again, just watch all of these fights and like how often Terrorblade is so close to killing everybody, and suddenly they get a bash, suddenly they get a stun, suddenly he's dead and he can't get Sunder off. Like, oh man, and this one right here, this jump in that came in at the end, it was
sick.
so sick. The Lion freaking owned. God, really frustrating.
I mean, Sexy Fat even getting a bit of stun before he died right there. I mean, having some utility was clutch, honestly. There was multiple times where they like try to kill Sexy Fat, and like you said, that sliver of HP, right, allowed him to get one hope stop off, and all of a sudden the team fight gets turned around, right?
I also was really hoping we were going to see a shard from C Smile. I think that item is like criminally underrated in late game. Even just the 40 attack speed that you get on it is like it's really nice.
Yeah, this is the fight that while this is all happening, they're just losing their entire top lane to Creeps, and then a TV illusion, which was also down there. They just lost everything, which I have not seen happen in ages, and yet somehow, Apu King of Kings still managed to pull this one out.
Yeah. What do you guys
look
think?
At this state of game right here. How do they win this game?
Yeah.
Like, honestly.
I mean, this is how they won. Actually,
that is it right there. Actually.
They just don't heal him. Oh.
Well, I mean, you don't have any hero with save, right? In your team, the way that Madara was playing a couple of fights was certainly as if you had someone with save in your team, and that just wasn't the case.
Right. Well, and yeah, definitely. Like some of the save is the counter initiation coming from Mars or something like that, right? But then as soon as Whisper jumps in and tries to like kill the tree first, it doesn't end up working. Like you need to make sure that you have that Mars backing you up if you're going to play aggressive like that.
Yep.
Well, it's a good game.
Good game.
We could keep talking about this game for ages because of how wacky it was, but we're here expecting a game number 2 to be equally as chaotic. However, we won't ever get a game number 2 if we keep talking. As you guys know, players wait for casters to finish the panel before they start the game.
Clearly.
So for your pleasure, viewers, we're going to actually stop the panel here, take a small break, and then we'll come back with game number 2 between Beast Coast and Apple King of Kings. See you guys then. Well, that was a very quick break because game number 2 is about to begin. So exciting. We get to see another wonderful draft, and here we go. Look.
Oh God, I'm not sure if I'm ready. I'm not sure if you're ready, Alvo.
No, I'm not ready. Still digesting game number 1 in my head, honestly. So, for some reason, some people came from the chat and said that Choco from the Spanish guy was saying that Beast Coast would only be subbed for 1 game, and that we'd have Hector for the second one. Clearly not true. Thank God, because the info we got from 4D themselves was that he would be subbed for the whole series. So I'm glad the TO didn't lie to us. Only lied to their own casters, not to us. That's good.
Beast coasts.
Yeah,
Turn to bane.
I like that.
More respect for the English cast here. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, what?
What?
Radiant
Avo, look, you got Bloodseeker and Weaver. What a day.
Wait, where's the Bloodseeker? Oh, okay. No,
well,
but
just
the
earlier.
Weaver, though, what I'm excited about is not the Weaver. It's like, dude, Schofield doesn't know how to play ranged heroes.
coasts. Turn to
It's true.
Like, he's gonna go melee with a Weaver. He's gonna be so confused. Like, guys, why are my attacks so slow? Why do they travel?
Maybe it's
happening?
Stinger. He's
Yeah,
probably, you know
honestly,
what? It actually probably is Stinger.
It probably is.
And
They're
they
baiting
first
you.
phase the Timber Saw
10 seconds
into.
remaining.
I feel like first phasing Timber into Bane is a little
5
crazy.
seconds remaining.
Like into Mars, fine. Into Bane, I guess like Timber is their Mars answer.
Yeah.
Are they gonna
Yeah.
lose? What's happening?
Well, I will say, Madara played last game like he had a support Weaver, so I think
True.
Beast Coast are trying to solve that problem.
I like that.
Like, yeah, he actually did. It's like
Team back.
no other way to describe it.
I can imagine,
Beast coasts. Turn to ban.
like Madai's like, time lapse me. Stinger's like, I'm Disruptor, you idiot. I'm Klimt.
Yeah. He's been playing too many pubs, you know. He's just
Yeah, true. God. Okay. Well, they've got crazy lockdown on Apu King of Kings. And
10
Beast Coast
seconds
already are like committed to early trying to snowball the game.
5 seconds remaining.
I guess Weaver's still like some flexibility, but I don't know. This is a weird one already from Beast Coast.
Yeah, I agree. You know, if you look at Beast Coast, I mean, this Weaver is normal, right? But if you look at Beast Coast's first pick, sort of the whole DPC, it's pretty weird. I haven't seen a single first pick I'm like, this makes sense.
Turn to
It's
ban.
They have a really weird way of drafting their first pick, and not always a good one.
I'm not convinced here, but I'm happy to be proven wrong if they can make it happen. I just think that Bane is very, very strong against Timbersaw, and
10
it
seconds
looked like they
remaining.
picked the Timber pretty quickly after the Bane. So I'm wondering if it was just like an insta pick, they're going to take it no matter what. But now, if you just have like a little bit more damage, I like the Lena Band. The Lena Band is nice, but probably need to. Maybe Puck is not enough damage. Maybe they could go Quap on Beast Coast.
You know, it's been a while since Questlock has played co-op though.
Oh, sorry. I mean, on Apu King of Kings. My bad.
Oh. Yes, right. Mini can play co-op, right?
10 seconds
oh yeah,
remaining.
surely. That would fit him quite well.
I'm so used to seeing him a Monkey King and Invoker. I'm like, I forget if he can play more heroes.
Yeah, perhaps that's the more surprising thing is that it was allowed in the first phase, and he didn't opt to go for it. I
The
bet if
Monkey
they
King,
were
you mean?
down one game, they would have taken the Invoker.
Oh, okay. Yes.
You know what I mean? Because like they even banned Nyx like first phase too. I don't know. I feel like they're just making it even easier for themselves.
Beast coasts.
I think the bans are really interesting from Apu King of Kings. They end up getting the snap again, having banned that Nyx Assassin earlier, so that's great. But going for those bans of the Shadow Demon, the Silencer, and the Oracle, obviously all very targeted towards a Bane specifically. Kind of interesting.
Save
It's
in
not really-
general.
because like you can't really play like Rubik. Like some teams would pick Rubik here, I feel like, because it's really nice versus like the Bane, the
5
Snap.
seconds remaining.
But probably not a Stinger hero.
Don't you think though that all these heroes also do the same thing we were talking about they were missing last game, which is save? Yeah, like Madara seems to be playing like he has save, and now
Yeah,
got rid of it.
Right.
Yeah, I guess I'm just assuming that Weaver can already cover that. But I mean, there's nothing better than double save, right? Like Io, the old Io Undying and all that kind of shenanigans. Just double up
Oh.
on everything that you have.
Also, wait until you build Ags, right? Because you have to vessel first, most likely.
Yeah.
Is this the same thing that they were playing the other day? I'm trying to remember. I feel like Beast Coast. Somebody played the.
Dark Mago played Tiny.
Yeah,
it was Thunder
Dark
Predator.
Mago.
It was this exact
Yeah.
draft actually without the
It
Weaver
was.
though. Yeah.
This exact draft without the Weaver.
Look, Trent. It's late here. Okay. Actually, it's early. It's so late. It's early, Trent.
They also had another hero too. I don't remember. Yeah.
He's
It
lapped
was
the
Mars.
clock.
It was Rubik Mars actually.
This is like a tremendous amount of burst damage coming from Beast Coast. And it feels like, though, there's a window here where you can maybe punish Rapu King of Kings. They take the Quap instead.
So what's the Tiny? Okay, so Tiny is for Schofield then. I knew it. You can't play ranged heroes.
Dude, what is this draft? Like, their stun is Avalanche and Toss. Like, what are they doing?
That is very weird. Not gonna lie.
I'm very curious with this Tiny. I do not quite understand it.
It's Schofield's Tiny. I mean, it was a hero you used to play a lot.
Yeah, but like these are good heroes.
Independently.
No, like on the enemy team, they just have good heroes, and Tiny's like not a good hero. Tiny is situationally a good hero, but those situations don't generally occur against like 3 of the absolute best heroes of the patch.
Like, again, their team fight spell is Avalanche. Like,
Lyrical's having an aneurysm on his back.
He's not enjoying it. I mean, that's how you know a lineup's going to win. The weirder a lineup gets, I almost get this weird confidence, and I've just been like, oh, yeah, okay, here we go. They're feeling themselves. They're going to do some good stuff.
I mean,
You know,
it's
he knows how to pop off on Tiny.
I don't think that's the case with Beast Coast.
There was a very interesting interview that we had from when we were doing the EU DPC, and it was basically saying like, oh, you know, you don't have that much control. And then I don't remember who it was. I think it was a Hellraisers player, and he was like, we just need to have damage, and then we don't. It doesn't matter if we have control or not. We just kill them before they can do anything.
Oh, that was what was the captain? Blue hair.
10 seconds
Or,
remaining.
I'm not sure.
Why am I blanking
Yeah,
out?
but you
I know
remember
you're
the interview I was talking
Yeah,
about,
Yeah,
right?
I remember it too. I can't get it either.
That feels like it's the Beast Coast mentality here. Just kill. Like no fight, just kill. But they need some vision hero then, I think, to make sure that they can catch that out.
We get the mini puck again here, though. I wasn't sure if they go puck, because I did like your Queen of Pain suggestion, just because more damage to stack with already decent control. But, you know, the Queen gets taken. Puck's a good matchup versus the Queen. Just puts a little bit more damage pressure on this last pick. But it will be a position 1 10th pick, so should find some good options. TA taken out right away. That would be ideal type of hero that we're looking for here. Terribly kind of similar, but not as active as the TA. But would still fit some decent checkboxes. Terror Wave plus Puck Coil hype.
It is Benny, guys. So, you know, Luna.
Sorry. Yes, I meant Luna.
Seconds remaining.
Always.
Yes.
Do you know, does Madara play
5
Tiny?
seconds remaining.
Oh, like Tiny Carry. I mean, he
Yeah,
used to when
thought of
Tiny
that.
Carry was popular, right?
Well, I'm wondering if they like could flip this up and do a clock last pick, and then just like do a full run at you.
Did El Misho just completely change your perspective on Clock?
Dude, I like the clock pick with the Darkseer. I was on board.
But there's no
man.
Darkseer here.
I know. I'm saying that though. It's you know, I'm a big clock fan. I was advocating for clock 3. They banned the
They should
Luna.
ban Medusa. Because that seems to be his go-to hero.
Oh, that's the Luna. So, yeah, Medusa, Terrorblade. I mean, he's also a Luna and Jericho. I mean, he's the most traditional carry kind of guy, right?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
I like the
remaining.
Dusa pick though, or the band that you suggest, Trent. Though.
Yeah, they're gonna ban
Don't-
it for sure. It's
Don't
coming.
make sure that Beast Coast make sure that Beast Coast can't have an easy game. I mean, whatever
be
this draft is meant to
perfect.
be.
Because they're stacked on control but not damage, and that's what Medusa likes to see.
Dude,
There
your
you go.
mind and their mind is about to be blown when they pick this clockwork. Look out. Here it comes. Right away. Get out
If
of
they-
here.
If they picked this Clockwork Lyrical, you were getting my pay for all the games I did today. I'm
Really?
telling you.
Oh,
Yeah,
man. Let's
Oh,
go.
no, please.
10 seconds remaining.
This doesn't
You
go
don't
the
wanna
other
make
way,
these
right?
bets. I already sent him a battle pass
5
once, all right?
seconds remaining.
Right, it was sick. It was great.
I've never been more scared for a pick in my life. I'll be
Yeah,
honest.
you really should be, honestly.
Carrier clock. Let's go.
Morphling's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, what's the carry here then? Can you PA? Maybe?
Is he just gonna TB? I
No.
think he's just gonna TB again.
Okay.
And snap puck.
Radiant team pick.
No.
Ooh,
hype.
well,
Many circles.
I don't. What's the point of the Bloodseeker here?
I don't know. What's
They
the
don't
point of
like
Weaver?
stuns. That's what the point is. They don't like any stuns.
That is a Beast Coast staple, right?
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Just battle.
You know, there was
5 seconds.
you know,
remaining.
in the Animajor when they battled against LGD and they lost the first game of the series against Anti-Mage particularly, right? And they picked the lineup with no stuns and they picked Anti-Mage and got crushed. For a solid 2 hours, Hector spent time with Stinger, going and going through drafts like of the whole tournament and counting the stuns and being like, Stinger, you see? The more stuns, the more wins. He goes 1, 2, 3 stuns, and Stinger's like, Hector, stop. He's like able to like put another draft. It's like 4, 5, 6 stuns. It was like Count Dracula from Sesame Street, but with stuns.
Dude, I
So
love
it is
that.
a history.
What about? Is Ursa too bad here versus the Bloodseeker? Gyro, just gyro. Safety first. Benny comfort gyro for the win.
You're thinking too hard for Betty, dude.
I know.
Dude, I like it. I like Beast Coast style. Let's go. It's gonna be a 1-1. Yeah, let's go crazy.
Okay, all right. You're enthused though, so I'm scared for Beast Coast now.
I'm very curious how the Weaver lane's going to be, which I assume will be Weaver and Bloodseeker together, but it looks like they're in a pretty dangerous duo of the Snap and the Mars.
Yeah, that's a little spooky. But I don't think that there's actually a better situation you can make unless you switch it up and put Whisper against Mars. That might be
good.
the answer. I like that idea.
And do like a tri-lane. Yeah. I mean, if they let it happen, I don't know. But yes, I think that is probably a hope that they would have. Although it's the Timber lane should be kind of okay, right? Versus the gyro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it would
it's
be.
playable.
Dude, I think Apu's... yeah, I don't know. I know Beast Coast are a little out there, so it's easy to go against their draft, but I also think Apu just looked clean, and Beast Coast a little bit too rough around the edges, maybe missing something with the big dog not being here. I think I'm thinking 2-0.
All right, for the first time today, our panel's divided. Who's gonna win? Who will keep the panel seat? Find out soon as Game 2 begins. Now, here are the
Hello.
casters. We both get to keep our panel seat. We don't have to be good at the game or anything. We just need to talk.
Dude, I'll tell you who's gonna win this game.
Bowie, why?
I'm
Why do you do this
sorry.
to yourself? No, go ahead. Go
Beast
ahead.
Coast.
Immolate yourself.
Beast Coast picks Tiny 4 in Bloodseeker against Eleno Snapfire Mars. I don't have to say anything. You know who's gonna take this game. It's gonna be an easy 2-0. I know. I'm sorry, Madara. You're a really good player, but Hector, I think he's in another echelon. And at the same time, they didn't really give him a really good hero this game. I feel like he's not set up for breezing through like the first game where he had a TB. I think that was a game that was much easier for him to win. This one,
Yep.
he somehow win this. It's gonna be on like some crazy Gojira rupture tosses, just like auto
30
killing
seconds
someone.
to battle.
That's all. They're gonna have to go full Beast Coast, which is always possible,
Mhm.
but I think unlikely.
Yeah, I agree with you. To be honest, I don't really like this draft. I don't see the point of a Bloodseeker. Like they committed the 3 cardinal sins of Bloodseeker. First of all, picking it
Okay. I had no
when
idea
you don't know
about,
the core.
the 3 scenes.
What? Sorry.
I had no idea there were 3 scenes. Enlighten me, please.
Yeah, when you pick Bloodseekers, there's 3 cardinal sins, right? It's one picking it when the lane is not like in your favor at all, as you pointed out, because Mars is Snapfire, right? Especially if there's kill potential in the lane, not really good. The second cardinal sin is picking it when you don't know the core to core matchup, because then they usually counter you, and Bloodseeker struggles at beating core to cores. And the third cardinal sin is picking it now. No, sorry. No, the third cardinal
Withstanding-
sin is having is having no combo or any sort of thing with him in the lane. Like, if you have a stun at least in the lane to enable him a bit more, sure, right? If you have, for example, something to really use the Rupture in the mid game, Tiny's not really that hero. Like, it seems good with a toss, but you know how difficult it is to Rupture and toss the same target?
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. I mean, if someone's gonna do it, it's Gojira, because
Sure, yeah.
for a
But
lot
the
of their
coordination
games,
is
I really
tough.
it is. It definitely is. And it is Madara, not really used to the total Beastcoast madness. Let's see if he can adapt.
To be honest, with Bloodseeker, the combos that you can have usually rely on like stuns. Like usually it's better to like a stun with him to set up blood right than it is to have like some sort of Rupture thing. Because as a carry Bloodseeker, your damage doesn't come from Rupture, right? If it's off lane, sure, but if it's carry, you're more about the damage, like the physical damage. So stuns are good to keep people in place so they can't TP away from you, which is your biggest thing. Because carry Bloodseeker does not go for Ratos, right?
I mean, I hope he doesn't go for this.
No, please.
Unless he goes Maelstrom into the Gleipnir later, which sometimes
okay.
could be a thing, but also not ideal.
Yeah.
Very interested to see how this mid matchup is gonna go. Right now, we do see Sismayo actually doing really well versus the puck. 9-3.
Honestly, that's very impressive. Chris just like, guys, I gotta carry the game. My Bloodseeker is not gonna do it, so it's gotta be me.
And it is Brazilian server, so he even has that inbuilt at disadvantage.
I think Chris plays better on ping, to be honest. I think some players got so used to ping.
Yeah, that's I mean, you're a weeb, so you know what I'm talking about. You know that like anime moment where the protagonist like got beaten up super badly, but he like just shows up and he's like, this is not even my final form. I didn't even use my superpower. That's Beastcoast right now. They got beaten up badly game 1. They get this weird draft, but it's all for the plot. It's supposed to look like this.
Right. I kind of agree, but this more seems like the moment where they send out Krillin and they go like, Krillin, die! And then someone else comes and saves him, right? But I feel like Krillin is gonna die here. I feel like Madara's Krillin.
Who's Krillin? Here's Madara. Okay.
Yeah. Look, like, he already died. And Goku's like, I have to collect the Dragon Balls again to save this Baldi. Oh my god, how many times are you gonna die in this show?
So is Hector like Goku, but in the snake thing there? He's dead, but waiting to come back to Earth somehow?
If I'm honest, I think Whisper's Goku. I think Whisper's the one that has to save Madara.
All right.
Yeah.
He's playing Timber, which is one of his signature
His
heroes.
best hero. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, just for this record, I am not a weeb boy, okay? Just because I watch like 10, 20 animes a day and like 500 manga chapters, that does not make me a weeb. Okay, Baka?
Sure. No.
Thank you.
Okay, you're not a weeb. You're just a guy that watches anime, which is totally different.
Exactly.
Right?
Thank you. I'm a Japanese appreciator. There we go.
Aficionado.
Thank you. Lovely word. Yeah, that's the right word. Thank you.
Hi, Gojira making some stacks here because that's all Tiny really does, honestly. At level 2.
I will say though that one thing that is good about the Beast Coast draft, but it's not this top lane by the way, just getting crushed. Look at this top lane. Oh my goodness. Madara is so low on HP. They even went for the Scatterblast build on Hannes, which is the better build against a Bloodseeker because more kill potential. However, the Swarm, impactful Stinger, gets that kill, which means Madara does not heal off it. But they still have a toss. They do. Gonna try to use it. There we go. Toss in place, and that gives enough time for the Bloodseeker to pick up the pace and get the second kill. Well done. Okay, they made it through. I'm actually gonna say the best thing about this draft is that the most synergistic part of the draft is that Timber is paired with a 4 that likes to rotate, and Timber is one of the few offlaners that can still solo lane, right? So Tiny's a bit free to rotate like he just did now.
I definitely agree. Let's see if he can survive this though. It's a lot of damage, level 5 Benny. Yeah, doesn't even tickle. And he even went for that second point in Rocket Barrage, which does hurt his farming a little bit. Trying to do that extra damage, but not even close.
I wonder, in those situations when you're like on a Rocket Barrage to Timber, is it better to keep hitting him? Like, is the hit not gonna end up healing him?
If he's like level 7, maybe it's bad to hit, but at level 4, you definitely do hit him.
Okay.
Yeah, if he does have like level 3, then it really does make everything harder.
Okay, okay. It's good to know, because I always question, you know, because I know, like, if you're a Crystal Maiden or Winter Wyvern, as soon as you can, you stop hitting the Timber because he's just helping them.
Also, like, if he's already max armor,
Ooh,
then you hit.
Mini just got sniped. Sorry. Mini just got sniped. He thought he was getting away with a jaunt, and the edge of the Sonic Wave got to Mini. That was impressive. Well done, Chris Luck.
They are definitely showing a lot of action right now, as per usual, and this means he will get the rune more than likely, although there is a rotation here from Nuages. Let's see if he gets lucky, 50-50. I love this. I'm a mid player. There you go.
Radiant's
Oh.
middle tower is under
There you
attack.
go, Nuages. Gets the regen. Actually, not bad for the Bane, to be honest. Gojira will cancel it, though, with the Avalanche. Or not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Okay. He wanted to get the Avatos out so they could kill Serum. I think he was dead anyway, to be honest. But, fair enough.
Gojira even taunts the attack there.
I bet he laughed
Sure
when he
you
did
won.
that.
Did go for the Arcanes, actually, which is definitely not what you would see with Tiny Fours in the past. You just see like a lot of clarities with Tranquil Boots, because you do benefit a lot from Boots top lane, though.
Yeah. Stinger. Okay, they have Ruptured Sexy Fat. Swarm is on him. Sexy Fat takes the time to kill the Swarm bug. And then Madara's like, well, I can't do anything against Mars, so I might as well just leave.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that I dislike about this Bloodseeker pick. They have lots of
Bottom.
heroes that want to stand their ground. Oh,
Benny, one more Timber Chain will do the trick. Chakraman instead, and Benny's dead. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, like they have a lot of heroes that want to stand their ground. Well, there's a fight bottom, but looks like Jupiter will
Radiant's bottom
survive.
tower is
They have a lot of heroes that want to stand their ground, so Rupture doesn't really do that much. So you don't have the stuns, as you said, to land the blood rights, and at the same time, it's not like Rupture will do that
Dire's
much
middle
at the same
tower
time.
is
So
under attack.
like you're gonna lack damage in the mid game.
Radiant's
So it's
bottom
good that
tower
there's no
is under
balling
attack.
the advantage early on, because then it might not matter, you know, if they have enough levels so that they'll just press their skills and everyone just dies.
Yeah, that's true. That's pretty scary.
Any
Bottom lane, we see
guys
rotation now with Chris.
here?
We go for Benny. There we go. Sonic Wave is available. Uses it towards the end. They still need a little bit of damage to kill off Benny. Benny will fight to the death because he knows he's going to die to Shadow Strike anyway. Might as well give that to the Timber. In the mid lane, however, Gojira is biding time against 3. He does avoid the Illusory Orb damage with the Nightmare, but unfortunately, that's not going to save him. Gojira will fall. But he did waste some time, which is Schofield's specialty. And frankly, since they killed Gyrocopter bottom, it's still an okay trade for
Radiant's
beastcoast.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's the worst type of death though, because sure, someone died, but it's a tiny, and he has no TP. It's gonna be the walk of shame, just like in that third game between No Ping and Hokori.
Always
It's
feels
a
bad.
Gyrocopter too.
Oh, it is, actually. No, wasn't it Darkseer that did that?
No, the Darkseer killed the Gyrocopter with no TP.
Oh,
from
you're totally right.
RDO, right? Yeah.
Yep, you're totally right. Thank you very much for that. Because Darkseer did the Walk of Shame in the first game, I recall.
Oh
that's
yeah,
why.
yeah, yeah.
There were a
yeah.
lot of Walk of Shame, yeah. See Smile, though. He's controlling the tempo really well in the early game, having a great impact. Stinger will scout out 3 heroes, make sure that C Smile has enough time to retreat. However, will Stinger be as lucky? Yes, he will.
Radiant's bottom tower
That was an
is
easy
under
answer.
attack.
All right, Sexy Fat. Get the toss, nice. Not enough. Not even close.
Mini is rotating top, though, so he is seeing the opportunity to go for Madara. Gojira is not that valuable a kill and also kind of hard. In fact, Madara's like, guys, can we fight this? He has Javelin, so he does deal a bit of damage now. But only 1 point in Blood Rage.
Up.
And C-Smile joins. Sexy Fat, the target. There's going to be the Blood Rage hitting. Madara continues to fight against it. With Shikuchi, they manage to find Sexy Fat. Now they bring down Hannes's. Goddamn, our caster duo was right. When they play weird, they play well.
Dire's structures are falling. Dire
That's for sure. This is a crazy game, and also maybe one thing that you guys did mention is that no Centaur for our boy Sexy Fat, which is by far his best hero. So
Yes.
maybe part of the reason they're doing a little bit better here is the fact that he doesn't have a hero that can just get hard every time and succeed. Although it's not a bad item on Mars.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I was just say like every Brazilian player I know knows how to play Mars. I don't know if it's something you have to do to get into the pro scene in Brazil or something, but they all play Mars like crazy. I mean, King RD
That's true.
spammed Mars for like 2 months straight.
I think it's just a Laszlo, staple hero, and everyone likes to imitate him.
Fair enough. Sexy Fat will die. He did go for the Meteor Hammer build, which is Whisper's build, but it's not really working out for him. I will say, talking about builds, I'm not the biggest fan of Madara's build on the Bloodseeker. When you get to the second point in Blood Red, usually means you're going to clear stacks. You're going to be fighting a lot early. I guess the fight's been working out, but usually maxing Blood Rage as soon as possible is the best way to maximize farm.
Yeah, for sure. It's a crazy spell. Pure damage, very low cooldown.
Yeah, I guess that's why he takes another point in it. Doesn't scale that well though. Stinger, he's been silenced. He dies. Dream Coil will finish him off. Blood Right, however. Ooh, Mini avoided just barely, but don't worry, Madara is zooming past you. Can they get over to Mini? Betty will try to defend him, but a call down is not going to quite catch a Bloodseeker.
Really good. Whisper's just dominating bottom. Level 10 right now. Might just get a solo kill on Nuages. Nah.
Yeah, that was wishful thinking. He doesn't have level 6 yet, so no feed script. And it's also a Timber.
And I meant that the Timber might kill the Bane.
Oh,
but, you know,
okay.
5-second duration on the Nightmare is usually more than enough time.
Hey, for now, everything that could go well for Beast Coast is going well, right? Bloodseeker's farmed. Timber and Queen of Pain are actually doing well.
Yeah. Now we do have that decision that you always talked about, whether you go Sanjanash or BKB as your second item on the Bloodseeker. He does have both put up.
The ultimate choice. Do both.
Just get over. Yeah, you can get the Ogre Club, and then you'll decide when it's time. Nice D-ward there from Apu King of Kings. I mean, this is going to be a slow-paced game, because sure, they can smoke the puck. I guess he did finish the Witchblade, so that is a decent amount of damage they have. Will they get here fast enough?
Sexy Fat's the target. We have a Dream Coil that
Did they just
hits
coil nothing?
Yeah, I don't know what that coil was, honestly. I'm checking
guess
if
it
anyone
was
has a
the
Blink
claw.
Dagger, but nobody does. And the Sonic Wave clears up Sexy Fat and Hana says, now it's Nuages who's in trouble, or perhaps not, as he fights back with a Fiend's Grip, but has to stop the Fiend's Grip because he's going to get destroyed. In fact, all of Apoking Kings is getting demolished. Mei trying to run away, the Blood Right will condition him to move forward into his grave.
I mean, it's pretty much just as I said. Tiny 4 is so bad that I'm joking. Like, it is working so well. I don't know how good Jira is able to create. Like, he just makes the game so weird. Like, there's always someone chasing him. He, even with like no move speed items, seems to be everywhere when he's needed. The tosses actually did a decent amount of damage, and he's gonna get like a 15-minute Blink Dagger. Not too shabby.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, for 4 tiny, I mean, they're absolutely dominating. What's the King of Kings solution to this? What do they do here?
Well, I think the first thing they really need to do is actually just group up top and take that tower, because a lot of cooldowns were used, right? Sonic Wave specifically was used to defend that tower. They do have this Meteor Hammer on Sexy Fat. Just open up the map, because you are banking on this Gyrocopter to outscale the Bloodseeker at the end of the day. He is a hero that just wants to sit, stay in the same place and attack. So provided you give Benny enough space, you will be able to counteract all of this aggression. The problem is, it's only the Mars top, and there's a smoke coming from Bisco, so someone will die. If it's Mini or if it's Nuages, we'll figure out right now.
As Mini's been silenced, that's the first item orchid on the Queen of Pain. A build we don't see these days, but perfect for a Puck, who decided to go Witchblade instead of Yule Scepter. Mini will get punished for his greed as they toss the Queen of Pain forward. Serum will also die.
Yeah, I love this arcade. Usually you always see the Kaya Sanj because it's the meta item, but against Pucks, that always go Witchblade. Doesn't matter what, you kill the Puck. It's that easy.
And don't worry, Timber's going for the Kaya Sanj to cover for that, so it's all good. We'll have one Kaya Sanj in the team.
We'll have 2. I guarantee you that eventually there's going to be a Kaya Sanj on that co-op, because it just feels so good.
He's going for BKB now, man. I don't know.
He'll get back to it eventually, I'm sure. He's a quad player. They're all dirty little. I'm not
What?
gonna say that word
Oh, the
live. There
Avalanche.
you go.
Benny, just barely. He was about to get a TP home, but unfortunately he dies before he accomplishes that. Slowing down his Ags even further. They're struggling a lot.
Yeah, I mean, and that's with I don't even think that the Blink Dagger was revealed so far on Gojira, which means there's still like power spike after power spike coming on the side of Beast Coast, and I mean they have a Meteor Hammer on Mars. Sure, it's not a bad item, but without the Blink, they really struggle. Okay, I just jinxed
Okay.
the Meteor Hammer is gonna get a kill right now. There you go.
I mean, he didn't use it though, so that shows.
Okay, yeah, didn't even need to use it. That's how
No.
useful it was.
Top tower is
Look, I'll
under
be honest. If you go Meteor Hammer and your tier 1's still standing and you haven't gotten a single kill with it, I think that item is becoming a little bit dead in your inventory.
It's rough, you know. It gives him some extra tankiness and all, but I didn't see a lot of value, honestly. But the Blink Dagger will be finished, and that's when I think
Yep.
if I will be able to do a lot. Hello.
Okay, Rupture used with a toss mini. Actually, he got Ruptured midway, and he actually jogs far away, so Rupture won't hit him. He's capable of TPing away. Like I said, they have difficulties canceling these TPs. They fight pretty consistently without the Queen of Pain. Buyback plus time lapse, by the way, in the middle of that from Stinger, which will allow him to go back into the fight immediately.
See Fat will TP, finishes Blink Dagger, and now he's ready to play Dota 2.
Good. I like this. This should make the Meteor Hammer better. I think the idea was that you're up against a strong carry in lane, so you go Meteor Hammer to guarantee the tower take, but they just defended a bit too hard, right? And you weren't expecting that.
I think another aspect of that is that, like, usually what happens is, okay, mid, they buy mini, and he's dead. But yeah, going back to my thought, like, you get Rupture, you get Blood Right, and you cannot do anything. But you can actually charge Meteor Hammer around yourself, which means the Bloodseeker cannot hit you,
Good
which
point.
means in a 1 versus 1 you don't die. Oh,
Nope. Or you could just spear the Bloodseeker just like that, burst him down. Madara's down for the count. Gojira in a similar position. He's gonna die second as the homing missile sets up for the kill. Whisper is gonna be running away, using that fairy bomb to keep tracks on this Bane, and proceeds to tear him to shreds. So at least a little counter kill there. They did lose their carry, but as we mentioned many times, the real carry in Beast Coast is the Timber.
yeah. It is super farmed. Going back to defensive item, but still is dishing a lot of damage. But I mean, I think if this goes late enough, Benny can outcarry the Timbersaw, can outcarry the Bloodseeker. And we saw that time and time again. Beast Coast, they love making the game a little bit more entertaining. So that 6k goal lead, yeah, I mean, that 9k goal lead became 6. And if they take another per fight, it could easily become an even game.
Stinger is desperately looking at his gold. He's like, guys, I need to buy Ags right now. Somewhat, Madara keeps playing like we have save. I need to build it this game.
For now, only Vessel, though.
Oh, look at Gojira's build though. I'm telling you, they know he's building Locket, my dude.
Okay. Interesting. Whisper though, the carry gets a kill
Yeah.
mid lane.
Good stuff.
Can they get this top tower? It would be really good, but they're afraid of showing right now. I guess they don't know where everyone is, but eventually, I guess at least Sexy Fat can Meteor Hammer this.
What am I? What could you just do? Toss the creep over to Timber.
Just having fun.
Yeah, they are. But while they're having fun, Bowie, Benny is working hard. You know, he goes to the mines every day, he finds the gold, and what has he found? He's found an Ags, and now a Reaver as well. Going for that Satanic soon enough.
Yeah, that's a very interesting choice, because sure the spell is great, but there's going to be a Vessel on that Weaver. The lifesteal might not be as effective as he would like, but I like the mindset of going for the greedy item when you're far behind, because you do have to make your gold count, see if it works or not. There's not that much lockdown inside of beastcoast at the end of the day. It's all tiny pretty much. Everyone else doesn't really have a stun.
Yep,
He feels like he doesn't need
Gabe was saying.
BKB. He just needs to be hitting people, and as long as he can do that, he might stay alive.
Sure. Well, great tactic.
Staying alive is better than dying, kids.
I like that. What other great advice do you have? Like, for example, don't face the smoke gang head on like that, because you might die as a result. Sexy Fat almost got bursted. However, the Blood Right to counter initiate here. Yeah, Sexy Fat didn't quite die there, but Bloodseeker certainly wants him to. He'll accomplish that. Whisper did fall. They got rid of Gojira as well. Mini has no time to lose. He needs to jump to his orb immediately. Waiting Rift for good measure. They did lose Benny in the fight, who cannot stand his own against a Bloodseeker who just reached his power spike. BKB, Maelstrom about to finish SNY as well.
Right, so if you have a Brazilian team running at 70 miles per hour and a Peruvian team running at 80 miles per hour, which team is going to get to the major in third place?
That's a good question. So, where's the major held, right? That's the first question. And do they have ceviche there?
I don't think they have actual ceviche in the internet. Maybe there's NFTs of ceviches, but I don't think that really counts. So
okay, I
it's
think
gonna
the
be held
Brazilian
in
team
the
will
internet.
win. I think the Brazilian team will win. Yeah, they get to third place first. Yeah. It's basic
Alright.
maths, honestly.
They are ahead so far, so I don't think you're wrong. And the gold advantage, even after that weird fight, it's still like somehow going back to King of Kings. So very impressive.
And Gyro is one of the best heroes at holding his ground against a Bloodseeker once with his kind of builds, like Satanic Ags. Like, it's just the I will tank this Bloodseeker. The Shard can change things around though, so I'm hoping that Madara will realize this, that he's going for like just full tank and go for Shard immediately to cancel this.
It is really good. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually just buys it, because we're still pretty far away from second Roshan. It's gonna be at least 20 minutes from now.
Yeah, that's why. I absolutely hate the carries. Like, why would I buy Shard if I could just get it for Roche? She's like, mate, it's 30 minutes. The first Roche is still up. Like, come on.
Totally agree. Smoke? Oh, actually, yeah. Was that a smoke? Was that a solo smoke from? No. They do have tiny steel smokes.
Yeah. Here's a smoke, though, from Apple King of Kings. And... Oh, no! Roman construction so shabby. He can just Timber Chain through a Benny. It's actually tossed the Eruption on top of that. Benny's been bursted. Gojira dies as a result, but who cares? Carry for 4, you'll take the trade any day. You don't have that Arena of Blood any longer. Hannes is trying to get away with that cookie. For now, he'll succeed. We still have a spear. Somehow it misses everybody. But the counter with the God's Rebuke, Sexy Fat, that vessel will punish him. Yo Scepter will save Mini, allows him to jaunt over. He will be alive as he did snipe, well, thanks to Serum's help as well, the Bloodseeker in the middle of that fight, which evens out the team fight, honestly, despite them bursting Benny so early.
Yeah, I mean, BKB right there wouldn't allow that pause to happen. So, unfortunate that the Satanic was not able to save him. And now they want to smoke, maybe find the squab, but they don't have Fiend's Grip, so... I feel like we're getting to that stage where like analysis, like the more we actually proceed with this game, analysis becomes less and less relevant. Okay, Nuages. Yeah.
The puck could be in trouble too. Where's the puck? Oh, he just left. Didn't even notice. Okay, sorry. Yeah, right. You can hear it, right, Bowie? Can you hear the music in the distance? You know, as you watch two South American teams fight against each other, it's minute 25 and no end in sight. Who will win? Nobody knows. But what we do know is that we're entering the South American zone.
South American zone. Oh,
thank you for
there you
catching
go.
that
Another
reference,
kill.
Bowie. I appreciate that. That is my favorite show.
Thank you very much. Have you watched Senseiya, like the actual original one?
I hope you're screwing with me. That you think that's Saint Seiya.
No.
That's Twilight
I'm not
Zone,
saying
my
your
dude.
reference. I'm not saying your reference came from Senseiya. That's a completely different subject.
Okay. Tell me about Saint Seiya, please. Tell me, you non-weeb.
So, as a kid, I loved that show. But I think these like old weed animes, they are so slow. The pacing's terrible.
Oh, true.
And
very true.
although the pacing of this game is not terrible, I do feel like we might be in for a super long game, regardless of who takes this. But Roche attempt,
Gojira's in position. No, there's the arena blood. BKB immediately activated by the Bloodseeker. Benny, once again, they catch him with a toss. He's healing back up thanks to Satanic. He's holding his ground, but he's been silenced. They need to surround Benny. They need to help him out. He's running around with a rupture on him. They missed the Timber Chain. That actually might allow Benny to get away. No, Chris Luck is not going to leave any survivors. He brings down Benny, and the Avalanche Postas also controls Sexy Fat and Serum. Sexy Fat's been slowed. They're trying to at least finish off Gojira, but what will that do? It's only a support. You've lost your carry and 2 of your supports already. Sexy Fat won't be able to make it back home. In a silenced puck, he can't speak. He can't run away. He can only fly in the sky as he falls down to his death.
Very bold rush attempt from APU King of Kings. I don't think that was... I mean, sure they're behind, but when they forged it like that with no vision, I guess they had one ward, but Gojira was nicely positioned with another ward on the left side. And this is a free tier 2 tower, and Roshan for our boy Madara. Actually, it's Sismile that picks it up. No problem with that. And see, there's a Sunj. He's going kind of Sunj.
Oh, it is actually. You're right. You're right.
It is always the same thing. Like, I don't know how many times they have to nerf Sunj until the item becomes like bad. Because they did it like 3 times already, and it's not stopping. Like it increased. The number of people using it just increased.
Nah, I swallowed my words. You're totally right, Bowie. I apologize for that. What's interesting, though, is that Aegis is like, usually you'd give it to your carry, right, who's also dying a fair amount, but he's a stand-in, right, so he doesn't get that kind of privilege. Aegis is only for full team members for this team.
Exactly. It's either Whisper or Smiles.
Yeah.
The true carries.
Oh. That Meteor Hammer was not even close to the creep Sexy Fat. What is happening to this poor guy? He's losing it.
Dude, it's the actual mind games. What if the cop jumps when the Meteor Hammer falls? You never know until you try. I guess this is a smoke to take a tier 1 tower. Desperate times, it seems.
They need to find a way to save Betty from that toss, but actually that toss rupture, I thought it would be a difficult combo, but it's been getting him every single time. Okay, Arena Blood for Weaver might not be the best option. Sexy Fat, tossed up in the air. We have the Vessel. Sexy Fat's regretting this. Sexy Fat's regretting this a lot as he checks Facebook.
And it's rough because, I mean, you were talking about protecting the gyro. He even went Solar Crest, right? Usually, you would see a BKB. You already have Rank plus another item. Oh, Benny.
Okay. Look, they do succeed at killing Stinger this time, though. So Serum does what Sexy Fat couldn't do, but you're right, Benny is in trouble. However, he acknowledges there's no stuns. But what's the best stun, Bowie? It's death. Who needs stuns if you have enough damage?
Stunned for eternity. Smiles just having an amazing game. Actually, everyone. Very impressed with the beastcoast performance. It is indeed a weird draft, and that's their bread and butter. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. The Satanic was a bet, and it actually didn't pay off at all. Every fight that he tried to press Satanic, he just died.
I mean, they're just not covering him, to be honest with you. I don't think Benny's really at fault. I feel like the arenas are just more to initiate. And I'm like, mate, your carry is dying. Arena around him. Benny is tossed out of the arena every single time. He's always out of position because of the toss, and they're just never following up with that.
Yeah, I think it's also just like the way the beastcoast loves taking fights, right? They never really take a fight in one single place. You have like the Tiny coming from one angle, the Quap isolating someone else, so like the Mars has to save the Bane for whatever reason. And that's when they jump the gyro. It's really all over the place, and that is usually when you see beastcoast at their prime. Just they're really good at smokes and mirrors, confusing everyone, and still somehow making it work.
You're totally right, actually. Beastcoast were the inventors of the organized chaos, right? That's what we used to call it. That Dota Alaraco, if you've ever heard the Spanish term for that. Alaraco meaning like wild, crazy, streets Dota, I guess would be a good translation. Just,
I thought it was
people
a
used to call
narco.
it caveman. No, not
Okay,
narco.
okay.
Alaraco is very different to narco.
No,
not
I
even
mean-
close, mate.
A narco, like with an A before.
Is under attack.
Oh, I know. You mean anarchico, which is like anarchic, right? Like
Yes,
Like anarchy.
yes.
yeah. You could call it that, but there's no way the average Peruvian knows that word. So
Okay.
you can't. People wouldn't understand you, my dude.
I'm very sorry.
Dire's middle tower
Average Peruvian
To
kid. mind
pretend
you.
to be smart, but that is literally the only smart word I know. Jupiter could be dead, and he is.
Yes. yes, you're right. Good observation, Bowie. Without Jupiter, they lose their Mortimer's kisses. There's the Dream Coil. A Puck is just sent flying. Puck with a rupture. How are you going to get away? He's going to try to jaunt, but C Smile is waiting for him wherever he jaunts. Oh, or apparently not. He had Sonic Wave, didn't want to use it. Benny, he's been ruptured. Benny, you've been ruptured. He has Satanic. He's been sent back now. The Arena Blood at least is keeping Beast Coast at bay somewhat. Time Lapse saves Stinger as Gojira finishes off Benny. Whisper making sure to take the brunt of the damage. Spear, though, will punish as poor Chris Luck. Doesn't seem to matter to them too much. Gojira does die this time. And Madara almost decided to go into the fountain. Thank God he decided against it in the last second, as same does Whisper, but Whisper in trouble. Arcade's flamethrower, but he himself is being burnt to death. And Whisper actually saved because of that blood, right? Sexy Fat could be in trouble. In fact, Madara is considering going back in again. Almost got baited for the cookie. He actually wasted the cookie. Goes for the Snapfire. Now against the tower. They hit him with a low shredder. Madara, though, will live. A bit too fast. No spider legs. And nobody dies from Beast Coast. Somehow everyone on low HP. But they don't have a Bloodseeker against them. They're the Bloodseeker.
And somehow the melee barracks is up with 75 HP as we talk. So very interesting decisions of diving and fighting like crazy. But it is Beast Coast. Now, one thing I want to mention that really doesn't have any analysis behind it. I find it really cute that when the Timbersaw uses flamethrower and then Scepter, that it actually rotates with the Timbersaw. It is really cool. Just like one of those small touches. I don't know. It helps with my immersion. Not sure if you've ever.
Oh, I
noticed
love
that.
it. I love it as well. It's actually really, really cool.
Oh.
Well, that's the Valve physics engine.
I mean, this game, even though all the barracks are still up technically, it feels really sad right now. That is one of the saddest performance from him. Not because I think he's playing poorly. It's just that somehow this I want to ask, after this game, if this is the game with the highest amount of tosses per minute in a pro game, because it is actually crazy the amount of tosses Gojira is getting off all the time.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
It is, honestly. Gojira has actually been
Look
the
at that!
MVP this game. Yeah, he's wild, dude. Why do you pick 4 Tidy? Well, because you're that good. Sexy Fat, he's going to be killed off as well. Gojira, though, will die because he did go a bit too far, perhaps. However, time lapse, maybe. Enough to save him. In fact, Benny's really committing for Gojira. He's tired of the tosses. Gojira will live! Benny is now stuck versus 3. Benny will himself die together with the rest of his team. JG is called. Beast Coast will win game number 2. You heard it here first, folks. The weirder the draft, the better Beast Coast does. My goodness.
That has to be one of the weirdest drafts I've seen the whole DPC season, and I actually want to check out how many 4 tinies we had in the entirety of DPC. I don't think it's a lot. It worked really well. The Bloodseeker damage with the toss, somehow just rushing Arcane Boots going against the grain of what was very popular also worked out. So, Gojira, he is, as much as he's a crazy guy in games, he's also really smart, and I just want to rewatch this replay later on because I think there's a lot to learn. But yeah, we have 3 games. I'm blessed. I feel very happy, and I just want to see what the panel has to say about the craziness we just watched.
Yeah, let's go right to them. Hey, panel.
Oh, hey.
How does it feel, Lyrical? You're the blessed man. You're the predicting
Hey.
god on the panel.
Let's go. Bow down before me. Look on my works, ye mighty, and tremble.
So when was thank you, Trent. When was it that you realized, Mr. Lyrical, that weird equals good? When was that formula figured out by your genius brain?
I think it was actually. I'm gonna give full disclosure. It was not me. It was one of those CIA. It was one of those Eastern European players that I can't remember. Whoever it was in the interview, and it was a similar draft with this, where they just like picked a quap and then just a ton of burst, and they killed everybody. And they're like, who needs to hit towers? Who needs to get stuns? Just end their lives. And I was like, wow, that's a good philosophy. And it feels like Beast Coast is digging from that philosophy.
Yeah, honestly, they didn't really go after some of the fundamentals of Dota in terms of like, oh, who's gonna like push towers? They don't have anyone who takes objectives now. Oh, can we kill Roche? Not really.
If they take Roche all the way down to 2k HP first, then we can.
Then we have Roche. How about stuns? We got stuns? Nah. So, yeah, they just decided that we're better. We're gonna play better, and C Smile, Chris Lock will carry us, and thus he did.
I mean, so will Gojira. Lyrical's like, they only have one stun, it's Avalanche. But if you also get, a toss back every single fight consistently,
time.
I mean, that was wild.
Yeah.
The rupture. Yeah, it was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. I will say, though, to that idea, and we touched upon this a little bit in the game, but I did feel like whenever Gyro got tossed, the answer by Apple Kings was, well, he's fucked. The pennies died.
Yeah, see ya.
Like they never initiated with him, right? They kind of left him to die, and I wonder if that could have been fixed. Maybe. What do you guys think?
Probably. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Like, did you feel like it was a gameplay? It was like their limitation as a draft. Did you feel like they just didn't respond to it appropriately?
I would say it is a slight limitation of the draft, but also just like they were very far behind. And with their heroes, like if they jump in, they're trying to like not just arena like one hero or something. Like they definitely need to be on the aggressive on a lot of these plays too. And so partially with them losing the lanes, being behind in the mid game, you think about like how a Puck and a Mars want to play. I don't think they want like the one coil. They want like the multiple heroes coming out of the smoke. We're gonna catch them all. And they got thrown off their game plan for sure.
Miracle, would you agree with that? Did you feel that with them?
Well, and beyond that too, I think that their approach to it was just, and again, don't want to hate too much, but they had the approach to it that was kind of the wrong way to go. Gyrocopter decides, okay, I'm going to go Aghanims to farm, and he's like, I gotta survive. So to survive, I'm gonna go Satanic. And I have no damage. I have nothing. There's like, I'm just going to survive a little bit longer and then try and turn it back around. It just never happened. So like that, to me, at least, that was sort of the inherent difference, right? You had like this attack dog that was just like munching on people coming in, and I'm going to like cut your throat out. And then the response that they had for Gyrocopter was like, all right, I'm going to put some gauze on my neck while my throat is like bleeding. And maybe that will stop it, That's the Satanic purchase.
Right.
Rough.
That's a
Not to get
great
too graphic.
analogy. No, I love that. Yeah, it's apt for Rupture as well, all right? Especially like it's not just I'm bleeding, but there's this massive rock monster punching me in the face, and you're still covering the neck with a gauze, right?
Yeah.
Do you think, genuine question, the Tiny is a warranted ban here for Beast Coast just because of that performance?
No. Don't go for that. I mean, it was cool and all, but like, no. I think that is unlikely happening. The Timber Saw would be a more important ban in my opinion, just because the Timber Saw is partially what allows the Tiny to work. Because like, what did Schofield do for the first like 6 minutes of this game?
Nothing.
He stacked some camps. I think was about it. So if you get the Timber, or you get like maybe an axe in a favorable lane, then that's the situation that allows this Tiny to occur. So you got to address the root of the problem rather than just like going after the Tiny, because he could just pick some other greedy Ford that's going to do the same thing and be like, this isn't a good Ford. But that's because all our good Fords right now tend to be very strong in the lane. And so when you remove that part of the hero, you get to bring out some of these other ones that we don't see quite as often right now.
The other thing, put Sexy Fat on a hero that he's more comfortable on. Don't try and like counter pick the Mars. Like,
dude, he had like platinum Mars. He had a lot of Mars games.
That's the thing. Like, he has a lot. Like, Mars is third or fourth most played hero.
Comfortable. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. I think you don't try and steal the Mars. I think you just ban it.
All right. What is Sexy Fat comfortable with? Will they be able to find that pick that's not Centaur? We're gonna have to find out after a small break as we wait for game number 3 between Beast Coast and APU King of Kings. Stay tuned. Here with game 3. No matter what happens, we're not getting any more games today. Hopefully we get an interview.
No.
Just gotta
The
make this
panel's
one
so
twice
excited.
as long.
I just wanted more games, Avo. I thought like 6 or 7 more.
I was really looking forward to those as well, but unfortunately we only have one more game trend. So, what will this draft look like? Do not call me out, Lyrical. What will this draft look like? What are we going to see this time for Beast Coast? What's the wacky draft?
Oh no! Apu
Zero
King of
wackiness.
Kings. They gave him Mars. Oh god.
It's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
be
actually pretty scary. Whisper's really good Mars.
It's the most basic lineup you can imagine.
Dude, every game that Apu King of Kings has played against Beast Coast, where Beast Coast has had Mars, they have lost in the DPC
Except
at
for
the
the-
very least.
Except for the last one, right?
No, because Apu King of Kings took the Mars, but it was every time that Beast Coast has
No,
had
as
it.
in like... No, as in the first game of the series, they had Mars.
Oh God, they lost that game. God, I forgot they lost that game. How did they lose that game?
Every game except for the one in this series.
The one in this series that's the most relevant. Yeah, definitely. All right, well maybe not. Okay, that's great. Apu King and Kings are gonna win. Perfect.
All right, Trent. Tell me about these two picks: Tide Snapfire versus the Mars. What is which ones do you rather have as initiation?
5 seconds.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of Tidehunter, but if I was equally skilled on both heroes, I should probably play Mars.
Okay.
I think that hero is probably a little bit better. It depends on the lane matchup a little bit more for the Tide, whereas Mars can get away with a lot of the worst lanes because of the spear, which is very helpful.
The other thing, I don't know if I'm up on Tide anymore. I feel like Tide is like really fallen off. I'm gonna look real quickly.
Thunder Predator would like a word with you, my friend.
Sir.
Right. I mean, but the other thing is that's Thunder Predator, right? Like that's not just Tidehunter. That's
Okay.
I like
my
this
thought,
pick.
at least.
Early Lena, don't have 10th pick anyway. Just assume that it's for C-Small, but theoretically could flex it if you really, really, really wanted to, but should just be mid. Because why not? It's Lena.
Now, what are they gonna do? Quapia? I guess that would still be bad.
Stab me.
Actually, Invoker. Oh yeah, they
It's
banned it
gone.
immediately. Yeah, good
Yeah.
call.
Nyx Assassin looking pretty good still for Beast Coast. Kind of a classic Gojira hero. If he wants to get a little bit weird, but not that weird, but it's pretty good versus both Snap and Tide. Stinger Abaddon looking okay as well. If the lane will be okay with Mr. Madara here, but it would still give them the save that seems to be very helpful when playing with Madara, but also just be very good versus Tidehunter. Could also just go Grim. Do you want to go super simple?
I feel like they're gonna ban out this like disruptor in a second too, though. Probably.
Classic Stinger hero and Tide counter.
I don't know. It's just like something about Tide nowadays to me feels really bad. Where like so often we're getting into these situations where either they're going for like a quick blink dagger and then they don't get like the best fights necessarily, or there's not people there to follow up, which is one thing that I do like about the Snapfire. But then I feel like you're on this clock where like it can sometimes fall off, at least up until you get the refresher. Like there's a couple strong timings for Tidehunter, and I feel like it's really early and then really, really late, and we haven't been getting to that really, really late stage.
But Clock just got banned,
That's true.
so doesn't have to worry about the clock anymore.
Fair.
That Phoenix ban, honestly, is actually really good. I actually thought that was a really good Phoenix game.
So Beast Coast banned the clock to cover for the Apu Tide.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. Is in like the timing, like the clock of the game. Yeah, yeah. It was a a play on words. You see.
Oh,
Yes.
that was well done.
Thank you.
Radiant team pick.
Clearly, it landed very well.
Yeah.
Oh my golly gee, goodness.
What?
Whom? Has someone just finished the anime? Is this all this anime discussion of our casters leading to anime Dota picks?
There's a chance. You know what I think
Yes,
this is?
I loved Mars. Yeah, it was great.
They really like the Ag Satanic builds. They wanted another hero that doesn't do damage. Go for the Dragon Knight.
You can just buy it again.
This is just for the Lena, right? In the laning stage, so he doesn't get like just absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, but there's lots of heroes that can just farm in the lane and just like do what you can just pick a spirit. You know what I mean? You don't have to pick Dragon Knight. There must be more to it. I mean, Dragon Knight is a good hero for the Snap to just come and like rotate with in the mid game. You can just like stun and get kills, which is pretty cool. But Beast Coast gonna grab themselves the Bloodseeker, huh?
They're gonna tiny again. God dang it.
I wanted the Hoodwink.
I think Tiny's pretty solid. You know, you put Tidehunter out of position, and then you set up for the Ravage. You activate BKB because you know when he's gonna Ravage, right?
Yeah. Dude, if they end with Tiny Disruptor. Oh.
You were so close.
Ooh.
He has disruption.
Yeah,
Yeah.
instead.
That's a good call.
I wanted Hoodwink for the break, so maybe we'll eventually get an Ags, you know? That's we'll get there someday.
Dude, Soul Catcher is sick this game.
10 seconds remaining.
Very
Catcher
tanky
Lina.
heroes.
5 seconds.
Why is it?
remaining.
Oh, I guess the tankiness. Okay, okay.
All right, we got ourselves a 1 pick and then a 1 pick, so this should be the 5. What's Serum want to play? No tree. Oh.
I mean, that
Is it?
worked.
Oh no. Wait.
What, didn't that work earlier today?
Why-
Was that Hokori versus Noping? Where they ran this?
Yeah, but why? Are they? Is it that important to them that they won't even see the core to
10
core matchup?
seconds remaining.
They see it.
I mean, it's a
Bloodseeker,
Bloodseeker.
right? It has to be.
Yeah, but they could
5
still
seconds
see.
remaining.
Oh, I don't know. I guess.
Maybe
Tense-
it's gonna be support Mars, and they'll do a
I
big
don't know,
old
man. I
switcheroo.
just don't want to. I don't want to 10th pick my 5. I think that's always bad,
Yeah. Well, I think that they're
Sure.
unless you're like OG. Or
It
like,
could be
or like old OG.
Stinger playing Shadow Demon maybe, and then Gojira takes something else last. So
Yeah,
last
presuming
pick
that's the
your
case. Again, Bishop has ranged, guys. Like, Gojira has
No, no. I'm just saying, like, no. For Apple King of Kings, though, I don't like having
Oh,
the
I
last pick
see.
of my draft be a position 5 hero.
I
Right,
get what
right,
you're
right,
saying
okay.
now,
I get
What
it
if
has to be a
Snapfire is
god
5?
tier 5 pick.
dude. Unless it's DK5, and then they
Well,
take
it could
their
be
mid
Snap
last.
5 and DK4, but I would
Yeah.
really hope
Right.
not, because I think that's been nerfed too heavily.
What if you just pick a 4 though? Are you more okay with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
4 last pick? Is that
I'm
better?
Slightly more okay, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, we're assuming the Beast Coast took their 3 cores early, so it's kind of whatever, but it still feels a little bit weird.
Does anything else like really hurt Lina mid?
No.
That's a meta, no. Puck actually, that's decent. But why would you do that if you already have a DK?
Do this.
Is that what
or
Mini's
DK?
going to play, do you think?
No.
10 seconds.
No,
remaining.
no. I don't know. Like, is
do you
that
feel like
how
that's
he
on a
wants to
mini?
go out?
5 seconds remaining.
on a
It's
DK?
like playing DK mid
Super was a really
in
good player. Trent.
2022. Listen here. This guy, he had a big S in front of his name. They called him Big S Super.
He played mid.
Gather around, children.
Can be little M Mini.
He didn't do much well, but what he did well, he did very well.
Listen,
Which was
that
existing.
man, he knocked Kyle out of so many tournaments. You have no idea.
That's true.
That's true.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
All right, in all serious matters, though.
I'm
What
trying to
could
think of
this
like the
fight
most
be?
massive brain pick that this could be for Apple Kings.
Sure. Usually,
Like
like
the-
fives that are last picks are saves, like Oracle, for example, right? Like those
Yeah.
are the big ones.
Team ban.
Like if there's some super crazy save, or if there's something like kind of cheesy you can do, like could they brood them or something stupid? Like, because we can theoretically flex every roll right now, and it's not that bad. You could 5 the tide if you really wanted to.
No, true.
10 seconds
yo.
remaining.
That's much
and-
better.
And the DK can go 4, blah blah blah. So they actually do have everything open.
Oh, you're talking about Apu Kings, yeah.
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 I was
That's the biggest
thinking-
concern.
Right. I was thinking they could run a Grimstroke for Beast Coast, maybe. Like, it's a little weird with the double support combo, but there's a ton of really cool synergies that you can combo together there.
Beast coasts.
Yeah, it's just good too versus Tide, obviously, with
Yeah.
the Phantom. Just kind of busted, and they will eventually ban the next assassin, much like the previous games. But Grim, yeah, Grim looks pretty good. Soulbind's nice this game, and Phantom's really good. I don't
Inkswell.
see any issue with it.
10 seconds
Yeah, Inkswell into a
remaining.
Bloodseeker seems okay. Get the Shard later on would be good too.
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining. Radiant
I think it
team
would just be
pick.
Earth Spirit.
Oh!
Okay, so Lena 4. That's interesting. That's a blast of the past.
I don't think it's Lena 4, is it?
I think it probably is,
What else is your 4?
unless they're gonna 5 Mars
10
4
seconds
SD,
remaining.
but then 3 DP. Yeah, I guess they could do that.
Or
5
3
seconds
Bloodseeker,
remaining.
and then do safe lane DP. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. To me,
All right, well, they took the wacky draft to heart a little bit here on both sides in terms of the ordering of their drafts. That's for sure.
all right, I won't whisper on Mars. Everybody else pick your hero. Don't care.
All right, oh my God, Ice Blast, AA. It's actually good.
Oh, yeah?
DP,
Yeah.
Bloodseeker, Wraith King Lane.
Actually?
It's actually a clutch 5 pick. You have so many stuns. You're like guaranteed cold feet.
Oh, wow. That's great. That's actually a genius trick.
It's actually good. Please. He
God.
doesn't get many chances to be good, but this is one of them.
Yeah? Are you sold, Lyrical?
I'm just gonna be really sad when it's a lion. And
All this for a lion pick.
yeah, exactly. Oh, shit!
Oh,
They're in. All right, GG. It's over.
What a god!
Apple
Apple
King of
King of
Kings.
Kings.
They've done it. They found the actual good 10th pick 5. My
Trent,
God.
Dude,
He has to.
I have to ride with them. I have no
listen,
choice.
That doesn't happen if they don't DP last. Like, legitimately. I don't
Yep.
think, at least.
No, they were ready. They had the full flex set to go, and they flexed in their big frosty muscles.
So we know where Trent is leaning. Lyrical.
Yeah, I have to.
Where are you leaning towards?
God, it's really tough. The lanes. The only thing I'm wondering about is, are the lanes going to be good? Because Mars Lena actually sounds kind of scary, right? Like spear into LSA, punishing with a bunch of right clicks. Like, can AA really stand toe to toe against Lena? I don't think so. So I'm wondering if they just don't get off the ground and then they just like lose their towers everywhere. I'm gonna go Beast Coast tentatively. I think they're gonna win the lanes, and I think they're just gonna snowball from there.
Okay. You go against the wisdom of the Oracle of the panel. Will Trent
like
be
that.
correct? Or will Lyrical once again be right? Like last game. Let's not forget. It's up to you, viewers, to decide that. Put your votes. T for Trent, L for Lyrical.
No, this is a bad start for me.
Yes,
Don't associate
yes,
me with
exactly.
L's.
vote L for Lyrical. Anyway, we're going to game number 3. It's the final game. Winner takes all. More importantly, winner avoids Thunder Predator in the regional finals. We'll see what happens as we take it over to game 3 between Beast Coast and Apple King of Kings. I keep forgetting that I am also casting. I love
On
both.
one side, we have brains, we have actual knowledge and a good draft, a good traditional draft, and on the other hand, we have Beast Coast and their
What an
draft.
insult.
So, who will win? I have no idea because it's South American Dota, and that's why it's fun, guys. 6 games, 2 BO3s. I'm super hyped. I hope you're hyped as well, Avo. I'm just super excited. Let's go, man.
Let's go. Let's go right into the game.
All right. I mean, no disrespect to Beast Coast draft. I actually think it's really good. The last pick DP actually did tie their draft pretty well with some push, but really nice. As Trent said, you almost never see last pick 5 being relevant, but definitely in this game seems to be the case.
Yeah, honestly, what a pick. I agree. Ancient Apparition was awesome. And it even has a good lane. Like, it's wild how good it is. Oh, there they go. Gojira's the target. And Gojira will be the first to die. He's like, guys, I knew it. I sure enough picked a ranged hero. Bloodseeker's also in trouble, but they don't have any more stuns yet. They have a Gush, so they'll continue attacking. And Madara, oh, he's taking the route that's farthest away from the tower. That's going to make it easy to kill. So, that's 2 kills already for Apple King of Kings. Looking good for the Ancient Apparition supporters.
Dude, I'm so happy. Look how many kills. Look how crazy this game already is. Like, this is just the beginning.
Maybe
Smile.
decide to commit suicide there. Kind of unnecessarily. As they also go for C-Smile, and Stinger continues to pile on these charges onto Serum. And he'll most likely die, whether the body blocks or the auto attacks, or C-Smile that's coming by and clutching the last.
Beautiful. I'm actually tearing up right now. This is just the perfect, distilled, unadulterated South American Dota at its height. And yeah, 0 minutes, 4 kills, just the way I like it.
Indeed, Bowie. Just the way we like it, You want some exciting game for South American Dota. People are commenting in the chat. We don't always have the most viewers, but that's because most people don't know South American Dota is this exciting. Most people don't even bother to check. Otherwise, they would continue to watch because it's a roller coaster of emotions.
I totally agree. And now, one thing I didn't have time to talk about. Mini DK. Not really a hero I see, him playing that much. Usually he kind of ends up playing those Monkey Kings, the Invokers, the Pucks, but a lot of those heroes being banned. I wonder how effective he's gonna look in this hero.
Yeah, he's like a DK, but instead of skilled, it's just passive, right? Sorry, like an Monkey King, I want to say.
Yeah, it's just that, like, DK, he doesn't have as many options. He's not like that crazy as Monkey King and Invoker that can just pretty much fight 24/7. DK is constrained by cooldowns and stuff, but very excited to see how he performs. Maybe that's what he needed: less craziness, a little bit more structure.
Yep. One thing they did lose out on, though, with the last DP pick was that Lina was obviously going to lose that lane against DK pretty hard. The DP not going to struggle that much. She still actually might struggle in terms of last hits, especially early, but usually Spirit Siphon is enough to at least annoy the DK or not allow him to just stay in lane for free. However, Mini right now is absolutely destroying this DP, particularly because of his level 1 and Breathe Fire, which makes it almost impossible for a ranged hero to outlast a melee one.
Just 25% damage reduction. Nothing to see here. Very strong in the early levels.
DP does have a decent base damage, which is why you actually it's pretty good to cancel it with the Breathe Fire.
Minus 13 damage.
Yeah, considerable. Let's look at the other lanes, though. We talked about the greatness of the Ancient Apparition making lane, but it is true that the matchup between Lina and Ancient Apparition is not very good for the Ancient Apparition. Low armor, not really much to do against Lina, has more range than you, and also she's a fire type, you're an ice type. It's difficult, right? You deal half damage to her.
Yeah, you do get that disadvantage going. You do outrange her with Chilling Touch, which is pretty cool. A lot of people don't know this, but AA has 675 attack range, which is the highest one at a base level. It's pretty crazy for an ice type hero. But that's to balance out the fact that Lina is fire and also has a lot of attack range. Nicely done there, Frog.
Yep.
Now, one thing that I'm kind of scared about, I think there was a huge, a really good performance from Madara in the Bloodseeker game too. But without the Tiny, are we going to see that much impact coming from that hero, considering, you have these 3 strength bulky boys on the side of Apple Kings, with no Timber this time to really pierce through all of that, all the HP?
Yeah. Make a good point. I was thinking if there's anyone in this team who can build a vessel, but can DP maybe deviate into a vessel, or is that just too bad?
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. And Lina, definitely not a hero that wants to go that route. Usually want the Aether Lens, the U-Scepter. So very nicely pointed out. I don't think so. They might be forcing to either Hari on the Bloodseeker, but that comes much later, or Shiva's on the DP. That's probably the 2 better options.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And the Shard on Bloodseeker.
That's true. The shard is a big deal. I'm hoping that he does buy it this time, though, because last time he was a bit greedy about it, and it worked out, but I do feel like it'd be nice to see it this time for sure. I'm wondering if there's anything else. I mean, you have an AA, which is good against these beefy boys anyway. Actually, sorry, what am I saying? AA is the wrong team. My bad. You do have a Shadow Demon, I meant to say.
This is the 6th game.
Yes.
It's alright.
Thank you. You have a Shadow Demon, which is good against these beefy boys anyway with Soul Catcher, right? But I just can't see him really building a vessel on a Shadow Demon. It's just way too expensive.
Yeah, he needs to get a really good game, which he had in the first match. I think he was playing Shadow Demon again. But yeah, no first blood so far.
Oh, mid lane, sorry, Mini. This is close to dying, but here's the rotation here from Analysis, but it's not going to be fast enough. Mini will die to C-Smile. Once again, this DK getting a bit too cocky. Let's not forget, DP does have percentual damage. So that's the other solution they have to these beefy boys.
Yeah, that's actually true. That is a big part of why they last picked that hero. And provided he gets a good game, I think that can be very impactful. But there's so much lockdown coming from DK, Wraith King, Tidehunter that he might not even be able to press E before he just dies once Mini has a Blank Dagger and always just jumps C-Smile. Another rotation though, they really want to shut down Mini. Can we get the LC?
I think so. Mini is in trouble. You did use an Exo for this. Mini actually saved by the cookie. 4 stacks of the Shadow Poison will not be enough. Only level 2. C-Smile is continuing to chase, and Serum is trying to distract him. In fact, Mini will die because the last Crypt Swarm will ensure the Shadow Poison finishes him off. And Stinger wants to continue being aggressive. There is a disruption in 5 seconds. With Magic Stick, he will have it, but he'll have to commit a bit more. So he's just gonna let him go. They got 2 kills there for free, and the rotation by Serum was kind of useless. Ended up just being a win here for C-Smile, who's honestly playing out of his mind both games.
Yeah, and that's a DK with no TP, which means Gojira has to somehow defend. Even if they don't take the tower, it's already so much damage at 6 minutes that the next catapult wave for sure will be enough to... Oh, what am I saying? Gojira is on the dire side, so yeah, that is actually a tower. I was like,
Yeah,
oh, the
that's
Lina
free.
TP to defend the tower. No, he's actually hitting the tower, and
6th game, Bowie,
This is-
6th game.
yeah, this is a crazy early game from Beast Coast. Just like game 2, they, the weirder the draft, the stronger they are.
Yeah, seriously,
Memes real.
we always comment on Bisco losing the lanes early, but it has not been the case in these matchups. At least when they win, they're winning the lanes pretty hard. And top lane, by the way, Rupture, find Sexy Fat. You can't dispel that. Sexy Fat will once again hold his ground until he dies, which happens relatively soon. C-Smile, he can't really farm the lane, so instead he'll farm heroes, gets a kill on Serum, and can now go back to the mid lane to recover a little bit.
What I'll say is this: we praise the AA for his ult, but he's not level 6. Is the pick good?
You know what? That's a very good point. Actually, A is garbage, right? Like, what does he do now, right? We never considered that for the first 10 minutes of the game, AA won't have his ult. So, is the pick any good? Probably not. Good point, Bowie.
I mean, if we're just diving, there's still a catapult
C-Smile?
top, Avo.
C-Smile?
Maybe a little much.
He did get a Spirit Siphon off, though, on the Snapfire, and she's a Strength Hero, too. Stinger decided to commit suicide here because he wanted to distract the tower from hitting C-Smile. Might be worth it, as Madara has a bunch of movement speed, but nowhere to run to.
Radiant's bottom
They
tower
do
is under attack.
contain the craziness from Beast Coast, but that is already a 2k gold lead. That's already, a Javelin and a third of the Mithril Hammer. This is gonna be like a sub 10-minute Maelstrom. This is so good for Madara. A lot of space
it
being
is.
created for him.
What is this build this time? Still, like, no points in Blood Rage until level 7, which, again, not the greatest use of the Maelstrom or even the Javelin. You're going to farm a little bit slower, but at least this gives him some more fighting potential.
Yeah, he does have a decent amount of stuns to use the blood right now, which I'm fine with. Dragon Tail.
Stinger. Well, actually avoids the cold feed thanks to the disruption. Here comes the exorcism from DP from behind. Serum's like, no, not this woman again. Serum will be chased down, but actually C-Smile sees a better opportunity to go for Mini or the Tide instead. Mini has been ruptured. He will die solo to Madara. Unless, Mini, he's healing too much. Madara doesn't deal damage. There he goes. Gets the Javelin hit. That's going to be the finishing touch. As Sexy Fight gets chased down and killed by C-Smile, who still has the exo bonus of movement speed, but he can't quite catch up to the Snapfire.
I mean, pretty bad that they lost the Tide and the DK there, but they didn't get any real estate, any towers from the DP ult. It's not all that bad. The Wraith King is recovering, already has the armament, and if there's one thing that a lot of the heroes on the Beast Coast side lack is actually armor. Mars is a tanky boy, but
Terrible
he
armor.
can burst a lot of heroes. Okay, Jesus, Sexy Fat.
Yeah, that was almost killed him, but C-Smile will be frozen solid. That Breeze Fire will not thaw him. From behind, Alina, not the best position Gojira used to, again, playing the melee tanky heroes. And if you're out of position on Alina, you're easily punished. Stinger
Sexy.
does have a disruption. C-Smile, though, no silence to set up for this, so they're going to just have to let them go.
Sexy Fat was like 10 HP from a Dragon Slave he didn't predict. Will live, even with the thirst, he's gonna be fine. But that means the Bloodseeker is farming so fast. He pretty much has Maelstrom after this creep wave. He is set up for a lot of success right now. The Mars is going straight up Link, which he will have after this wave too. So everything aligning for Beast Coast. It is up to King of Kings to somehow position in a way that they don't get heavily hurt by all of these rotations and power spikes. Mini, Invis Rune.
Okay, what is their power spike then for Upper King Kings? When do they hold the reins of the game? Is it when the blink dive on the DK comes, maybe?
The ult, which I hope they give the tome to him because he's severely underleveled right now. They do also have the kisses.
Okay.
So all they need to do is either defend the tower.
It's got the ult.
Hello, Mini.
Oh, Arena. Yeah, the damage on Mini is brutal thanks to the Soul Catcher, which Singer has taken 2 points in early. They avoid the Ice Bath as well. See Smile just a bit too quick, thanks to that bonus movement speed from the Exorcism. Oh, no, sorry, from the Woodleys there, actually. That was wild. It was so fast. They kill Hannes.
Oh. This is very problematic right now. They do have Ravage, Sexy Fat, not really addressing that fight whatsoever, but he's also alone. I don't think, yeah, he's gonna be fine. But I would like to see him play a little bit more of the team. I felt like in the first 2 games, he would only really join the team once he had the Blink Dagger, and it feels like he pretends to play the same way right now. And like with the speed beastcoast is playing, I think that's gonna be super problematic. He needs to just use his body to bait good ravages so that the range that they have on the supports can do damage. They will smoke.
Yep.
Let's see what they'll do on
Radiant's bottom tower is under
There's smoke is seemingly down bottom where they might find Madara, but Madara retreats in time to make sure he doesn't get caught, and they assume he's going to go to the triangle. It's actually a really good guess because Madara is going exactly to the triangle. Oh, young carry, so predictable. But unfortunately for Benny, he was the only one initiating. He didn't have the speed. And he might actually get caught by Whisper, who doesn't have Blink Dagger. Spears him to a tree. Here's the DPTP. They still have the Arena of Blood, but they probably want to use it for the second life. Exorcism is up. Will they use it to fight here? Armlet. There's the Exo. Mortimer's Kisses gets used, and he does get killed off by the Demonic Purge. But see Smile not healing enough. He's going to die in the middle of his Exo. There's the Ice Blast as well, finishing off Stinger. As Benny wants to continue this aggression. Whisper, once again, still holding to the arena. Didn't see really a good target in that last fight. In the mid lane, Mini goes, you take my tower, I take your tower.
Yeah, I love the fact that Sexy Fat actually TP to that tower. The fact that they were able to, bait a lot of spells, bait some TPs, and then use the damage from the AA Blast and the Kisses was the reason they won that fight. And that's also an Exorcism wasted. So 2 minutes of possible aggression, but with less damage, less impact from these coasts. They are smoking right now, but I don't think they can find anyone, honestly.
Yeah, to smoke with only Lina and Mars. It should be enough damage, though. I don't know for a DK, but they'll try. Arena Blood. He is pinned to the wall. Light Striker Raid to keep him there. And thanks to that Soul Catcher from Stinger. Once again, he's maxing his ability first because he understands the enemy team is really tanky. And that's netting him a lot of kills in this DK.
Are false even without Exorcism. Unfortunate for Apu Kings, but this means Sexy Fat is getting a little bit of space to finish that Blink. So we might have that up for the next Ravage, and they might be able to get another good smoke going.
Yeah. We'll see for now, because the Bloodseeker is about to get online here for East Coast. He has decided once again for the same build he's done all of these games, which is BKB after the Maelstrom. This time, though, he's considering a Mjolnir right afterwards. What's the idea behind this?
I think it's pretty much the skeletons. Like, usually in team fights, if the Wraith King does use those, you were going to proc that so many times. It's actually like crazy the amount of DPS you can get. They are also playing from ahead, so if he feels like he wins a couple of fights in the next minutes, he might just deviate, keep the Ogre Club for tankiness, and get the Mjolnir.
Radiant structures are fortified.
See small TP's bottom. He's gonna not use the extra most likely. 50 more seconds till that. As I tries to push with his auto attacks alone. Also very close to level 2 Exorcism. Probably the point of inflection beastcoast was looking for to really pump up the aggression.
If ideally he can get that with the Arcane Rune at the same time, I don't think he even cares. Like if he just ults bottom to force a glyph and then travels to fight, it could be good. Top lane, great TP from the Mars.
Yep. See small 2. And there's Mars catching Mini. And once again, need the Soul Catcher though to really kill off Mini. There we go. Soul Catcher's out. A Whisper might get frozen solid before he can set up the arena. See Smile running after the supports. It's going to be Ancient Apparition first. Gets rid of that potential Ice Blast as Mini dies in the backlines. Beast Ghost utilize a fair amount of resources, but they managed to get another good fight for them. And they keep the arena still in their arsenal.
Very nicely done. Great defense. I mean, I understand they're playing from behind and they want to create space for Benny, but the fact that Mini was so close to the Blink Dagger and he still forced that, not really having that many supports behind him is unfortunate because it slows down his progression even further. This is a game he already died 7 times. You know, I was a little scared for the fact he was playing a hero he doesn't play very often, and
Dire's bottom tower
it is
under
not looking great.
Yep, he's been honestly, both him and Sexy Fat have been struggling. It really has just been Benny that's kind of been carrying the team, but he alone cannot carry. He really needs the help of his supports to not get kited this game. I mean, supports and other cores. Sorry, I meant to say.
What about the Bloodseeker? Did he decide on the Mjolnir? No, BKB.
Radiant are
He understands that. I mean, I'm not sure how much of a saying he has in his own build here. I'm pretty sure the Beastcoast guys are like, "Oh, BKB! Oh, he gets the BKB, but if he dies,
Well, me not the cookie. That allowed for the last hit. They didn't even get the stun, and
Was
they
a
can even
second
take away
apart.
these stacks. This is a really big deal. There's a huge kill here for Apple King of Kings. Even wasting 9-second BKB and a Bloodseeker, usually a huge point of inflection for this hero.
even use the speed burst to get the BKB as fast as possible. That's very unfortunate and huge for Apple Kings. They really needed a fresh, a breath of fresh air, and it's not a lot, but it will allow Benny to keep farming, and it does reduce the aggression.
Sexy Fat has been hit by the Purge. I strike array, Cookie, okay, used. Oh, there's the arena. But unfortunately, the Dragon Tail stopped him from using the Spear. Ice Blast.
Oh, disruption.
Will be stopped by a disruption. What a massive disruption. You're right. Sexy Fat already used the Ravage. He's going to be the target now as they finally killed off Serum. He had used the Ice Blast, but it didn't really matter. DP looked to kill him regardless. You'll have to control the Wraith King. But it's mostly just to prevent this damage as a Spear puts Hans in a difficult position against the tree. However, they lack the damage. Here comes the Bloodseeker finally, but a bit too late. Beast Coast will have to settle for a simple Tide underkill. Fair amount of resources used there for just a Tide.
Alright. This could be huge for Apple Kings. I'm not sure how confident they are right now in their own strength, but there's Solar Crest and Desolator, and that smells Roche to me once Exorcism is over. Especially for Arena down. I wonder if they'll force this. I think it's a good move.
Yep.
Oh, it's
Gojira.
Arena.
Turned into a pig. He's like, guys, I'm melee for a second. Oh. He was happy for a brief second as a pig, but he was brought back to reality as a corpse.
And then he goes in. It's time for Apple Kings. They really need to play with fire right now. Lina is dead, so it's not going to be that dangerous.
I mean, between Gush, Desolator, Solar Crest, and Low Shredder, I'm pretty sure this Roche goes down super quickly.
Yeah. No vision, no Beastmaster, no Sunstrike. So even if Beastcoast knows about this, it is very dangerous to come in. They use all of their spells to that last fight.
Oh, but they're thinking about it though. Whisper. There's the Roche. It gets taken a bit too quickly and they can't steal it, even if they were considering it. You know what's crazy, Bowie, is that in that little Roche fight, right, all these minus armor abilities were used, and it still was about the same minus armor as a Swarm would have after like 10-12 seconds.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Puts Weaver
I
into
never
Dire's top
thought
tower
about
is
this,
under
but
attack. Dire's
one combo that we
structures are
never see
fortified.
that could be very good to take Roche is actually Weaver and Oracle, where you disarm the Roche so he can't hit the bug, and you get to the max minus armor possible. Very good.
What's the max minus armor possible for the Zor? Do you know?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, at
Dire's
3
structures are
elevated to
fortified.
7, and we do need to take the derivative of.
Is it true?
I think it's Whisper with the. Okay, no. What?
Alright, I'm not gonna ask you to make maths on stream. I know you're an old man and it's way too late for you to do maths. I understand.
I never finished my engineering course, so don't ask those questions.
I thought it
I
was
get
a
triggered.
number. I didn't know there was a max to begin with on Swarm.
No, but it is actually it is 1 minus armor per attack. It lasts for 16 seconds. The attack frequency is
Oh,
0.7, so we're talking like 25. Let's say I'll say
Okay,
25.
okay.
It could be wrong, but it's
Right,
in that
okay.
ballpark.
Yeah, 25 to 30. Okay, fair enough. That's a huge amount of minus armor. But I feel like then you're picking Weaver and Oracle as your supports, and you might be taking Roche, but you're also losing the game. So
That's very possible. It does feel like something you could try in a pub, though. So I'll ask my boys after this game.
no, that's true.
After the amount of coffee I ingested to cast this, I don't think I'm going to be sleeping anytime soon, nor Beast Coast, because
They've been
this
having
is
numbers.
such a hype match.
Yeah, it's a hype match. The Beast Coast wish could end in their favor. Benny Fully pushing this tower. Whisper reveals himself. He whips Benny, but Benny's like, yeah, please give me more, daddy. As he takes the tower down.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
All right. King of Kings, the gold advantage diminishing. They finally feel a little bit more comfortable with the state of the game. They're not gonna take this down easily. They really want to avoid Thunder Predator, as you said, which seems to be the biggest prize of winning this series. Here.
Oh, they found Serum.
Is under attack.
Oh, that Arena, that means Ice Blast, they got rid of it. Sexy Fat's the next target, they ruptured him. He can't dispel that, he needs a way to cancel his TP, and they will find it with that disruption. Nice Dark Array, no need for it, doesn't matter. Sexy Fat will die to the Laguna Blade, and a little bit of Whisper extra damage.
Okay. Not that bad. With the AA dead and not having the extra damage from AA Blast, I think it's fine not to force this, even though they have A just for this amount of duration still. 2 minutes. They do get lucky,
it's a
they might be
Wraith
able to...
thing.
What do you mean?
Like, I feel like you lose Reincarnation first, and by the time that the Aegis expires, you know.
Oh, okay. Oh, Mini.
Mini. Yeah, you got hit by the Soul Catcher. Once again, that's the key to killing these buff heroes. And Mini won't be able to survive this either. Spirit Siphon plus Soul Catcher. We were wrong, Bowie. They don't need Vessel or Shields or anything. They just got the heroes to kill him.
You know, this is something Beastcoast does really well. Probably the best team at it in SA is like being able to get those like one pick after the other. So these Aegis that still had like 2 minutes of duration, where King of Kings felt like they didn't have to take that fight, they would still have another chance. Now they lose Mini because they didn't play together, and now the Aegis timing might be totally lost from King of Kings because you know, until DK respawns and you smoke, you might just be in a position where you're not gonna use the duration that well. So nicely done from Beastcoast. Just I don't think there's a word for this like in the Dota dictionary, but they are very good at like well, I'm not sure there's a word, but yeah, like getting kills after kills where you never really have 5 heroes alive, and thus you can't really match the aggression because you keep losing like heroes all around the map.
That would be that's a hard thing. I mean, I guess you could argue that they're like just really good at resource management in general in Dota. I think that's something that Beastcoast definitely does have. Like resource management in spaces. When you see them like whenever someone's a little bit to the side from their team, right, and they think they can kill him, they'll go for it, and they usually do kill him immediately, right? Or when for example their forwards is 5, but the enemy team has no ultimates, like Beastcoast is the first team. It's them and actually like teams like T1, for example, that are pretty prominent at just going in. They don't care about 3 versus 5 if the enemy team has no ultimates, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a combination of factors what you're mentioning. I know what you mean, though. It's a good point, but I think it's the is the resource management plus their just ability to naturally team fight well. Did you know, by the way,
right?
Bowie,
What?
that Beastcoast does not communicate in team fights?
What do you mean? They communicate outside of team fights, but in team fights, it's
in team fights, like they'll go like I'm killing, you know, basic stuff like that. But you know how teams will go, let's go for this one first or something like that. No, Beastcoast never does it. They don't even talk about objectives. Beastcoast doesn't write Roshan timings either. Well, before, now obviously irrelevant, but before they didn't write it down.
We're saying Beastcoast is actually an AI. They are all connected mentally, and they know what everyone's gonna do.
Dude,
that's actually
weird.
pretty interesting.
When they first found me, when they first met me, they laughed at me
You
for
were in
5
the
minutes.
streets.
Yeah, on
You
the
had
street,
no
you know,
place to live.
Yeah, they hired me as a caster. They actually laughed at me for 5 minutes straight because I did a cast with them a long time ago in Spanish where I was praising them for their great timing of the Aegis, and they're like, we don't ever time that, dude. We all do it based on instinct. Like, Beastcoast is a team that does a lot of things based on instinct, and Teamfight is one of them as well. It's pretty wild. Yeah. Whisper, he got hit by the Ice Blast. How they explain it to me is that they always know what to do in the team fight, so they usually don't talk to each other about basic things because they just trust each other to go for the right objectives, right?
I mean, I believe you. Especially, I don't think there's very few teams that are together for that long, like Beastcoast. I
Yes.
would be.
I think they're the
Maybe
longest
you could bet.
standing team.
Yeah, out of all the DPC, maybe
I think in general in Dota, right?
could be. Like, is it like 3 years ever since the first TI, right?
Yeah, versus TN9, yeah. Because it's
Wow.
them and the old Liquid, right? But those
Yes.
or well, they're not
Probably.
together anymore.
Uh-huh. Wow. Yeah, like because they're together for so long that you don't really need to say things, and a lot of the time I think with like players of this caliber, too much information can definitely become a problem. So like if everyone's on the same page and they know what are the things that the team values, you don't really need to say anything pretty much. So
Yep.
I definitely trust you when you say that.
If you watch some of the hot mics, for example, which they do release, a lot of things they say in team fights, like "Oh, we got him" or something like that. You know, like it's even jokes and stuff during team fights. Like they try to keep their emotions at bay rather than giving tactical decisions in team fights, right? Which is very interesting. I find it very fascinating because it not only means they always know what to do, the right thing, right? But it also means that they're always on the same page, right? Like their idea of Dota, their concepts of Dota are the same because they've played together for so long.
Yeah, that is a really good thing to have because we're talking about standings and how they can affect your gameplay. Having that person understand what you value and how you play the game can be actually pretty complicated if they have a different idea about the game than you do. So first of all, very impressed with the way Madara was able to mesh in. His performance has been pretty good, honestly. Can they find Gojira? Nah. He gets spotted by the creeps.
Okay. Gojira for now, just cutting the lane a little bit, making sure that they can't really push as beastcoast goes for the next objective, which is Sexy Fat. However, a bit of a difficult kill. They can reposition him with the spear, but of course the stun won't last too long, so they're gonna let him go for now. He is tanky. He does have Ravage. He's under tower. Classic 3 cardinal sins against Tide.
Tide also has his cardinal sins.
Everyone has cardinal sins, Bowie, right? Like
You
for
have
example,
a book,
Weaver.
like, all of that information.
Yeah, Weaver has 1 cardinal sin, which is not picking it. If you don't pick Weaver, you're doing it wrong, right? That's the cardinal sin for Weaver.
Yes, G learned that the hard way, unfortunately.
Yes. And then I was like, oh wow, I can win MMR for free. We have BKB and C Smile. That's a void to stun. There's the help from Whisper. They're like, maybe Benny? Maybe, but Benny's not the easiest target to kill first. Mainly because his second life still. Benny... Oh, actually, they use a Ravage. They want to counter-initiate. And C Smile doesn't have the Ice Blast anymore on him, but can he run away in time? Disruption actually saving him. They kill Mini. What a disruption! C Smile is fine. He's gonna be able to come back in and kill off the Wraith King. Stinger on point. And this is the example of he didn't ask to be saved. Stinger just knew he had to save him.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Really
under
good team
attack.
fight coming from Beast Coast. When you look at the Wraith King, he has this hyperstun, but going back to the BKB, I'm not sure I like the fact that Apple Kings is forcing this fight with the Roshan timer being open. They don't really know if it's up or not. Maybe it would be better to just wait for the BKB, but I really feel like Apple King of Kings, the whole series, I guess alongside Beast Coast, they are playing with a little bit more heart than actual cerebral Dota, which is not a problem necessarily. Like, I'm not saying this is bad, but they have been very, like, you can see they're playing their hearts out here. I don't feel like they're being super, like, obviously there's always
top tower is under attack.
tacticality in a game this high level, but there's a couple of decisions that I think really, when it worked, it was really good for them, but when it doesn't work, I think they lose a lot. Like, it was a 9k gold lead and it's 15k just out of nowhere for the best fight.
I agree with you completely. I mean, it was really odd to reinitiate on a DP that already had EXO up, right? Like, it was...
Yeah.
If you disengage with her, then at least she wastes EXO, then you just go in again afterwards, right? You have lower cooldowns. I mean, not Ravage, right? But DK Stun, for example, Ice Blast, relatively low cooldown. Like, just wait.
The way they came back this game was the fact that Exorcism was used in a poor way from Beast Coast. So if they just waited that out and occupied Roche, they could maybe get second Roche for free. That would be a shard. It would be ages for Benny. And now they have to wait this BKB timing. That's when Benny might be able to be relevant again.
And still, like, it's still a whiles away, right? He's, what, 1,600 gold away? 1,700 gold away? It's not easy. Meanwhile, Beast Coast might have the second Roche for free. And,
the Hyperstone is...
That's... I don't know if he saw it, actually. Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, Stinger just got it with a Shadow Poison. That's good.
Okay.
Like, it's the lingering vision of Shadow Poison that barely saw Roche at the end. Oh,
It was
Whisper's like,
woke
you know what?
again.
Before Roche, let me kill an ice cream cone. There we go.
Gem.
Easy.
Radiant's turret
Oh,
Oh.
he loses the courier.
Oh, that's such a big deal. The courier at the gem there. And now there's a free
There you go. Out of nowhere, 2k extra goal lead from the gem being passed out to Beast Coast.
Yep.
And yeah, like you were talking about BKB being far away, it is pretty much the difference of the Hyperstone, you know, using that item instead of BKB component.
Yes.
We'll see whether it's gonna matter or not. I think Beast Coast, they are eager to force things out. They have all of their cooldowns, they have Aegis. On the DP, by the way, we usually don't see that very often just because Exorcism doesn't come back when you respawn.
Dire structures
But
are
he is the
fortified.
carry after all. I don't think there was a single Aegis to Madara in the whole series. Actually,
No, he's a stand-in, dude. I'm telling you, he doesn't get that privilege. The axe is done on the Lina. Did they give her shard, by the way? No, so they gave shard to the DP. C-Smile forced back to the BKB. He's like, yeah, guys, I have fear. Fight me. Activates Exo. He's ready. Silence up Mini. Mini's forced to BKB TP. He won't get a second fear because that doesn't go through BKB. And, okay, that was actually a good play. They forced Exorcism, and they managed to retreat. Serum, though, taking a lot of damage from the Ghost, just in passing, but he'll be able to survive. At least they can use this to push instead.
and this is good because there won't be Exorcism for tier 3. You can poke a little bit, but I don't think Biscos will do anything crazy. Oh, do. It is Biscos, so don't take my word on it.
Yep. Don't speak so confidently about Beastcoast's lack of craziness.
All right, Benny, how's your BKB going? 600 gold away. I don't like. I guess there's no Exo, so that's what they're trying to force here. But this is do or die, pretty much.
Yep, well, I mean, they got the Bloodseeker first with the Ravage on top of this. Where's Stinger to save him? They can't in time. BKB, though, on Madara, he avoids the Ice Blast thanks to his movement speed, and they have killed Harnesses in the backlands. Benny in trouble. Benny, thanks for the Rupture, couldn't move too hard. Benny, is he gonna die here? Yes, they killed Mini within the arena. C-Smile just held him off. And now, they're gonna chase after Benny. They do miss the spear. They're gonna have to settle for the Ancient Apparition. Mortimer's Kiss are raining down, and that's gonna be the first life here for Chris Luck. He's okay though, he didn't have to waste the Exorcism here. I mean, yes, you didn't want to lose your Aegis that early, but ended up being pretty okay. Forced 2 buybacks, killed Mini, got Reincarnation. Oh.
It was unfortunate because the AA Blast was like half a second away from hitting the Bloodseeker before BKB, and then they actually kill him, and the fight looks much better. So I commend the boldness of Apu King of Kings of actually taking a fight in the tier 2, where most teams would just give it up.
Yep.
But yeah, some buybacks being used. They do get the BKB though, so if they can maybe force a fight whilst Exorcism still down with this BKB being not known from Viscos, that could be the dream. Do they have a smoke? They do, but no Ravage. So who's the crazy team here? Is it Apu? Or will they just wait Ravage and see what happens?
It's too much. That would be beyond wild and courageous, and it'd be just plain stupid, honestly. Like, you gotta fight with Ravage. That's your strength.
Nice Mirana quote. Very nice. Brave but stupid.
Is that Mirana?
Yeah. Don't you see that? I mean, from the anime, right? Brave but stupid.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah. Have you watched season 2, by the way? I actually didn't get time to watch it yet.
I have not watched season 2 yet. No.
Okay. But did you watch the Forbidden Game season 1?
What is that?
League of Legends.
Oh, Arcane. I mean, I
Yes.
watched a couple of episodes and I got bored. I'm sorry. It just wasn't for me.
Yeah, I actually did and I watched it, but I've seen a lot of people just praising like it was really good.
I didn't think it was bad. I just thought, I'm not interested in character-driven stories, and I feel like it's like, oh wow, these characters have such interesting backlines. I don't care, dude. Whatever. Humans are trash anyway. I don't need to hear the stories of the characters.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you watched Naruto and you watched because of him.
No, see, that's the problem. The story of the characters is what killed Naruto for me. What do I care about Naruto and Sasuke? I want to know the powers, dude.
I see. You want to say? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
That's why I
It
like
does make
Dota, because
sense.
that's dragons. They're easier. It's easier for me to understand. There's
Okay,
a
so-
refresher orb now untied, by the way. Talk about powers.
Yes.
That's 2 powers.
And 40 seconds until... No, forget what I'm saying. There's no ages anymore. So this could be the fight that Applebee's can win.
Oh,
Rupture,
oh.
double rupture. Wait, what?
Yeah. He at least can TP in time, but
Bottom tower is under
I mean,
attack.
that's with BKB, so
That's
I don't
good.
think Rupture is that necessary compared to the BKB on TK.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Keep going, C-Smile, you're the true carry. Benny acknowledges this too. Try to initiate on C-Smile. C-Smile, do you know the blood right is from your Bloodseeker? you don't need to avoid it too. Did he get a Spirit Siphon off? He did not. Disruption to save him. No, they go for Serum. They want to get rid of that Ice Blast, but the Infused Radar will actually save him. A Ravage in the backlines. A second Ravage. Both failed because there's big BKBs off the cores. That immediately double Ravage. Sure, at least it gives some time so they can kill off Whisper. But Sexy Fat dies in return. Used Ravage, Refresh, and Ravage, and did nothing to Madara and C-Smile. It'll be enough to deter this push, but they don't accomplish enough to turn this team fight around, or this game around.
Surprisingly, that was the best wasted double Ravage I've seen in a while, because they're not gonna lose anything out of it, and they're already so far behind. It doesn't matter. Like, provided they can buy time for the refresher to be back up, I don't
Sure.
think this is a problem. I know it sounds like I'm trying to find like good things about this game, and I am. But it's not gonna matter. Like, Rogue's not gonna respawn. I don't think Beast Coast is gonna just bang their heads against the wall again. And even if they do, there's a tier 2 middle. So it's honestly okay.
Okay, all right. I hope you're right with that take, because right now that looked pretty dire, in the sense that I feel like it's not so much that I think the Ravage being wasted is a big deal. Is that I think you only get so many opportunities where Beast Coast will push that way, and you can punish it.
Yeah.
Right. Next time they have H's. Next time they have other tools. Now I have actual more save, and your game is not getting any easier now booking at Kings, because yeah, Bloodseeker will eventually fall off against Wraith King, but you have 3 cores against Wraith King, and they pretty much have 1, which is Wraith. So I don't know. I feel like they really need these opportunities to work out for them. They need to get some kills now and be able to turn this around now.
I agree. Also, speaking of the lack of damage on the side, they do find Smile. Breaks. Fast.
That fear on Spirit Siphon is also really useful.
Something very disturbing about Spider Legs on Death Prophet. Like, 'cause she already has the the butterfly wings, and then there's the spider legs on the bottom of that. It's
Oh,
I don't know.
it is incredibly creepy and nightmare fuelish. I mean, it's like the there was the octopus set on Death Prophet, remember?
oh yeah,
Yeah. It reminds me of
but
that.
a worse version of that, because the octopus, it is kind of cute in a way.
It might
but
be tasty.
the
Yeah,
spi-
exactly.
Yeah, yes, they're also tasty.
Yeah, that's what I think about. You know, the octopus set's like, yeah, sure. On one hand, it's creepy, but on the other hand, I could eat it. But the spider,
Yeah,
I wouldn't. I probably could eat it, but I don't think I'd want to.
Yeah, it definitely. It also has fur. So a lot of spiders have that little furry. Fur
You know, it's
thingy.
actually super easy to peel it off, Bowie, though. That's not a problem.
Yeah, sure. With butter, it tastes amazing. I heard.
Actually, with olive oil, just rub it off and the hairs come out naturally. I'm not even joking, dude. That's how you prepare spiders. That's how the Thai people do it. They fry them really hard in olive oil, and then you rub a little bit on the hairs, and they come off, and then it doesn't taste hairy.
Yeah, I heard you can also make coats out of it. Like if you get all the fur that
Oh.
falls off.
I don't know why you
Yeah.
think I'm memeing you, my dude. I'm not. Being 100% genuine here. One day One day I'll come to your house and I'll cook you some spiders. Don't worry.
Thank you very much. Now,
You know, we
time
eat 8
for
in
the
our sleep anyway.
ravage that connects. Step. Okay.
Disruption. That's enough to activate the BKB. Or is it? Yes, he smiled, got it off. Exorcism as well. He himself has his own refresher, so he might get a second BKB if need be. Hasn't activated just yet. He's actually pushing Tide away. In fact, he alone is killing the Tide. Mini Tide to Whisper, and he's just chasing down Benny. It's just C-Smile doing all the work. Madara's the guys, I'm the carry, right? Right? But Madara did nothing. It was just C-Smile turning the whole team of Apple King of Kings around. They were forced to run away with their tail between their legs, afraid of this ghostly woman with spider legs. And he's done. He wants to finish this game. C-Smile, he's tired of carrying. His back is starting to hurt. He activates a second exorcism, and he's ready to take these tier 4s, it seems like. Or Rax? Okay, he's changing his mind. Never mind. I spoke too soon. No, oh no, he's going tier 4s. Okay, that's just a lack of efficiency, right? That's cool. GG.
Yeah, the GG
oh,
comes out.
King of Kings. Oof.
I
Not
mean,
even letting the throne explode.
they fought really well, especially game 1. It was very impressive to see them play. Obviously, you do have 2 standings on either side, so I'm not going to say, Sexy Fat was like the reason why they didn't play as well as they do. I think Sexy Fat, especially game 1, also played really well. But as the draft evolved, and I think Beast Coast really found the weak points on, what Apple King of Kings is really comfortable with. And they started to, instead of playing Treant with Monkey King, they had to play AA with Snapfire. You could see that they were not as comfortable. Even with the discomfort, I think it was a nice try. But Beast Coast, there's a reason these guys are the GOATs for a long time in South America. They're not going to be first place. Actually, they're third place. But this means they will avoid Thunder Predator in the mini major. And I mean, congrats to them. I think they had a couple of hard patches recently, but they recovered even with Madara playing instead of Hector.
Certainly, it was a really necessary win to them. It's good that they recovered. It was just Madara once again. Beast Coast, they tend to do well with stand-ins in the first 2 games or so. So they already used all their luck with his stand-ins. Hector has to come back afterwards, or they have to find a new stand-in here. But yeah, they looked really good. And honestly, I mean, to me, if you look at the whole series, the MVP was Chris Luck. I mean, he played out of his mind this series. And it's a very stark contrast with the series we saw against Thunder Predator, where he was actually the weakest link for the most part, right? Granted, his picks were weaker. Like, they picked DP against Shadow Demon, stuff like that. But nothing to do with the series. I mean, that DP carried the game. Madara was just there as we need a 5th player. But it didn't really matter. So...
Yeah, very nicely done. Congrats to them. I think they're very happy. This does put them in a better spot to try and get as many DPC points they can from this season, even though we don't really have a full major. And I just want to hear what the panel has to say, because this was a hectic match, and they probably have much more insightful things to say than I do.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the panel has to say. So let's move over to the panel. Hello, panel members. Bowie just called you insightful, So give me some insight, boys. I'm waiting for it. Trent, what do you have?
Don't 10th pick your 5 unless you're going to be a god that game. I mean, it's that simple, honestly. It's very hard because there's a reason why you like having your cores last, because you saw what happened. They ended up making the switch. They moved the leaner to the 4, which isn't unheard of, but it's still pretty unusual. Like Stinger playing, Schofield playing, Gojira moving to a ranged hero, as you pointed out several times during the draft. Maybe caught them off guard a little bit. I'm still really surprised they gave Mini DK of all heroes in the last possible game. He gets counterpicked. And instead of thus switching one of their heroes, either the Tide or the DK, into a support role, they go for the AA. And I applaud it because it's a bold thing. But you have to hit all these ice blasts if you want this to work. And it is a little unreasonable to expect it of your 5, but that's what happens when you pick your 5 10th, right?
Yeah.
You got all the info. You got to hit the spells. And teams that do well with Ancient Apparition tend to have planned a lot and played around with it quite a bit. They understand how important it is to try and get some early space for the hero to get level 6. You often see them send them either to mid in the modern day, or previously the core would go to the jungle really early to get that fast 6, because as you saw before that, you're kind of just a smidgen useless.
Right. I think that's one of the big issues there too, is Trent, you were talking about that last pick, and I think for us at least, and I think probably I would imagine for Apu King of Kings as well, there was okay, DP last. What do we have that can sort of fit in with all this? I don't anticipate that AA was their thought process going in the entire time. It was more this could be a really good AA game, and let's try and pick it now. Could 100% be wrong on that. The players could think something differently entirely, and it was their plan the whole time. But the downside to it was that they had this Shadow Demon, which I felt was such a great answer, whether it was disruption to save, putting themselves in good positions to sort of deal with the again 3 blinks bought by 20 minutes basically for Apu King of Kings, where they basically tried to go all in. They had the Wraith King, the DK, and the Tide Hunter all getting blink daggers, wanting to turn the tide of the bad laning stage that they had And for a second, it looked like they were going to do it when they got that Aegis, when they had like the fights that they wanted to go well. But, you know, if you don't continue that sort of turnaround, if you can't take those good fights, and more importantly, if you can't find the blow-ups, it's just not going to work. And yeah, Smile, what a god.
A point I'd like to mention on this is that when you talk about the last pick 5, right? It also should be mentioned. I mean, in this match, I think the last pick for Epulze Kings had to cover a fair amount of bases that a 5 rarely can, right? Like it didn't. Sometimes you can last pick a hero and, like you said, is ideally impactful, but maybe your draft has already covered enough bases and you're good. But in this game, it did feel like, you know, you needed someone to make sure that DK would have a better game. You needed someone that would make sure that it would stop healing, or in general would deal with tanky cores, and you kind of needed Witch Doctor and Ancient Apparition in one pick, for example. And
or a better mid matchup. I think
that's also true.
Mini dying several times is really what hurt the most, because if you they aren't really able to rush the AA because of the early rotation Serum had to make mid. Like when I saw an AA mid at 5.5 minutes, my heart sunk. Right. I was like, oh no, that's not good. You should never be there as AA. Like something has gone horrifically wrong if you are there and then dying after your mid has already died. But this level 1 play was sick.
Hey man, you gotta find some highlights somewhere.
Yeah, and then they instantly die twice in the river too. I was like, all right,
what's happening?
Yeah,
it was I was just gonna say one more time that I think C Smile ended up doing the most damage in the game. I think ended up needing to sort of inhabit the most dangerous role, and he absolutely wrecked. And of course, at the end, the throwing out the 4 Valky was just a classic. You gotta love that. So the meme's still alive and well.
Yeah, what did you did you feel that DK was a bit forced this game to just force a bad Lina matchup? Like, did you think they were a bit too confident Lina couldn't be flexed there?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's exactly what happened. Is they just didn't really see it as a possibility, and beastcoast were like, yeah, okay, sure, why not? We'll bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, because obviously
still viable
we meme. Yeah. We meme on the panel, but I don't think a pro player should think the same thing as our memes. Like, oh, we can't play ranged heroes. I think that's a bit too extreme.
Well, but I think that there's a lot of people that are basically saying, like, you know, Lina 4 is like way worse now, and people don't even consider it a flex. But it's just, again, showing the versatility of this team and seeing something in the value of switching it up.
I like that. See beastcoast in a positive light. This is the team that once ran Ursa 4 when faced with a really bad Ursa game. They lost, but they had the courage to do it. So, you know.
That's right.
And in fact, we actually have an interview with a man who forces these decisions on his friends. It's the captain and drafter from beastcoast, Stinger, who's going to give us a wonderful interview after this great performance. Stinger, ¿cómo estás? ¿Qué tal?
Hola, ¿qué tal? Bien, contento con el resultado.
Perdona. ¿Qué tal, Stinger? Disculpa. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo te encuentras después de esa victoria? ¿Contento?
Sí, contento después de este resultado. Después del primer juego, ¿no? Que no nos salió como que hicimos throw y se nos fue el juego por 2 throws que hicimos.
He says that he's quite satisfied with the result overall, but you know, the first game was a bit of a throw, and they kind of did a couple of throws, and that's why they didn't win the first game. So he was a bit dissatisfied. So it was nice to be able to clean it up. ¿Cómo es que, bueno, no sé si te puedo preguntar, pero cómo es que jugáis con un standing para estas últimas partidas?
¿Cómo llegamos a la decisión? Creo que es porque Tito estaba como que muy estresado, ¿no? Por lo que fue los últimos resultados por la DPC, porque tampoco no le gusta el formato, ¿no? Es como que entre una semana y otra semana, digamos, como que deja de jugar Dota, ¿no? Por así decirlo, porque se estresa por la primera derrota, digamos, y eso le afecta, digamos, tal vez para la siguiente, porque no puede rankear mucho igual. Pero eso es en sí, ¿no? Llegamos a contactar con otro carry que ya habíamos jugado antes con Madara y por eso lo llamamos standing.
So I asked him about the standing situation. He said that Hector, sometimes he gets stressed out, particularly because the DPC format does not suit him very much, and especially when they lose, he usually tends to get very stressed out, doesn't rank as much, doesn't play as much Dota, and they always have a stand in reserve for these kind of situations. And so they talked to Madara, who had already played with him before, and that way they could well, they could have a carry ready for this matchup if Hector wasn't feeling ready for it. ¿Cómo es para ustedes jugar con este tipo de caso especial para esta no para
Le preguntamos, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que él juega, qué es lo que él se siente cómodo jugando, y en base a eso es como que se puede draftear, ¿no? Incluso en esta ocasión Madara quería que le piquemos el héroe bien rápido, o sea, dijo, normal que me encontrén y todo eso, y no, pues no lo hice tampoco así porque dije, bueno, el hecho de que tengamos, no tengamos last pick, es como que igual van a contrar al héroe que saquemos, ¿no? En 15-16, no, en 16-17, en ese orden en el pick. Entonces, bueno, no lo voy a sacar en la primera fase, pero igual más adelante. Ya no le importó. Pues.
So asking him about how they draft or how they play when they have a stand-in, and he says, well, first of all, they have to stand in like how they what they like to play. Madara said specifically, "Oh, I like to play something fast, like to play a carry that's like quick. I don't really care if I get countered. Don't worry about that." Well, honestly, if we don't have last pick anyway, you're probably gonna get countered no matter what. Like they're probably gonna counter me in 60 anyway. So I will just pick you whenever I can, and then try to win off the rest of the draft, and not necessarily with the core matchup. And that's what happened, and that's where the Blood Secret worked out for them. ¿Y cómo os sentís con el torneo que viene ahora? ¿Intentaste evitar el match o os daba igual y vais a ganarlo todo las interregionales?
Como que no se escuché bien, ¿podrías repetirlo? La última pregunta. Sí.
Que si o sea, con esta partida evitáis a Thunder en las interregionales, al menos el seeding, ¿no? Ya no es la primera partida contra ellos, ¿no? ¿Era un objetivo para ustedes? ¿No os da igual? ¿Vais a ganarla todas si no pensáis en el oponente?
En la siguiente temporada, por la fecha, dices.
La mini major que hay entre medio. Sí.
Bueno, no, eso no lo teníamos en consideración, ni siquiera sabíamos. Simplemente queríamos ganar por los puntos que están en juego, aunque son pocos, igual cuentan. Y también porque es lo que toca, pues no tenemos que jugar. Aunque Madara, aunque diré, tenemos que jugar con un standing, igual es lo que toca y por eso feliz por el resultado. Y de cara a lo que va a ser el torneo online, pues ahí sí vamos a contar con Héctor y espero que la conversación que hemos tenido nos ayude a mejorar, ¿no? Porque no estamos contentos con el resultado, obviamente, de las últimas fechas.
So he says that I was asking about the interregional tournaments and the idea of avoiding Thunder Predator. He says they were not thinking at all. They came actually didn't really know about that at all. They were just thinking about getting extra points that obviously getting third place in BC means, and also play matches. It's their job. They have to play the to win. They were not satisfied with the fourth place for SIDPC, and they wanted to get at least regional. We're going to play with Hector, and with Hector, they will play the Tonks. Hopefully, Fruition will be in a better mood because they're not really ¿qué pasó cuando visteis la derrota de Seconder, no? ¿Viste una charla o algo para intentar, no sé, mejorar? O sea, había algo de introspección.
Sí, tuvimos una charla después de la derrota de Thunder.
Sí. Después de ver el resultado más o menos de DPC, sí.
Claro, porque eso fue nuestro último encuentro, ¿no? de la DPC, y si ganamos, podíamos jugar un tiebreaker por el segundo lugar. Y obviamente sí, ni bien perdimos, fue como que lo tomamos bien, yo creo, porque en el momento es como que por lo general el ambiente se siente tenso. Y sí se sentía tenso, pero no lo suficiente como para no hablar, ¿no? Entonces, en el momento como que hablamos, ¿no? Dijimos ya, saben que estas cosas pasan, no hemos tenido, como que hemos sentido mucho estrés, por ahí algunos, yo por ejemplo, hoy también, y en esa fecha contra Thunder, he estado como que mal, podría decir enfermo, ¿no? Porque tenía COVID y resfriado. Estaba como que resfriado, con mocos. Bueno, igual decidimos jugar y hablamos al instante, ¿no? Dijimos, está bien, es un resultado. Por suerte no hubo mayor y esta vez va a haber un torneo online, así que hay que prepararnos para eso, para lo que viene.
So I asked about how he felt after he knew more or less the result of the DPC, and he was telling me that after the loss against Thunder, there was a bit of tension in the air, of course, but there was still not enough tension that they wouldn't speak, and of course they want to talk about the results and everything. And it was just a rough time because like him, Stinger particularly, he was sick, he had COVID, he was having this rough time, and overall in high spirits. But over time, they still talked about the results, still talked about moving forward, and they still talked about, more importantly, like what the future and preparing for instead of looking into the past, they're trying to look into the interregionals and the future. Te quiero preguntar a ti, o no tanto al equipo, Stinger. Por lo que tengo entendido, Red ya no está con ustedes, ¿verdad?
¿Quién?
Red Monster está con Stinger.
Sí, no está.
¿Actualmente tienen algún analista o coach o algo así?
Estábamos como que probando, no era en sí ni analista ni coach, era un amigo que le dijimos, tú puedes tener este trabajo si es que si es que lo intentas y lo haces bien, pero al final no lo hizo, como que se rindió, dijo no lo voy a intentar y se retiró así.
Okay.
Entonces no, pero sí ayudaría a tener una voz más, alguien que tenga noción del juego y sea como que un voto, ¿no? Una cabeza más pensante.
Tú como capitán y drafter, cuando estás en esta posición de no tienes un analista o un coach, esa voz externa, ¿sientes una presión extra porque tú tienes que hacer demasiados trabajos al mismo tiempo?
En parte sí, ¿no? Porque igual aunque haya un analista que me dé la data, igual yo siempre intento ver, porque
Claro.
pueden haber errores, ¿no? Por ahí, como que puede haber una data que no haya sido precisa, y igual intento verificarlo siempre. Pero el tema del coach, eso sí es como que ayuda, ¿no? Ayuda siempre a tener a alguien que te esté hablando de Dota constantemente, que cree esas conversaciones. Y por lo general entre player, entre no sé, como que los players están metidos, ¿no? En lo suyo, en rankear, ¿no? Y pues sí, ayuda bastante. Y sí siento que como que no tener eso es como que es una desventaja, ¿no? Se podría decir, con otros equipos que sí lo tienen.
Tengo una pregunta a seguir, pero antes traduzco. So I was asking about his position with the analyst and coach because they don't have one currently. He said that they had a friend that they kind of had, but the friend wasn't really willing to do it. Like they wanted to ask him if he was willing to do it, and he was willing to put in the work, but in the end he actually gave up and didn't want to put in the work as an analyst or coach. And I was asking him if that made him feel more pressure, and he was saying, yeah, it's always nice to have an extra person to talk to, extra vote to talk to, like an analyst or coach that's going to be able to help you. Particularly in the analyst position, it's not that big a deal because he will check his work anyway, and he'll try to make sure that the analyst is doing the right job. But when it comes to the coach position, it would help a lot because it feels like the players are just ranking, they're concentrating on their own games. He's also wanting to do his own thing, and sometimes having that extra voice is capable of doing half the work, or that he's able to talk to about Dota and simply share ideas with, would really help relieve some of the pressure. ¿Crees que en esa posición, por eso, o sea, la falta de eso, la presión recae más sobre ti como capitán que, digamos, sobre el carry o el medio o lo que sea?
Sí, supongo que sí. No estoy tan feliz con, digamos, los drafts que hemos tenido en los juegos que hemos perdido, ¿no? Justamente en los juegos que hemos perdido, porque siento que ha habido alguien que tal vez refuerce la voz, ¿no? Porque al momento de draftear es como que todos decidimos, ¿no? O sea, yo puedo dar el último clic, pero a mí me importa mucho lo que piensen ellos, la comodidad que tengan, ¿no? Si es que ellos dicen un héroe, digamos, al que le toca jugar tal héroe, digamos, por ejemplo, ¿no? Tito, que es el carry, tenemos que picar el carry en ese punto. Ya, yo diría, ¿no? Acá se pique el carry porque es lo mejor en el draft para que se arme más bonito, pero a veces no se hace. Y por las mismas conversaciones que tenemos en el momento del draft. Y tal vez si hubiese un coach con el que yo estoy hablando y entienda por qué yo digo que ahí debe ser el pick el carry, tal vez eso ayudaría, ¿no? A reforzar la idea. Y Tito, por ejemplo, nos diría, ok, lo piquemos acá. O igual puede ser el medio, el off, ¿no?
Sí. Entiendo. So I was asking if that position, because he said that not having this kind of coach would be a disadvantage. Do it. I asked him his position. Does that mean that he feels more pressure as the captain? And he says, Yeah, somewhat. Like what he feels pressure in is he's not very satisfied with the drafts that they've had recently. He thinks that they've had some drafts that weren't the best, and sometimes when they're in the drafting position in process, he wants to make sure that everyone is happy with the draft, not just himself, right? But listening to your players, like for example, the carry, right? He wants to Hector will ask for a hero, and he wants to please Hector, but at the same time, that might not be the hero that makes the draft look best, and that not might be the hero that makes the draft look be the best draft possible. But if he's alone against Hector and has no extra voice there, it's really difficult for him to have to convince him in the middle of the drafting process this is the right hero. However, having a coach or analyst might relieve some of that pressure because he is not the sole authority when it comes to picking these heroes, and he thinks that would be a good way to improve the drafts and a good way to be just a stronger team. Gracias, Stinger, por tu tiempo. Perdona por la entrevista un poquillo larga. Finalmente, ¿quieres decirle algo a los fans ingleses que os han estado apoyando?
que nada, que gracias por ver nuestras partidas, gracias por apoyarnos. Sabemos que tenemos muchos fans allá afuera, o sea, en los que hablan inglés. y nada, agradecido con ellos. ¿Qué iba a decir? Que tienen el privilegio de que creo que en el CAS en inglés, creo que está un poco adelantado también. Porque en el CAS en español está con más delay, pues. Sí, así que tienen ese beneficio también.
Genial, imagínate. Stinger says that he is he says to the fans that thank you. He knows there's a lot of fans out there that are English speakers, and he's very thankful to the fans that support him during this time and watch all their games. And he also says that the English cast, apparently, I didn't know this, has less delay than the Spanish cast. So you guys are privileged. You guys are the unique ones. You guys get to watch beastcoast before anyone else. So that's an exclusive perk of being an English. Tiempo, como siempre.
Eso fue porque vi el juego de Hokori. No iba a pensar que yo estoy.
He found it out while he was watching the Hokori game. He doesn't watch his own games. Don't worry. He's not a cheater. Don't worry. Tranquilo. Nadie pensaba malo.
Por si acaso. Adiós.
Monka S.
That final check, just in case.
God, it's always dangerous.
I love how relaxed he is that he realizes, oh shit, I might have just incriminated my own team. Oh no, that's what I swear, guys. I swear.
Oh my God, it's gonna be Europe all over again.
Oh wow,
it's all right. We can tell they aren't watching.
So yeah, it's fine.
Damn, good stuff. Love the interview.
Yeah,
that was an excellent interview. There was a lot to unpack there. That was. That's crazy. It's very, very interesting to hear the dynamic between them and Hector specifically about like how they always have someone ready and how they really respect like how he feels at all times. Because that's a tough thing to do, to work with in a team, right? Like that must be very stressful. As you know, Stinger made it clear that he already has some issues in terms of like what he has on his team, and then to work with that alongside it, it's very impressive. How much they're willing to work around him, obviously, because he is such a special talent. So, well done, Avo. Well done.
I mean, it's one of those
Stinger did.
It's one of those things that, like, you think about these players, and we often just like sort of depersonalize them, but they've got their own individual things they're all dealing with, and on top of that, they do a job that's incredibly stressful, that's like results oriented, that oftentimes have like things that sometimes don't have to do with their own individual performance. Like how many times have we seen people that like, have had amazing games, and then it's like, that then they fail in spite of that. And then it's
that's like me every time I play Dota. Like I'm so good, but like my team,
right?
Am I right, guys?
But imagine that, like that's like the job, and that's how you have to like operate. And you have like to be a good teammate and to be better, you need to like steer your mind away from those places and actually believe it. That's oh God. So I have a ton of respect for him, and it's a good reason why, beyond just like the winning, but sports psychologists or just therapists in general can be helpful, I'm sure, for Dota players. So I don't know, it's good stuff.
I particularly love talking to Stinger because he's a very level-headed dude. He's like one of the veterans, one of the voices of the Spanish scene, right? And that one thing I really enjoy talking to him about is a very unique position where you talk to a team who is good enough and has the means to have all the support possible, like again, coaches, analysts, everything. But because of the unique position they find themselves in, which is a very young scene where everyone wants to be a player, you might actually not have the resources. Like they actually cannot find coaches because everyone they ask just wants to play Dota instead, right? And be a pro player. And it's very unique to ask people that are good enough where coaches would actually help them. They're at that level where they're really, just perfecting the last 2% of their game, and they just can't find them. And getting to reflect on that is just really cool. You don't really get to have these kind of interviews with most other regions. So
gotta get old man Fear to start learning Spanish.
I mean, he tried. I'm assuming he tried with Thunder.
Yeah,
but I think it's tough when I talk with them. It was always like with Beast Coast is a very specific thing because they always look for someone that they can bounce ideas off of. That's something they say a lot, like someone that they can bounce ideas off of. And Stinger said it many times, like, I don't really care if the guy's like that good at Dota. I just care. I mean, he has to have a level of understanding, but like, I just care that I can talk to someone who's willing to talk to me like 18 hours a day about Dota. That's what I'm willing. And most coaches that you hire, like, imagine you get not even Fear. Like, say Aoi, who's a more, more invested, has no children or anything. Aoi's not going to talk to Stinger 18 hours a day about Dota. Yeah. He can go full D-Gym, but he's not going to do it for Stinger because it's still a job at the end of the day, right? So it's like, it's a very interesting proposition they have. I don't know. I don't know who's going to take that. Papita was the only person I knew that could do it, and now he's winning Division 2, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Rough life.
Yeah. I hear Beast Coast is just rooting for him to fail. Every time he plays the end, like, please, Papita, lose, get eliminated.
Oh,
but
preying on his downfall. It's rough.
No, I'm joking. That's not actually true, by the way, though. They're not that bad people.
He's just lying on broadcast. We got to end this before you start some beef.
Of course, Lyrical. Why would they ever do that? It's just a joke. These English
guys.
These English people.
It's down to the end.
All right.
Wait,
do you have any music?
What music?
Oh, I was gonna say we're not the end of DPC, guys. Don't worry. There's still one tiebreaker left in China. Few. We don't have to close out the show. In 7 hours and 42 minutes, RNG plays Aster for a tiebreaker between second and third. So there you go.
Do you think China has to do a closing ceremony because they're the last DPC? They have to invite the dancers and the choreographed.
Yeah, as long as the drums are there, then I'll be there.
Listen, I can sing a song if you guys want.
Yeah.
I could sing some Sinatra. And
Okay.
now
Avo,
the end is here, and so I face the final curtain.
We can leave the
All right, I'm done. That was good.
No, keep singing as it fades away, Lyrical.
My throat is
It's
gone.
almost-
I've done 8-9 games today. Dead.
I hope. Let me close it out then.
Listen to this man
Lyrical.
complaining at Avo, who just cast and paneled for 6 games
I had to
straight.
listen to him.
Oh wow, we got a
just
little
kidding.
bit,
I love you,
a
Alpo.
little bit of singing from Lyrical, a lot of sass from Lyrical, and with this, we get to close today's panel. We hope you enjoyed the games, guys. If you've been following us for all the DPC, thank you. If you've only joined us today, there's VODs. No, I mean, thank you as well. We appreciate you anyway. There's a whole other season, and we'll be doing inter-regionals as well. So just follow the channel if you want to watch more SA Dota. If today you were entertained or amused, you're like, wow, I want to see more of this, like, Dota Larako. What is this? I've never seen Dota played like this. I can't really tell if it's good. That's what SA is about. That's what SA is about. And it is good. It just takes a while to understand it. It's like a really complex book, You read EU is like reading you're reading 1984. Everyone's read that one. You're reading War and Peace, my dude. This is really sink your teeth into it, understanding the intricacies of SA
It's
Dota.
chunky.
Yeah, it is chunky indeed, and it's a lot of history. So we recommend that you come here for the interregionals and also for the next season. We hope you enjoyed this little glimpse into the wonders of SA Dota, and then we see you again soon. My name's Avo+. I'm joined by the most wonderful panel of Trent and Lyrical, and we'll see you guys next time. Until then.
Bye-bye.